Baby darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes can change your destiny. Grow your destiny and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes can change your destiny.
Hey everyone. Yeah, I'm just trying to fix some things in the background. I stayed up really late last night, and so did everybody at UCLA. Yeah, because the cops arrived just like I predicted. Like, there's like a certain time, right, in the morning that is like, it's like the time when the least people are able to stay up till that time, and the least people are able to wake up that early. That's when they struck, right? And it was right as I was going to bed and I literally couldn't stay up. I literally couldn't stay up. I mean, we could watch, what happened. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be kind of depressing, right? And I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't kind of, depressed myself for a multiplicity of reasons, including, what happened, what we watched unfold at UCLA last night, the way that this story is being spun by the media. And the way people are able to be so happy with something so unambiguously evil. The way that the most important lessons of history have been completely failed to be learned. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. So this was the scene last night. We stayed up late to almost watch this happen. They brought bulldozers. Yeah, it's the cop witching hour. I mean, they do that. This is a cop thing. Like, I remember this from, like, Occupy. I wasn't, I wasn't there. But it was that's still a little before my time, right? But, like, I, I remember seeing this, happen. It feels really hopeless, yeah. Look, it feels really hopeless. But let me do my best to give you some hope anyway. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. This is like the mystery of Pandora's box. Like, I mean, you all know the story of Pandora's box, right? Somebody gave Pandora a box and they told her not to open it. That was the one rule. You had one job, Pandora. Don't open the box. Don't open the box. And of course, like any of us, she fucking opens the box and the box unleashes all the misery, the confusion, the fear, the anger, the anxiety that we now experience as the world that we live in. But there was one other thing in that box. The last thing to come out of Pandora's box was hope. And I still don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Let's take a look at what oh my god, the opposite of Pierce Morgan. God, I'm doing the doppelganger thing. I'm gonna start calling Naomi Klein Naomi Wolf if I'm not careful. Is Pierce Morgan, yeah, maybe they're doppelgangers, Pierce Morgan and they're kind of the opposite. I don't know. To me they're the opposite. They're two sides, they're two very different sides of a coin. So let's see what currency we can unlock today.
And genocide, but also.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and I'm delighted to welcome to Zeteo our newest contributor, Naomi.
Also, Mehdi, please don't copyright claim me. Like after the fucking night I've had.
And for a segment we're calling.
I mean, I don't think he would. I mean, this is his startup.
shocked. Naomi, welcome.
If he's getting good advice and not advice from, like, I don't know, the producers of Jubilee, he'll know that, like, having people react to his stuff is actually really beneficial for his new social media enterprise. So I don't think I'm going to get copyright claimed.
Zeteo.
I'm sorry, Chad. I shouldn't be like there's a name for this. I think it's catastrophizing.
Thank you, and congratulations on
What the hell is my water? Oh, there it is.
It's been an amazing launch.
Thank you very much. It's great to have your support. I have to do a little bit of fanboying here. I don't want it to make you feel old, but when I was a university student, I read your books. I read No Logo, and I was just saying to a colleague earlier, if you'd come and told me as a college student, I'd be running my own media company and chatting to Naomi Klein in a few years' time, I would have laughed in your face. So it is an absolute delight to have you here. I did read No Logo. I did read Shock Doctrine. I did read This Changes Everything. And I did.
Okay, so this isn't entirely a Naomi Klein fan stream. Although, like, honestly, I'd be fangirling too if I was interviewing her.
Latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World. Let me ask you this. What's your favorite of all the books you've written?
My favorite. Well, first of all, the fandom is deeply mutual, Betty. I'm so happy to be doing this with you. We're calling this segment Unshocked, and this is a sort of a nod to my book, The Shock Doctrine. I wouldn't say it's my favorite because I dream for a day when the shock doctrine will no longer be relevant. I think
Oh my God.
the most fun writing is Doppelganger. But unfortunately, the shock doctrine is the one that proves most perennially useful. And so I think it's particularly relevant in the moment that we're in, right? This is a book that it came out in 2007. It was really written in the aftermath of 9/11 and the way.
So, full disclosure, this is the first book of hers that I read, Shock Doctrine. It is, it really is about the war on terror, but it goes back into history. It covers a lot of different stuff. It's historical, right? And they talk about, the first 9/11 and, that being what happened to Allende, that being the implementation of the Pinochet regime. And we talk about we talk about how capitalism has a way of taking advantage of our shock. Shock is what happens when our previous narrative. So, like, right, when you feel okay, when you feel like you understand everything and everything makes sense, and maybe not entirely, maybe everything's not perfect, but like you at least understand what's going on. You know the rules of the situation. You know what actions will cause what consequences, or at least you feel you do, right? That's a narrative. You've got a narrative about the world, and that narrative is holding up, right? When you have, I don't know, natural disasters, military events, wars, things like this, that narrative gets broken up, and the rules, the cause and effect that you were working with no longer applies. And that is what Naomi Klein is calling a state of shock. She also talks about, shock in terms of a lot of other things, including the way that people were literally treated with like electroshock treatment back in the day, and like mental hospitals. But as a way of trying to implement like a new to unwrite the old self that was non-functioning according to the medical professionals at the time, and to overwrite it with a new self, right? To be able to recreate a person in a horrible, terrifying, and authoritarian way. And that is what the shock doctrine is about. That is how capitalism tries to rewrite a people, tries to rewrite a narrative, tries to rewrite their story. And it does. It's able to absolutely alienate us, not just from ourselves, not just from each other, but from our own history. And what Naomi emphasizes is that we need to become shock resistant. We need to become aware that this is being done to us, because in the implementation of this kind of authoritarian mindfuck, the only way to the only way to resist it is to understand what it is and to see it coming. And it's a tall order. Anyway, that is not the right button.
In which that huge shock to our collective system was exploited, used by elites to wage illegal wars, to sort of plant these very caricatured stories of you're either with us or against us. They hate our freedom.
Yeah.
This is what happens, right? When we are in a state of shock, it's really a gap between a event and our understanding of that event, a narrative that explains that event. And we humans are creatures of narrative. I think it's probably why you and I write and storytell for a living, right? We tell real stories, but we're trying to make sense of the world. And when we don't have a story, when we're in a state of shock, we are very malleable. We're very vulnerable to people who come along and say, here is the new story. Nothing you knew before applies. So the idea for calling this segment Unshocked, it's not to communicate a kind of world weariness, like nothing can shock me. I get shocked all the time, although I am indeed very weary at times. It's the idea of—
Yeah, if you don't know who Naomi Klein is and you just hear like show called Unshocked, you kind of think it's like, I'm unshocked. Yeah, the world fucking sucks. We're in hell, right? That's what it sounds like. That's not what she's trying to say. She's alluding to shock doctrine. She's alluding to, the final chapters of the shock doctrine where she proposed like where she opposed an ability to develop resistance to these kind of shocks.
what I'm hoping we can do together, which is yank us out of shock through
Vamps, thank you for the resub.
through analysis, facts, history, and really rooting us in reality.
And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do it every month, Naomi and I, in this segment called Unshocked.
And honestly, this is the only way to deal with the kind of the hierarchies constantly asserting themselves on us.
Through analysis, facts, history, and really
You hear that?
rooting us in reality.
Now, she's not saying material conditions. She's not saying historical analysis, right? But it's pretty fucking close.
And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do it every month, Naomi and I, in this segment called Unshocked. We've got a big topic to talk about today. I should just say quickly that before we started this segment, one of our producers let me know that in 2007, they were in LA and they tried to get you to sign a book, but they got stuck in traffic and never did. So here they are, 17 years later, Naomi. You're going to have to send her a signed copy of Shock Doctrine. Now you're working with Tateo. We're going to talk about.
You are determined to make me feel old, but thank you.
And
I will send that book.
Look at the gray. So you gave the speech in New York, which
they're normalizing aging. That's funny.
went viral. And it's also a Guardian column, and everyone's been talking about it. And I'm excited to talk to you about that speech and what you were saying. But in order to really understand where you're coming from in that speech, which was on Zionism and having an exodus from Zionism, we have to go back and do a little bit of history, a little bit of context setting. And I know you're fascinated with a British Liberal cabinet minister from 1917 called Edwin Montagu. What role does he play in all this?
Yeah, it's a very Shakespearean name. And I should say, one of the things I do when I am trying to get out of shock is I read history. And I feel like a lot of us do, right? Like, what are we doing when we read history is we're trying to orient ourselves in space and time. It's why there have been runs on Rashid Khaledi's The 100-Year War on Palestine in this period. That is a very healthy impulse. And even though we are all in this heavy news flow, I have been going back into history and coming across new texts that help me understand how we have come to this moment of horror. And it is a moment of horror for all of us. It is a moment of horror, obviously, particularly for Palestinians under the onslaught and around the world. But there's a particular kind of horror also for Jewish people, I think, who are trying to understand how we as a people who have experienced genocide could be, in the case of the Israeli government, inflicting it. And in the case of many people, or Jewish people around the world, justifying it, making apologies for it, denying it. And in these studies, I came across something that I did not know, which was that when the Balfour Declaration was issued in 1917, the strongest voice of opposition to it in the British government came from the only Jewish member of cabinet, the only Jewish minister, who was this very Shakespeareanly named Edward Montagu. You would think that the only Jewish minister would have been a fan of the idea of creating a nation for Jews in Palestine, and you would be quite mistaken. And he issues this memo on the anti-Semitism of the present British government. So he was not pulling any punches. He was saying that the idea of creating a nation for Jews in Palestine was itself anti-Semitic. I'll read a couple of quotes. He said, "I would ask for a British government sufficient tolerance to refuse a conclusion which makes aliens and foreigners by implication, if not once by law, of all their Jewish fellow citizens." So he was very worried that once this nation, the idea of a Jewish homeland or state in Palestine was created, it would make Jews second-class citizens everywhere else they were. He was worried that their status would become even more provisional. And he also just flatly rejected the idea that Jews in disparate countries from Iraq to England to Spain, though they shared a common religion, were part of a common nation. They spoke different languages, had huge cultural differences. Here's another quote. He says, it is no more true to say that a Jewish Englishman and a Jewish Moor are of the same nation than it is to say that a Christian Englishman and a Christian Frenchman are of the same nation. He was very, very worried that it would become not just an excuse to treat Jews as second-class citizens or third-class citizens, but that they would be exiled, that they would be told, get out of here. You don't need to live here anymore. He predicted that Palestine, this is another quote, would become the world's ghetto for Jews. He was not opposed to Jewish migration to Palestine for people who chose it, but
there we kind of see the weird handshake between anti-Semites and fundamentalist Likudnik Zionists, in that there's a sense of a desire to promote an atmosphere of fear for Jewish people around the world, and that the solution for that fear should be to relocate to Israel. And for the anti-Semites that that don't want Jewish people in their country, that solves that problem for them. And for the Likudniks that are obsessed with this demographic crisis in their mind, of the fact that there's there's more Palestinians, that solves their problem. So it's a strange bedfellow situation and a weird handshake between very different types of bigotry.
What he was opposed to was the idea that Jews should have any special status there. And he was very concerned about the implications for Muslims, for Christians. In a way, what he was suggesting was a proto one state. At the end of this memo, he calls on the government to be
really. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is not good. In the words of President Sunday, who is not actually wise but sometimes sounds wise.
This is going bad.
Yeah, that's bad. Elon bringing Nick Fuentes back. I mean, look, they have the reason that Nick Fuentes probably wasn't brought back in the first place is because Elon's anti-Semitism and Nick's anti-Semitism is a little bit different, but apparently those differences didn't matter at the end of the day, and Elon is reading the way that the wind is blowing on the Nazi hellhole formerly known as Twitter.
prepared to do everything in their power to obtain for Jews in Palestine complete liberty of settlement and life on equality with the inhabitants of that country who profess other religious beliefs. I would ask that the government should go no further.
And yet,
Yeah.
Ed Montagu is not a name that is well known today in the 21st century. You would think, as you pointed out, the only Jewish member of the British cabinet when the Balfour Declaration, which is, in many ways one of the foundational documents of Zionism of Israel, Arthur Balfour, foreign secretary in that government, says that we support the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine. You would think that the debate in cabinet in which the only Jewish member is opposed to it would be relevant to our discussions today. And it's not, because we've just erased a huge swath of history about Jewish opposition to Zionism. I think Montagu called it a mischievous political creed, which if I said that today, somebody might say, Mehdi, you're an anti-Semite criticizing Zionism in this way. And I would say, I'm quoting Edwin Montagu, the only Jewish member of the cabinet. We all know Balfour's name, even though Balfour, Naomi, was a white supremacist who didn't like black people and didn't like Jewish people. Prior to doing the Balfour Declaration, he passed the Aliens Act when he was prime minister in 1905, which prevented Jews from moving to the UK from Russia. So it's ironic that you have this.
Right. So, the irony of ironies is that this Balfour Act went forward in the wake of the failure of the Allied states to take in Jewish refugees. The United States and the UK, right?
Anti-Semitic member of the cabinet who is putting out a declaration which all of the Zionist community love, and you have a Jewish member of the cabinet saying, no, this is mischievous, this is a rallying cry for anti-Semites. Just completely
right. At this time, Zionists are not the majority of the Jewish population, right? Yeah.
And it's forgotten. And today we're told, I get told every day on Twitter, Naomi, well, if you speak against Zionism, you speak against all Jews because 95% of Jews are Zionists.
Sam Cedar actually tackled this question recently, and he did it with statistics, like, right, rather than just being like, oh yeah, the Jewish people, they love Zionism, they love Israel, right? He looked at actual polling data from years and years ago, before this had happened, right? And remember, like, a lot's changed. A lot of people have woken up recently, and that is reason for hope in and of itself, even though that hope does not seem to be paying dividends quite yet, or stopping the atrocities that are going on in Gaza. That is in and of itself a reason for hope. But even before that awakening, Sam's poll showed, like, what, 45% of people, 45% of Jewish people polled, like, identified Israel as a part of their, as being integral to their identity and something that they should support based on that identity, right? It's not by any means a something that should be assumed about Jewish people.
And even if you believe that, I'm skeptical of that statistic, the reality is that's not always been the case. In fact, the Basel conference that Theodor Herzl launched in 1897, they had to move it to Basel from Munich because the German rabbi said, we don't want you here, to Theodor Herzl. So it's fascinating history. And I'm glad we start with this history, because I do want to bring us back to the present tense and say, there you are quoting to me Edwin Montagu. Last week, there's Naomi Klein, well-known Jewish intellectual academic author, speaking at a Seder in the streets in New York and saying Zionism is a false idol. Quite a provocative phrase. Let's have a listen to a portion from your speech.
What I want to say to you this evening at this revolutionary and historic Seder in the streets is that too many of our people are worshiping a false idol once again. Yes. They are enraptured by it. They are drunk on it. They are profaned by it. And that false idol is called Zionism. It is a false idol that takes our most profound biblical stories of justice and emancipation from slavery, the story of Passover itself, and turns them into brutalist weapons of colonial land theft, roadmaps for ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Naomi, that was powerful stuff. I know you also wrote about it in The Guardian. I've got to ask the question. Did you come to that conclusion recently after a journey with great difficulty? Have you always believed that? Or is this something you've come to over the years, looking at the history, thinking long and hard about this issue?
It's definitely part of a process. That particular piece of writing, I don't know what it's like for you, Mehdi, but often writing doesn't always come easy. There's often a struggle. In this case, it just sort of flowed, fully formed. Um, and I had been thinking about Passover. I was thinking about the fact that Passover was coming up. I was planning to host a Seder with a friend in her home for the first night of Passover, and I was thinking about how do we how do we mark this holiday, which has always been very important to me, because it is the story of emancipation of the Israelites from Egypt, and it's a story that has spread to every faith in the world, every corner of the world. But I was just trying to picture us sitting around a table telling this story while Gaza is being strangled, while Palestinians are being starved, um, while the Netanyahu government continues to get ready for a full invasion of Rafah. And so I did, what I do in moments like this. I turned back to the original text and I found myself, reading Exodus and reading the Haggadah and thinking about the warnings in it, including the warnings about false idols. And so that's when that text came into being. And of course, I delivered it at this a Seder was called an emergency Seder in the streets that was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace and other progressive Jewish groups. Just outside the Brooklyn home of Chuck Schumer. It was a call to end arms shipments to Israel. And after that speech was delivered, there were hundreds of people who were arrested engaging in civil disobedience. So it just sort of felt impossible to me to mark.
Did she go on Sam Cedar? Oh God, yeah. I mean, she's talked to Sam Cedar and MR a lot, many times.
This holiday as usual.
Seder in the streets, cedar in the sheets.
Right, that it needed something different, and so I turned to the text itself, to Exodus, to the Haggadah,
Cedars, seeds, and Sebe days, and Teich says.
And I was struck by all of these parallels, by the story of the false idol, but also it just struck me that as a people, we need another kind of exodus, not a physical exodus, but an exodus from the ideological shackles of Zionism. I think there's different kinds of unfreedom. Obviously, Palestinians are extremely and literally unfree. But I think that a lot of my fellow Jews are stuck in an ideology that is tearing families apart, that is causing us to betray our core values. And I wanted to.
And when she's saying tearing families apart, she's speaking to the divergence. So I said before that Sam Cedar, dug up a poll from a few years ago, prior to October 7th, prior to the, atrocities, recent atrocities in Gaza, prior to the Great Awakening that we've seen, that showed, only 45% of Jewish people, honestly think that, the state of Israel is this, great big, glorious thing that they identify with. And, my God, where the fuck was I going with that? Let me just rewind her and.
That a lot of my fellow Jews are stuck in an ideology.
Yeah, the difference between, so now it would probably be a lower amount, but there are still people that answer that question affirmatively, that yes, they do, Israel is fundamental to their identity, right? That is going to differ according to age group. The people, a lot of those who are involved with the protests who are leading the protests against what's going on in Israel right now are themselves Jewish. Jewish Voice for Peace, a huge organization involved in this, and there's an age breakdown, right? Depending on whether you're young or old, where you might see these things very differently. And that is, that's a lot of what's, driving this, what I see is kind of like, a clutching of the of those old assumptions as they're as the younger generation is slipping away from them.
Technology that is tearing families apart, that is causing us to betray our core values. And I wanted to name that. And as you say, the response has been honestly unlike anything I've published before. It's been truly overwhelming. I've been hearing from people who I haven't heard from in decades, thanking me for it. Not everybody is thrilled.
Yeah.
I think I've heard from people in Israel, from Israeli Jews who feel excluded, and I think in this context of being told that there is this huge wave of anti-Semitism, a lot of which is being exaggerated. Some people misinterpreted it as that calling for a literal exodus of Jews from Israel. That's not what I mean. I'm calling for a release from the logics of Zionism that has trained so many people to see Palestinian children as a demographic threat, which is a profound betrayal of our values. To see children as threats rather than full human beings filled with potential, imbued with equal rights. So I was not
To talk about people as lawns that have to be mowed, right? Meaning like getting rid of men of quote unquote fighting age.
calling for a literal exodus in that sense.
What made it so powerful, Naomi, is that a lot of anti-Zionist Jews are associated by their critics with an antipathy towards faith and religion. They're seen as totally secular or Marxist or far left. And, the critique of Zionism.
This is something that Sam Seder talks about in the judgment that he feels from the likes of Ben Shapiro.
Is purely political. And as you just said, and as we saw in the clip, you situated your critique within religious tradition as well. You're saying I'm looking at Exodus and looking at Moses and looking at false idols and drawing those analogies. I don't think that's something many people might instantly associate you with, which I found fascinating and surprising. Yeah. And I think that's what's happened on a lot of college campuses as well, where people have...
Look, it was kind of a rude awakening for me as somebody who in a lot of ways admired the new atheist movement after having grown up in sort of a religious area I mean, not a religious household so much, but just a very oppressive, like religious zeitgeist, I would say, like growing up in the Midwest, to see a lot of people speaking out and being like, hey, you know what? I don't believe in that. That's not, that doesn't have a hold on me. It was inspiring to me. However, a rude awakening for me was when I realized that being an atheist did not prevent you from being a shitty person. It would have been so much more simple to be like, oh yeah, these religious people that are claiming that they're good, they're actually evil. And these atheist people that I've been told all my life are evil and they're leading me astray, they're actually good. That would have been so simple. But that's not what we saw, right? And this ties into, Sam Harris starting to emphasize more and more Islamophobia in the wake of the war on so-called war on terror, when everybody else was waking up and realizing that this thing is fucked, right? You had the likes of Sam Harris saying that, well, I do hate all religions, they're all bad, but above and beyond all other religions, this Islamic religion is the motherload of bad ideas, and the way that would justify literal U.S. foreign policy. That's not good for the U.S. That's not good for the Mideast. That's not good for anyone. It's just fucking inflicting misery on the world. It's a response that doesn't actually, prevent terror. It ensures more terror. And here you have, Sam Harris just refusing to learn that lesson, and so many new atheists like him.
That all these Jewish people who are protesting with Palestinians, they must be self-hating Jews.
Yeah. To be honest with you, part of the reason why I felt like I could do that publicly is because there is this huge movement of my fellow Jews who are standing up to Israel, to genocide, coming together, really finding each other, speaking from a place of
the Rwanda genocide, Shakespeare, correct me if I'm wrong, that happened in what, the late 90s?
Which is tricky because, the first ploy is to un-Jew you, to excommunicate you, to say you're not a real Jew.
This is what this is literally what Sam's describing when he talks about the way that that Ben talks about Jewish people like him.
Um, and that's been the biggest shift. The shift is not that, okay, now I'm criticizing Israel. I've been criticizing Israeli policy for a long time, but I feel like I'm able to do it from inside the rituals, from inside the faith, because I'm part of this broader community. And that meant a lot to me, like even that they had organized it as a Seder in the streets. And before I gave that speech, in the video that's circulating, you can't see that I started it with a blessing and eating the bitter herbs. And I was very stressed because I had parsley in my mouth, which is, you shouldn't actually eat parsley right before you give a speech like that. I hadn't really thought that part through, but
it's actually the mid-90s. So yeah, this definitely predates the usage of the term mowing the grass to describe actions against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
It was
in
just
the West
great
Bank.
to be with those thousands of people in the streets and to have that community. And you're right, it struck a chord, because it's one thing to do political, geopolitical, economic analysis of Israel, which I've been doing since the shock doctrine. In fact, I've been doing it for a lot longer. But it's another to quote Exodus. It's another to say that this is a betrayal of Jewishness itself. And frankly, that's one of the things that's interesting about Montague, coming back to him in 1917. His critique in this memo, which I really encourage people to read, I love this line. He criticizes Zionism on religious grounds. There is biblical prophecy that Israelites will one day return to the land from which they were dispersed, but that is supposed to be coming through the Messiah. And then he has this great line. He says, to bring the Jews back to form a nation in the country from which they were dispersed would require divine leadership. I have never heard it suggested, even by their most fervent admirers, that either Mr. Balfour or Lord Rothschild would prove to be the Messiah.
Wow. Good line.
So yeah, it's interesting. I got pushed back, as you say.
And so yeah, that's the irony that she's pointing out of the of trying to strip the Jewish identity from people that stand against Zionism, of Jewish people that stand against Zionism, of Jewish people that oppose what's going on in Gaza right now, is that actually the whole like return to Israel thing is spoken of in the in the text, but it's not. It is supposed to be a religious event. It's not like a not spoken of as a this is a good thing that that should be strived for through policy, right? It's something that's a messianic story essentially. And who is the Messiah then? Who are you calling? Are you calling Netanyahu the Messiah? Are you calling Herzl like who exactly are they? Who does that put in that in that position, right? It doesn't make sense.
From lots of Zionists, I got some pushback from our colleague at The Guardian, Johnny Friedland, who didn't like describing Zionism as something profane, but I really do mean that in the literal sense, that it is sort of sacrilegious for human beings to try to do God's work. And this is happening at a time, as you know, Mehdi, that the Netanyahu government is stacked with religious extremists who fully support, I mean, here I'm talking about Ben Gvir, in their lifetime, destroying Al-Aqsa and rebuilding the temple. So to talk about Zionism as a false idol is, this is not just extreme rhetoric. This is speaking to a political project that is profoundly literalist and fundamentalist. And I think it's at the heart of what we're seeing in Israel right now.
So I want to talk about Netanyahu in a moment,
Yeah.
But one thing that you reminded me of when you talked about the numbers of people, your fellow Jews, is what's been happening on campuses across the country. We're speaking on Monday. The Columbia row is ongoing. People have been arrested over the weekend in various universities, including in Northeastern, where pro-Israeli protesters said, kill the Jews, but pro-Palestine demonstrators got blamed for that rhetoric. In UCLA, there's been some vile stuff said by quote-unquote counter-protesters. But what I would say is what I found fascinating is the sheer number of Jewish students
Mm.
who are overrepresented in these protests. And again, not just secular Jewish students, but Jewish students who are commemorating Passover and doing Seder in these encampments.
Yeah.
And that's what first attracted me last week to a student named Jonathan Ben Menachem, who is a student at Columbia, Jewish PhD student. And we asked him to write a piece for us, just first person, observing what he saw in Columbia. And the piece went crazy viral because a lot of people were like, wow, okay, we've been hearing so much in the media about all the anti-Semitism. Here's a Jewish student talking about all the Jews who are inside the encampment, totally fine, not being abused, not being attacked, being able to actually engage in religious rights. And that was such an important thing to do because I think it helped rebalance some of the conversation and coverage.
But considering that Zateo, what is like a week old or something like that, tell me what happened with that piece, because it went more than viral. It actually had a political.
I mean, like, this is all in the backdrop of the discussion of free speech on campus, a discussion that actually began almost 10 years ago, or not really began. I mean, like, you know what I mean? You can't put an exact date on it, but you know what I'm talking about. Right-wingers started talking about a lack of free speech on campus. They started talking about this idea of safe spaces. They started talking about students as snowflakes who, back in the day, college was a place to have your ideas challenged. But now none of the students want to have their, views challenged. They want to be in this like hermetically sealed little bubble where nobody ever says anything that they disagree with, right? What's funny is how much the tables have turned in terms of the people crying out that they feel unsafe on campus. They feel unsafe because they're encountering maybe for the first time or maybe encountering like how common resistance to what's going on in Gaza right now is in their own social group. And whose solution to that, the only way they would feel safe is if there is a law, which, spoiler, they just passed one. The House just passed an anti-Semitism law, which on one hand does speak to some, real anti-Semitism in terms of the sort of biblically based Book of John style anti-Semitism, the laying of the guilt of the death of Jesus at the feet of the Jewish people. Which is just fundamental to Christian anti-Semitism. So it does speak to that, but then it also speaks to the idea of criticizing Israel, and it's very loose, and it seems to be designed to pressure campuses into disallowing this free speech. So in reality, right, the free speech that they said that college kids are unwilling to hear divergent viewpoints. No, the college kids grew up with viewpoints like Matt Walsh's, like Milo Yiannopoulos', like Ben Shapiro's, like Steven Crowder. They are sick of hearing it. And they know that it's not organically there because students are interested in this shit. It's being inflicted on them by Turning Points USA. But now we've got a real situation in which, there is a sense of maybe people just unwilling to deal with viewpoints that disagree with their worldview, being able to weaponize this feeling of a lack of safety in order to actually shut down organic campus discourse or organic discussion of world issues that should happen on a campus, not something that's being imposed upon them by Charlie Kirk, but something that the campus itself is interested in, right? It's ironic.
Impact.
It did. Weirdly, last Wednesday, CNN primetime, Erin Burnett reads out from John Ben Menachem's piece for us to House Speaker Mike Johnson and asks him to respond to this Jewish student's critique of the media and political elites who are kind of fanning the flames by suggesting that everyone on the campus is Hamas. And of course, Speaker Johnson didn't engage with the Zateo piece that John Ben Menachem wrote. Instead, he simply...
So like I talked about last night, Vatican II was kind of a watershed moment for the Catholic Church. Prior to Vatican II, they had, it was official church doctrine to speak of a special guilt for the Jewish people regarding the crucifixion, right? they stepped away from that. They turned away from that. They eliminated that from church doctrine back then, and a bunch of splinter groups, including what you're talking about there, SSPX, and a number of other splinter groups from the Catholic Church, broke off at that point because they felt like anti-Semitism was fundamental to their, Christian belief. And that's what you're hearing from people like Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene in their dissent. There were 22 Republicans who voted against Speaker Mike Johnson's bill. There were, slightly, I think 70 Democrats voted against it. But yeah, a majority of both caucuses voted, for this anti-free speech bill.
Repeated ad nauseum, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. That is their answer for everything. It's actually very dangerous, Naomi. You have Bill Ackman this weekend suggesting that those protesters are all Hamas, are proxies for Hamas. God forbid someone gets attacked, killed, hurt, harmed because of the...
Yeah, when you're tagging somebody as Hamas, which is what they're doing, which is ridiculous, and they wouldn't claim that they actually mean that I don't think they would claim. I don't think they're trying to imply that, this is like, they've signed up for, they're official members of Hamas. They've like signed up over the internet. They're like, or they're sleeper agents or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think that's literally what they're trying to say, right? But when you put that on them, when you put that guilt on students standing up against genocide, and you say, oh no, actually they're for a genocide, right? The genocide that Hamas wants, right? You're basically giving them giving people an excuse to hurt those people, right? If you call them terrorists, which is essentially what you're doing by tagging them as Hamas, you are liable for what happens to those students.
Rhetoric from people
not
like Bill Ackman,
legally speaking, though,
and Speaker Johnson. But actually, on that note, it's a good place
just
to
like
pivot to what you mentioned.
just morally speaking, if that kind of thing's important to you.
Benjamin Netanyahu, who's also been fanning the flames, surprise, surprise. While he's busy erasing Gaza, he took time out to make a statement about Columbia University. Let's play a little bit of that.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. They call for the annihilation of Israel. They attack Jewish students. They attack Jewish faculty. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It's unconscionable.
Look, there is nobody more adept at exploiting.
What happened in German universities in the 1930s was things like teachers being taken away by the brown shirts during speeches. There is a parallel between what's happening today on campuses and Nazi Germany, but it is the opposite of how Benjamin Netanyahu is describing it. Oh my God.
Jewish trauma, historical trauma, and turning it into a political weapon for his own advantage. This is what Netanyahu has been doing his entire political life. And he wants people to be afraid. Why? Because the more afraid diaspora Jews are, the more likely they are to provide blanket support, more donations, more weapons, more hyper-Zionist politicians in U.S. Congress. This is the dynamic. So he benefits the more afraid and the more sort of unhinged the rhetoric is, calling it 1930s. I mean, look, the outrageousness of this is that the Israeli government has destroyed every single university in Gaza, has killed hundreds of students, almost 100 academics, over 100 journalists, poets, essayists. Palestinians use terms like scholasticide to describe the systematic destruction of the infrastructure of education. And he's saying Columbia is recalling 1930s Germany. It's beyond. I want to talk more about these claims. Sorry?
Jewish students in Columbia, he's comparing to German Nazis.
He is. It's outrageous, and it is dangerous, as you say, because people believe it. He's pushing these sort of buttons of re-traumatization, and this has been happening since October 7th, the sort of framing of those attacks, which you and I have both condemned, the parts of it that were war crimes. We've been very, very clear on that. But that's different than saying it was a seamless continuation of the Holocaust, which is what his rhetoric has been. And that is very deliberate. And as you say, this can have very serious implications. And you even see it in the counter protest, the sort of vehemence of the counter protesters. They're not unsafe, but they believe themselves to be under attack. You can see it. So let's talk about some of the chants and all of these ongoing debates about chants like globalize the Intifada, river to the sea. You've written about this. You've studied it.
So is this what we saw Norman Finkelstein speak to last night? Kind of not in a way that you would expect, right? He was literally making an optics argument saying, hey, listen, we used to say a lot of things back in the day to get ourselves riled up, to get ourselves, pepped up, to get ourselves, excited to, but we were kind of speaking in an echo chamber. Nobody was listening to us, right? So if we said, what was it? Everyone should know we support the PLO, right? Which could have been a provocative statement, according to Norm, had it had the kind of mass audience that anything that students say on campus today is going to have. He's basically indicating that were they to get that kind of attention, they would modify their slogans to speak less to themselves and more to the outside world. And therefore he says things like, from the river to the sea, which because they're misinterpreted, and like, he himself said he doesn't like that slogan. That maybe that should fall by the wayside too. Of course, the students were not having even somebody that's respected and revered and maybe like Norman Finkelstein essentially got ignored at the campus. And I mean, I don't know. I kind of agree with the students, not Norm there.
What do you say to people who say that this is a call for genocide? This is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, the anti-Semitism stuff is very complicated because we're now seeing a deliberate conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I saw a group of House Democrats today, led by Daniel Goldman and Jared Moskowitz and Josh Gottheimer, have called on Columbia to shut down their encampment. And I'm quoting them because of the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish rhetoric in the encampment. Why are you conflating the two together? I can't imagine a bunch of congressmen telling a university to shut down an encampment because of its anti-French rhetoric or its anti-Belgium rhetoric. I mean, since when did anti-Israel?
So yeah, in other words, this bill that has passed the U.S. House that's now going to the Senate, it could be interpreted, and it's very vague in its language, right? It could be interpreted as essentially limiting free speech on expressing disagreement with the actions of a certain country, right? And again, I talked about that vile handshake between far right Likudniks, far right Zionists and anti-Semites, in terms of wanting a perception of the of non-Israeli countries as being a scary place for Jewish people to live in, right? There's another there's another handshake.
I can't imagine a bunch of congressmen telling a university to shut down an encampment because of its anti-French rhetoric.
Conflation of the Jewish people with the state of Israel, I cannot read as anything other than anti-Semitism.
Or its anti-Belgium rhetoric. I mean, since when did
whether it's coming from like a right-wing bigot, or whether it's coming from an anti-Palestinian bigot,
Israel rhetoric become ipso facto bigoted, hateful, illegitimate? And I think that's a very important first point. Look, we can all argue about slogans. I spent the last few years debating with Democrats, defund the police. Was that the right way to talk about police reform? Did it turn people off? Activist slogans are activist slogans. We don't always have to agree with them. They're not always the most strategic slogans. But the reality is,
activist slogans, if you want to see them in terms of bargaining, are a starting point, right? When you're bargaining, you will go in to buy an item in a pawn shop. You're not going to offer what you think that the item is worth. You're not going to offer what you think that the person in the pawn shop will agree on. you are going to offer a bargain base. You're going to argue. You're going to offer, lower. And if you make that lower offer and it's immediately accepted, then you probably could have gotten the item for cheaper.
That if an activist is telling you that this is what it means, you don't get to go and reinterpret it and weaponize it for your own purposes. So the people I talk to who say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they mean to say that everyone will have freedom and equality in that place. They're basically one status, people who want a binational secular state in which Jews and Arabs, Muslims and Christians live side by side in equality, like the United States of America is supposed to be. Now, some bad faith actors on the pro-Israel side insist it's a genocidal slogan, which is ironic, Naomi, because you and I both know that Benjamin Netanyahu believes from the river to the sea. In his own way, he believes that Israel should control every inch of land from the river to the sea.
Well, he's literally said so and held up the map. Yeah.
He held up the map at the UN. He's made statements to that effect. And the great irony is...
I feel like this is like policy. Yeah. So once again, I've forgotten to warn you over on Twitch that at the top of the hour, there is an ad break. That ad break lasts for 3 minutes, and if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of it for free with a Twitch Prime. You can get out of it for $5 with $5. If you pay Twitch $5, you'll get weasels, you'll get out of those ads, or possibly through the generous contribution of somebody looking to pay it forward. Now, I gotta be honest with Twitch, things are not looking good for continuing to stream on Twitch. So if you care about the Twitch stream and you want it to continue, that is another motivation, right? Because it costs me money to dual stream, to stream on more than one, more than one platform at once. And we are now at the point where I said that if sub levels got this low, that I would discontinue the Twitch stream. I'm going to continue it for a little longer in hopes that people over there care and want me to continue that. But we are getting very close to potentially just terminating the Twitch account completely. And if you don't want to see that happen, this is the time to step up. So, and that is the wrong button.
He actually has nuclear weapons and a military force occupying much of that land, not like college students who have no power. Even if they did believe it genocidally, which they don't.
Wait, what?
These are a bunch of college protesters. They don't actually...
What? That's a weird thing to say. I don't know why he phrased it that way.
Change facts on the ground. The actual government that believes in genocidal stuff is the one that's in power in Israel. As for Intifada, again, people keep pointing to the second Intifada in the 2000s, early 2000s, in which there were horrific suicide bomb attacks by Hamas, which I was 16 years old at the time. I remember condemning at the time. But the reality is that there was also a first Intifada, right, which was literally an uprising, largely peaceful. It was the great peacemaker, Nobel Prize winner Yitzhak Rabin, who said, break their bones. He was the Israeli defense minister in the late 80s. And the violence came mostly from the Israeli side in the first Intifada. The word means uprising. Now, look, I'm Muslim. I spent 20 years arguing about the meaning of words like jihad and all these other scary words that we brought into our language to kind of demonize brown people. And look, there's an argument, and many of my Jewish friends will say, why use these terms if they annoy people, if they're provocative? And I get that, but the reality is I'm not going to tell protesters what terms to use unless they're inciting violence. And it's almost a circular argument, because the pro-Israel side says this is violence in and of itself. When
the other thing is, for somebody outside of a protest to try to impose themselves on a protest and be like, this is how you do it, right? It always gets read as a criticism of the movement. Right? When you're not there and they are there, and you're like, you're kind of fucking up on this. You're kind of fumbling the bag here. Let me tell you how it should be. You're picking a fight. You're picking a fight with your own side here. And if you really feel so strongly that there is a better way to protest it, then get out there your fucking self instead of fucking playing Monday morning armchair quarterback.
The irony is, a guy who turned up on campus at the weekend in Pennsylvania, he was carrying a knife. He was a pro-Israel protester. 3 Palestinian students in Vermont wearing keffiyehs were attacked. One is now disabled, right? And then you see some of the anti-keffiyeh rhetoric from Bill Ackman and co. And you think, who is really inciting the violence? Who are the victims of violence? So I do think we have to reframe that conversation. But the starting point has to be that we cannot allow the conflation of criticism of Israel or Zionism, as you did, with criticism of Jews and Jewish people. I was raised and told throughout my childhood and adulthood that you cannot blame Jews for what Israel does. And I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
And now I'm
I feel like it's racist to do that.
being told, no, all Jews are with Israel. I'm being told that by
Wait,
people.
let me.
like Elon Levy,
Did he say that?
that you cannot blame Jews for what Israel
Yeah.
does. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
And now I'm being told,
Like, that's a fucked up thing to do. Think about it.
no, all Jews are with Israel. I'm being told that by people like Elon Levy, the former Netanyahu spokesman. That's a very dangerous road to go down. I'm not sure we've got a referendum of all the Jews in the world to ask them if they're okay with being conflated with the Netanyahu government or even with the state of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to that speech, when I say that this ideology is leading to the betrayal
Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to Gaius Fracking Baltar.
of core Jewish values.
We're trying to spread those weasels. Look, I'll be honest with you, okay? The summer is the toughest time for a streamer, and I am not in a good position right now. Like, I am very worried about the ability of the stream to survive this summer in terms of the viewership, in terms of the ad revenue, in terms of the support for the stream. All these things tend to go down in the summer. So I just wanted to let you know, if you support the stream in any way, I appreciate you greatly, whether it's through giving the gift of weasels like Morbius Dragon just did, whether it's through becoming a member of Weasel Nation yourself, right? Whether it is through subs, getting yourself a sub on Twitch, or giving the gift of weasels over there on Twitch, whether it is through super chats, super stickers, bits, or Patreon, joining the Patreon direct donations, which I have the link, which I especially appreciate right now as I'm trying to make ends meet, as I'm trying to keep the electricity on in the house. I appreciate you a lot. And honestly, even if all you can do is hit that like button, it's more powerful than you think. And like, I don't begrudge you like that. Like, I mean, like that you are supporting the stream too. Understand that, because I know that like times are tough, not just for me, but for a lot of people out there. So if all you can do is hit that like button, that is something that I appreciate. Don't forget Patreon, of course. Oh, I always forgot Patreon. I need to actually, people, like, I don't do the levels thing. I don't have it set up for like, I feel like grateful for any amount of money that anybody donates to me on Patreon. So I haven't set up the levels yet, but it probably would make sense to do something like that. Any Vanguard fans in here right now? Have we got any fans of the Vanguard? Zach and Gavin were actually talking about the way that they run they're changing something up about their live streams, right? Anybody know what they're doing? Because I heard them talk about this. I think they've gotten some advice maybe from Pondering Politics, who's taken an interest in their stream recently, and I'm trying to figure out, can anybody explain what they're changing something, right? You found me through the Vanguard? I watched them, but I would not call myself a fan. Yeah, I heard them talking about the whole thing. Okay, so here's the thing. Oh my god, Saucy Sea Witch, what the fuck? Okay, you just blew my mind. 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Whoa, Donald Duck, who'd been asking for a membership. Donald Duck has been Bella Glazier, Michael S, Choki Nonashi 61, Daryl Barnett. Oh my god, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the $2 super chat. You're awesome, Irene. I'm trying to read off, I read off the names. Jim Williams, I hope you don't mind. I'm not trying to call anybody, like, I don't know, having a streamer mention your name on stream is kind of weird, right? But I just want you to know that you've got Weasel. What the fuck? Oh my god. Shakespeare, thank you for the 200 bits. Blowing it up. They're clipping their shows after the live stream. So what they do then is they don't have a VOD. Is that right? Or is the VOD is like members only or something? There was somebody in particular that was complaining, because I think Lance did that too. And then somebody in my Discord was complaining about that because they love the Surfs, they love Lance, and they're like they don't have the money to be a member. I don't want to do anything in a way that like shuts anybody off from content, because I do, like I said, I'm not kidding when I say I appreciate the Thumb Gang. The Thumb Gang is awesome, and as somebody who doesn't have a lot of money myself, I understand not having the money to be able to contribute. Believe me, if I had if I had it, there's so many good like leftist content creators that I'd be out there supporting myself. Haven't been here in a bit, so I wanted to gift one a little while back. So wanted to pay. Oh, you were gifted one a little while back. See, that's the other really cool thing about that's the other really cool thing. Oh wait, is that going to trigger the? I'm sorry, like so much support so fast that I'm having trouble keeping up with it. I just want to thank everybody. Yeah, thank you for, yeah, I appreciate all the support. Honestly, it's like especially right now. This is a time when I'm really worried about things. I don't know. Like, look, maybe we'll get to the fall and I will look back on this and be like, "Oh my gosh, like I shouldn't have been so worried. Like, you know, chat had me. Like I should have had more faith in that, right?" And like, yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing to, oh my god, Morbius Dragon with the gift membership to your mom just got weasels. All of our moms just got weasels. The right wing says it's left wing agitator tots. Wait, are you talking about the violence? Yeah, we talked about this last night, right? There was violence not last night but the night before at UCLA, right? There was a gang of fucking thugs that showed up to start fights, to spray, you know, bear mace, to shoot fireworks at people, really actually dangerous stuff. And it wasn't stuff that the protesters were doing to other people. You know, it wasn't danger to other people on campus. It was danger to the protesters. It was violence done to the protesters. But yeah, I'm really hoping that we can get through this bottleneck, because I have like the stream has been growing. Like, honestly, I've been bowled over. Like, we're about to hit 3,000. We hit 2,000 in like January. So it's snowballing. The stream is starting to snowball. More people are finding out about it. You know, we're you know, like things are going really good. So like I'm just like, as I look at my bills, I'm like, if I can just survive, like maybe we can really do this, because this is my dream. This is my dream, to be able to do this for a job, to be able to dedicate myself, you know, full time to covering this stuff in a way that I don't think really happens. I don't think anybody actually, you know, has exactly you know, my my focus, I guess. Yeah, see, people are really appreciative, and yeah, like I said, it has a downstream effect, because Seawitch was just saying you got gifted a membership. Oh my god, Versatile Layer Books resubscribing with the Prime on Twitch. Wow. Yeah, like I never want the you know, this I never want the calls to action. Oh my, you started a hype train. Oh my god, Shakespeare and Versatile Layer Books just started a hype train. We haven't had a hype train in forever. It looks like Twitch is maybe trying to mount a comeback. But yeah, I never want the calls to action to make this feel like a what is it, like a PBS fundraiser? You know what I'm talking about? When you turn on PBS and you're like, oh cool, Doctor Who. I fucking love old school Doctor Who. And you're watching it and they're like, hey everybody, that's just some of the programming that you can get here on PBS. And if you support our network during our fundraiser, you'll also get this tote bag. Isn't that a cool tote bag? That is a fucking kick-ass tote bag, right? I never want it to turn into that, because I know how annoying that is. So I will shut up about that. I just wanted everybody that's supporting me, especially you know, at this moment, to know that I really, really appreciate you. It's only through you that I'm able to come to you week after week. Without your support, it would not be possible. And yeah, I mean, we're all I'm going through some scary stuff. Yo, the hype train's up to 75%. Bernie Barbie. Wait, actually, I should look and see. Though that's a Prime subscription. So we got the Prime gang coming in. We got the Bits gang coming in. Shakespeare just crushing it up to 100%. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate all of it. And yeah, if anybody wants to, like, the most direct way to donate to me, in case you're wondering, is down in the description under Cash App or PayPal. But whatever way that you're most comfortable, you know, supporting the stream, that means a lot to me. And like I said, even if it's just a thumbs up, the thumbs up means a lot. All right, we'll get back to the content. All right, we'll get back to Doctor Who. I know You don't want to hear me talk about the wonderful tote bag. And I don't even have any tote bags. We should get some tote bags or some like I dream of being able to sell a special blend. You know how MR's got their majority report blend for justcoffee.coop? I would love it if justcoffee.coop, like if someday we could be big enough that justcoffee.coop would do like an NCC blend. And it's mainly just because I want people to have like, you know, if you want to support the stream, but you kind of like got to get something back from it, you're like, I want to support the stream, but I can't just like throw money and like have Irene, you know, catch it like grapes in her mouth, right? You know, I need some coffee or you know, like something that would be beneficial. I did get offered another Star Trek sponsorship, but I don't really like the company that it's through. And as much as I need the money, I kind of don't want to go through them. I think the company that is offering me the sponsorship has its own divestment issues to look into. So yeah, we'll look for another sponsor. And also, like, I don't want to do like somebody expressed like the concern of being like, you know, some of those games being addictive, the gacha games, which I guess Star Trek is one of. It's not addictive to me. I get enough, you know, Star Trek after a week. I don't really want to play anymore. But to some people, you know, I don't want to send anybody down the dark road of addiction to gacha games, because I know that is real for a lot of people. Anyway, I will shut up now. We will get back to the content. We're gonna finish Mehdi and Naomi Klein, and then we're gonna look at see what happened last night at UCLA, and I'll try not to cry. I started off the stream crying. That's why I had to turn to Naomi Klein. Hype trade level 2 achieved. Agleth with the 3 community subs. Whoa, okay. So yeah, looks like Twitch is mounting a comeback. Which is a good thing, because I think it's a good thing to be streaming on like as many platforms. I think that's the meta now, to like kind of like keep your stream active on as many platforms as you can. I'm still not sure about the whole streaming shorts at the same time as I'm streaming like regular. I want to call them longs, but they're not. They're like wides. There's shorts and there's wides. I know they should call them longs and wides. Anyway, they call them shorts. There's no anyway. I'm still like, you know, trying to decide whether it's better to do like either a short stream or a wide stream on YouTube, or you know, to kind of get everybody in there. But honestly, as long as everybody's hitting that like button on both streams, I think we'll be okay, because it'll bring more people into it. Anyway, I have edged you for long enough. Thank you, Agla. Thank you, Princess Mononoke. Thank you, Saucy Sea Witch. Thank you, Morbius Dragon. Thank you, Shaxpia. Thank you, everybody who has who just poured in with massive amounts of support. I'm so glad to have it, especially when I'm watching something like this, right? We're going to talk about Destiny, right? That's what we're getting to. So we're going to do this. We're going to do the campus, you know, the update on what's going on campuses around the nation. And then we're going to take a look at what happens when Destiny comes to your campus and wants to have a little talk, wants to say, you know, change my mind. He's doing like a Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro thing now. It's kind of pathetic, but it's kind of cringy and it's kind of funny. So we'll take a look at, we'll laugh at Destiny a little bit, and that's all coming up. But yeah, thank you to honestly from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everybody who supports me. Did you read my message? Wait, there's a message. Oh my God, chat. Like that's the one thing about multi-streaming, is that it makes it so that every single platform, every single chat is like this little tiny chat that like it's like hard to read. And if you miss something, then it's like hard to get back to. The link to that guy, is that what you're talking about, Shaxpia? Or was it a message in, is there a message in the, oh, BCAT K, thank you. 24-hour NCC SSPX, J Dyer, Bronze Age Pervert, Deep Dive Super Stream. Shaxpia is talking about some people that might be niche to you, but they're actually pretty big players in the right wing overall. We got the Weasel Gang. Birdie Barbie says, yes, I can weasel over here with actual weasels. Well, yeah, I mean, they're both actual weasels. It's just like these weasels are, oh my God.
But now there are freaking communists.
Communist invading radicals. Look at this. Wow. These are weasels that actually move. But yeah, we are on track to, I'm trying to make sure I'm reading everybody's messages here, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Sometimes it's fine, lol. It was the one of the 24-hour NCC streams post. Did I read the one? But anyway, regardless, thank you so much for all the support. Let's get back to Mehdi and Naomi, and then we'll take a look at what happened last night at UCLA. We'll try to get a handle around what's going on, what the current situation is on campuses across the nation and across the world. Because remember, this is a movement that's spreading fast, right? It's spreading faster than the weasels of the world, which is great. But the weasels of the weasels, I mean, you can see the weasels are spreading too, right? We are like actually at a level 3 hype train. I don't think we've had one of those for a long time. That's just your chance on Twitch to earn extra emotes. If that's the kind of thing you want, if you want more emotes, more than just weasels, if you want to expand and spread the weasels on Twitch, it's like a limited time. I think we got like 30 seconds left, but yeah, I'm just bowled over by the outpouring of support. It means a lot to me. So
one of those values that I was referring to is the value placed on education, the value placed on text. We're the people of the book, not the only ones, but the value of questioning is at the core of the parts of Judaism that I have always felt most connected to.
Oh God, yeah. So we were talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? As far as all these people, so like I said, oh my God, completed level 100%. Level 3, wait, no, level 3, 10% is what it is. So that's level 2 hype train emotes for everybody in the Twitch chat. 600 bits, 6 gift subs, pretty damn impressive. And I think we're back over 50 again. So that's a good thing. There's the emotes right there. Wow. Whoa, you got like 6 emotes. How does that work? 3 emotes per level? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Everybody else just waits until like they wait until a break and then they do all the like shout outs. But yeah, shout out to everybody who just supported me. It means a lot. Agleth, Shakespeare, Morbius, and Saucy Sea Witch, and BCat K, and everybody, and all the Thumb Gang too, right?
And it's why I
see. It's like the Oscars though too, because like if I forget somebody, they're gonna be like, why didn't she mention me? Shouts out to you too.
I love Passover.
On that note, let me jump in and ask you this. We're talking about students in college. When Naomi Klein was a student at the University of Toronto, did you do stuff like the students did today? Did you speak out against Israel, and what happened? Did you have support?
Well, it's interesting. I did. You mentioned the first Intifada. That was the moment that kind of changed it for me. I actually went to Israel in 1988 with my mother, who she was disabled. She'd had a stroke, and she needed somebody to accompany her because she was showing a documentary film and a Jewish film festival. Sorry, in a women's film festival. And because I was at this festival, I was 18 at the time.
How did we get to talking about Rittenhouse? Because a gang, well, I shouldn't describe them as a gang. A group of violent people showed up at the UCLA protest and started shit. And it wasn't the students; it was people protesting against the protest. It was counter protesters, right? So the people have been like bringing up this idea of like, oh, I heard there was a sword at one of the protests. Oh, I heard that somebody had this at one of the protests. Oh, that could be really dangerous. Oh, I don't feel safe on campus, right? Talking about the protesters. And there hasn't been violence from the protesters. But what there has been is violence against the protesters. So what I'm asking is like, where were all those people that are worried about the protesters? They talked about somebody having like a sword. And I don't even know, like for all I know, it could have been like a decorative sword or something like that at one of the protests, right? Kyle Rittenhouse had an assault weapon, was carrying an assault weapon around, an area where a protest was going on, right? and it ended up, taking people's lives, right? In that situation. And they're not worried about that. That's a fucking automatic weapon. Well, where were you when that was happening? You're probably with Destiny saying that you wish that the Chuds would mow down whatever.
We met all of these Jewish and Palestinian feminists who were telling us horrific stories about violence against children and women, and just sort of the cost of a hyper-militarized society. And it kind of blew my mind. And I learned about the occupation, and I learned about this other side of Zionism that I really hadn't learned growing up. And so as an undergraduate, I wrote an article for my campus newspaper called Victim to Victimized.
You gotta love her. She's so sweet, right? She writes this article for her campus newspaper. I wrote some articles for my campus newspaper. I'm guessing that I was not the writer that Naomi Klein. Like I was pretty unfocused as a student journalist, but she's writing about the conflict, the Israel-Palestine conflict, and just trying to give like a thoughtful take. And like she gets her head bit off from a million different directions for doing this.
It was about this, and it so enraged the campus Jewish organization Hillel, which was the only voice of Jews on campus, that they had an emergency meeting about me, which I went to undercover because people didn't know what I looked like. And I heard people, there was one student who I was sitting right next to said, if I ever meet Naomi Klein, I will kill her.
I so relate to this. Like, look, Chad, I've been in hate streams before, like anti-NCC hate streams where people are saying some awful stuff. I don't think anybody ever made a death threat or anything, at least not during a stream. But like you're just kind of sitting there listening to your name being dragged through the mud for doing the right thing, which is what she did for standing up for a just cause. And it really, like, calling people out is like it's sometimes hard to gauge the level of pushback that you're going to get for that, and the vitriol that you're going to get, and the lack of understanding, and how many people are willing to take something that you've done that was actually brave and selfless, and try to turn it around on you and make it like it was a clout grab or whatever. It's relatable.
And they talked about how they were going to organize donors to lobby the university president. I got a copy of some of those letters. But it was such a different environment because I didn't have a community of progressive Jews who supported me. Palestinian students also didn't have their own organizations back in, at this point, this was 1990 that I wrote the article. The first Israeli apartheid weeks were a decade out. So yeah, really, it's not that these are new ideas, but what's new is the fact, and this is how I ended that speech, Mehdi. I said, that we're not saying let our people go. We're saying we've already gone, and your kids are with us now. And frankly, that is what is freaking out.
Yes, it is. The Bill Ackman.
The Bill Ackmans. Yes. They're what they and there's, to me, there's tragedy in this, that they are willing to lose their own children, to allow those relationships to be severed, rather than confront where this ideology has led them. So yeah, there has been a huge
an
change.
optimistic note that you strike in your speech and right now as we speak, because what you're saying is, we always think about kind of negativity, doom and gloom, the Palestinians still aren't free, and that's true. But in 1990, a young Naomi Klein undergraduate is on her own. And in 2024, dozens of universities right now across the United States, across the West, are seeing Jewish students gathering with Palestinian American students, gathering with white atheists, people across the board of all across the kind of ethnic, generational, gender, political spectrum, to call out apartheid in Israel, to call out occupation. So we made huge progress generationally, especially on college campuses, which is what's freaking people out. And then activism seems to be paying not lots of results, but certain results in certain places. And before we run out of time, I got to ask about PEN America.
Yeah.
because you've been involved there in shutting down, basically. It's now shut down their World Voices Festival, which was going to take place on the 8th of May. This is this big, for those of you who don't know at home, PEN America, huge organization for free speech, for literature, for academics, for authors. And they have canceled the World Voices Festival, partly because of pressure from you. Explain to our viewers what that was about.
Well, first, I just would say I take no joy, happiness, satisfaction in the fact that a festival that would have brought together a lot of writers isn't happening. It is a casualty of this organization's failure to meet the gravity of the moment.
So PEN America, reading from their wiki page, like Mr. Wikipedia, founded in 1922 and headquartered in New York City, is a nonprofit organization whose goal is to raise awareness for the protection of free expression. Oh God, this is so ironic. This is so ironic that they shut down the convention this year. Free expression in the United States and worldwide through advancement in literature and human rights. PEN America so it's PEN America, not Pan America. Don't get it confused with anything else. Is the largest of more than 100 PEN centers worldwide. Together compose PEN International. PEN America's office in New York, NYC, in LA, in DC, and since late 2023 in Florida. Oh no. Oh no. PEN America's advocacy includes work on educational censorship, press freedom, safety of writers, campus free speech, online harassment, artistic freedom, and support the region of the world with challenges to freedom of expression. Artistic freedom and support. Artistic freedom and support 2 regions of the world with challenges to freedom of expression, which in the past might not, the U.S. might not have been included under that rubric, but now it's pretty hard to deny. PEN America, people are talking about Project 2025, but there's another term that's trending, Project 2024, and that is not that's a bipartisan project, unfortunately. Shutting down free speech when it comes to Israel and Palestine is happening right now. PEN America also campaigns for individual writers and journalists who have been imprisoned or come under threat for their work. Annually presents the PEN Barbie Freedom to Write Award. Poets, essayists, novelists. That's why it's called PEN. I'm trying to find the information about the annual meeting. Annual PEN American Literacy Awards, sometimes referred to as the Oscars of books. Works to amplify. It sounds like a good organization, but she's about to describe what they actually did in reaction to what's going on in Gaza,
and what we have been talking about, Mehdi, and what you've been doing already with that, video about the targeting of journalists. Yeah. We are in a free speech crisis, the likes of which I have never experienced in my lifetime. The numbers are catastrophic in terms of the number of journalists killed, the number of academics killed, the number of poets killed. PEN is an organization that exists in order to protect writers at risks. That it is an advocacy organization, and it has been striking that and glaring that as the numbers of dead has increased. PEN has put out a few press releases. Here we're talking about PEN America, not PEN International, but has completely failed to issue a report, have a major event, launch a major lobbying campaign, which is what an advocacy organization does, to name the systematic nature of the targeting of cultural workers in particular.
Especially compared to Ukraine.
Compared to journalists in Latin America, where PEN America was part of a big campaign where people were encouraged to build altars and lobby their governments. So it's not enough just to put out a statement that, by the way, a lot of their statements blamed Hamas for the attacks on civilian infrastructure, really echoing Israeli government talking points. And
so they spoke out about the attacks on infrastructure in Gaza, but they're blaming Hamas. It's their way of staying safe. It's their way of like, riding the fence. It's their way of pretending to. It's a fucking, I don't know, like, that's just a virtue signal, right? Oh yeah, we really care about this. It's a shame that Hamas made Israel do that. What the fuck?
So I was invited to be an honorary co-chair of the Penn World Voices Festival, and we put together a great panel. But as the months wore on and Penn's silence became more glaring, and they were called out for it, including by Palestinian writer Randa Jarrar, who disrupted an event in LA by reading the names of Palestinian writers who had been killed and was physically dragged out of this event by security. Frankly, the Palestinians who were planning to participate in the festival just couldn't do it. Not when Penn was failing to live up to its mandate. So, like I said, I don't take any satisfaction in the fact that this is an organization in crisis. It's not, by the way, it's not just the Penn World Voices Festival that isn't happening. Their awards ceremony was also canceled because.
Okay, so she was talking about the Penn World Voices. I was thinking she was talking about the awards ceremony. The quote unquote Oscar of books, but yeah, that also got disrupted.
So many, I think, more than 20, I think it was something like 28 of the writers who had been longlisted for awards in every category had said, we don't want anything to do with you. Now, this is not cancel culture. This is not wanting to have the debate. This is just wanting Penn to live up to its mandate.
This is principled pressure on an inflection point, right? You want us there for your your event, like, live up to your fucking mission statement, Penn.
And we've never needed an organization with a mandate that Penn has more. And unfortunately, they are more focused on their own crisis management than just meeting this moment. Suzanne Nossel, who is the CEO of Penn, she used to work in the State Department. A lot of people feel like she's still acting like she does. I think she should resign rather than let her whole organization collapse under her. She's kind of like the Benjamin Netanyahu of the literary world. A lot of people want her to quit, and she's just hanging on and letting the whole thing collapse around her, including her own staff. A lot of people on staff and board.
I mean, look, all we can do is lobby, pressure, use our voices and our platforms. Penn, at least, is having some movement, some response. Over the weekend, there was the White House Correspondents' Dinner where Palestinian journalists called on people to boycott, to at least put some pressure.
Yeah, Shakespeare, was that on a tweet? I think I remember Destiny having a particularly ghoulish tweet talking about Rafat.
Is recognized.
I want to ask you about that, Mehdi, because you didn't go to that dinner. I mean, this is
I was supposed to go and I pulled out.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a similar situation, right? I mean, here we have these institutions that are supposed to stand for freedom of expression, and we're in this crisis, and they're not living up to their mandate. So why did you just make that decision?
I made it under no illusions. When I announced on Twitter, you had some pro-Israel folks mocking me, saying, "Oh, big deal if you don't go." No, it wasn't meant to be a big deal. It was.
Michael S. says it's almost as if neoliberals finally pick a side, and when they do have to, and show their true colors. Look, that's true, right? There's some people that legitimately, when it comes down to, have very ghoulish views on this stuff, right? There are also, I am convinced, people who are afraid. People who are looking at the consequences of those who, for those who take principled stands and saying that I can't let that happen to me. I can't be blacklisted. I can't be doxxed, right? There's a terror going on, right? That is having a chilling effect on a lot of people. And it's a difficult thing, but the only way that we escape those consequences for taking a principled stand is if we all stand up together. The more people that get scared, the more people that get cowed, the more people that keep their heads down because they're afraid their heads are going to get taken off. It was a very real fear. Like, ironically, the easier it is for them to implement this stuff, the easier it is for them to pick us off. And then who will be there to speak? This is... It's a very negative and very old human dynamic that's going on right now. And it's going to take a lot of courage to roll that back.
Meant to be simply a principle stance to say, look, I can't call out what Israel is doing to Palestinian journalists with American-made bombs and then go to a fun comedy type dinner with the President of the United States, who's not just responsible for that, but is also acknowledging it. I don't know if you saw Biden.
Yeah, did he talk about this at the press dinner?
Remarks. He talked about the free press, but he didn't say a word about the Palestinian journalists, as we expected. Colin Jost of SNL didn't say
He just roasted Trump.
Word about the Palestinian journalists. To be fair, the president of the White House Correspondents Association.
Like, I don't think that works, right? Remember when Obama roasted Trump? I mean, and I understand why he was mad at that asshole. Trump at the time was doing birtherism. Does anybody remember? Does everybody remember? Do we remember birtherism? Right, the original batshit theory. No, it's not the original, but like, it's just like literally people being like, you know, I don't know if Obama's birth certificate is real. I don't know if he was really born in Hawaii. He seems kind of foreign to me. What if he was born in Kenya and he's not eligible? It was fucking copium for the Republicans, and Donald Trump fucking embraced that. This is where Trump got on that grift train. This is where Trump started to be like a figure on the right. And then Obama, you know, in that dinner, I guess Trump was there, just like fucking roasted him. And, you know, it probably felt pretty good, but I don't know if that was like the best idea. I'm not going to wholeheartedly blame Obama for the, you know, political success of Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay. Blaming it on one thing, you know, there's a lot of factors that played a part in the rise of Donald Trump, not the least of which being a phenomenally and historically bad and uncharismatic Democratic candidate in the form of Hillary Clinton, who arose to get the nomination at the worst time possible, at a time when all of America was sick of the establishment. The Democrats nominate their most establishment figure, and she runs a terrible campaign. Right? I don't blame Obama for the rise of Trump. I mostly blame Hillary, but
mention in passing.
I still don't think it was a good idea.
Record number of journalists killed in Gaza, but nothing from Biden.
Like, it's like if somebody was chirping about me, some fucking Homegalol was chirping about me, and I did a stream like, we gotta talk about this person. They said really bad things about me, but you know what? Actually, they fucking suck. Like, I had an opportunity to do a stream like that of somebody that I would have thought better of, and I didn't take it because it wasn't a good idea. They were looking for some relevancy, which was something that they hadn't tasted in a long time, and I wasn't about to give them that.
And that was a problem for me. And you know, if Palestinian journalists saying this is the least you can do for us, it's the least I could do. I'm under no illusions that the White House Correspondents' Dinner is not going to change their stance because little old me doesn't show up. But you know, we each do what we can. I do want to end by bringing up something I found fascinating, and it takes us full circle to how we began this conversation about Zionism and Israel. Campbell Brown is a former CNN anchor, former Meta executive, very senior at Facebook. She tweeted the other day in the wake of all the ruckus over Columbia University. She tweeted, "I'm on my way to Israel, where my two sons will be safer and feel more welcomed than they would be today on the Upper West Side." I'm not quite sure how to react to a tweet that ludicrous, that she thinks she'll be safer in Israel than in New York because of a bunch of Jewish kids on campus in Columbia. What's your reaction to Campbell Brown's tweet?
I saw a response to that tweet that I think sums up the difficulty of defending Zionism at this point in history. Zionism really has a messaging problem. This was the response. Israel is constantly under the threat of annihilation and genocide, but also it's safer than Manhattan. Now, those two things don't really match up. Now, and that reminds me, Mehdi, I hear that you are coming to Canada, my home country, to participate in the annual Monk debates. And the subject matter, I think, is very much a sign of the times. I never thought I'd see the day, but apparently you're coming to Canada to debate
President Sunday. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Zionism versus anti-Semitism. Zionism is up for debate. Tell me what the plan is, but don't give away your best arguments because that's a bad idea.
I'm sorry, they said Canada.
Well, Naomi, I may have already given it away because I've actually debated this subject before in the UK with Melanie Phillips, who you may know, very hardcore right-wing pro-Israel columnist.
Happily, I've never met her.
And we debated it, and we actually won in London. I'm hoping to win again in Toronto because it's a
The
really
monk debates. Can anybody explain to me what this is?
important subject. And I've dropped my usual opposition to debating Douglas Murray, the British right-wing pro-Israel apologist. Because
Douglas Murray.
is so important that this is, as we mentioned a moment ago, people keep conflating the two: criticism of Zionism with criticism of Judaism, criticism of Israel with criticism of the Jews. And I'll be joined by the wonderful Gideon Levy of Haaretz on my side to make this case for why we should be able to debate and discuss and critique a political ideology that's less than 150 years old, and not conflate it with one of the world's great faiths, Judaism. So I'm hoping we're going to win that debate. And one of the things I'm going to bring up maybe is this Campbell Brown tweet, this idea, as you say, that these things can't coexist. Zionism seems to have failed on its own terms, even as a kind of ideology which was supposed to provide a safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, it's not consistent. I don't think it's ever been consistent. I don't think it's ever been. Look, we talked a little bit during this about the origins of the, of who Balfour was, right? There's a lot that's inconsistent about it. Like an ideology that dresses itself up as the most moral ideology, as an ideology central to, the Jewish identity and the Jewish faith, when in actuality it's kind of the opposite. It's a little, I mean, you could call it like, you could make a religious, and many do, you could make a religious criticism of modern day Zionism from a Jewish point of view easily. It's
It hasn't worked
probably more easy to criticize it from that point of view than it is to defend it from that point of
on
view.
its own terms.
Yeah, so we may as well try to make where we live safe and inclusive, and fight for what the Jewish labor movement back in the day used to call here-ness. And that's the Judaism that I believe in, and I think more and more of us are turning to it. I pity whoever is debating you and Gideon Levy.
But now there are
And
Wait, we got 2 for Thursday. Can we get 3 for Thursday? Can we get one more sub? Anybody out there not subbed yet? Make it 3 for Thursday. I love the alliteration. I need the alliteration. Can we get one more sub? We got 2 subs in a row. I want to make it 3. Like, I want to believe in 2 for Tuesday and 3 for Thursday and 1 for Wednesday and 15 for Friday. No, just kidding. That's a little ambitious.
I think they should just call in sick because it's going to be great.
Let's see what happens. Before I
Anybody want to make it 3 for Thursday?
that debate, we're going to have another episode of
Just hit that subscribe button if you haven't
We
already.
can talk more about all this. So if you enjoyed watching this episode,
Okay, so good shit. This is Mehdi Hassan's new network, Zateo. I am gonna go ahead and link this. I'm gonna go ahead and link this in the chat. If you wanna follow, this is Mehdi Hassan's new network. This is its presence on YouTube. Somebody was explaining to me the monk debates. Okay, so yeah, Shakespeare says the monk debates are a semi-annual series of debates, major policy issues held in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Toronto, which is in Ontario. For those of you who are bad about Canadian geography, like I am, started by Peter Monk and Barrett Gold. You were here the other night. You went to school with President Sunday. Oh my gosh, is he even more right-wing now? No, I think he's gotten less right-wing. Look, I mean, I've definitely had my disagreements with him in the past, right? But I've also had my agreements, and he's not a right-winger by any means. But yeah, that was, I guess, his background. Don't give any personal information. If you know him, like, I'm not looking for any divulgence of his personal info or anything that he wouldn't want to have talked about. But there we go, 3 for Thursday. You made it happen. I'll call that 3 for Thursday. We'll call that 3 for Thursday. So anyway, yeah, that is Mehdi Hassan. And oh wait, there's one more place I need to post that. I forget that there's 3 chats, not just 2 now. Here you go, shorts. If you want to follow, we're gonna get a shout out to a small little content creator named Mehdi Hassan. No, just kidding. Mehdi, you need to give me a shout out. That's really how this works. Anyway, Natalie reminded me that there's some stuff that we did not cover yesterday that I probably should have. We're gonna get to the Destiny thing, right? we're gonna take a look at what's going on at UCLA first, and then we'll get to Destiny on campus. Destiny arrives on campus, the titular story for today. So I kind of love saying titular, and I don't know, I hope other people appreciate it too. Let's take a look. Biden's speech from the morning. Oh no, is he abusing MLK again? Liberals love to do this shit. Like the same people that MLK criticized love to use him as like a
It's the right to free speech.
like MLK wouldn't agree with me. No, MLK would call you a white moderate.
Put to the test two fundamental American principles. Excuse me. The first is the right to free speech.
Oh wait, it's not showing up.
People to peacefully
Sorry.
assemble and make their voices heard.
Let's fix that.
Second is the rule of law.
The rule of law. Here, let me bring you
We're
Biden.
not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are.
I almost feel like, and I don't know if this is true, chat, and especially on shorts, it might be hard for you to see, but he's got an interpreter. He's got an ASL interpreter next to him. And I almost feel like there's a little bit of an editorial on what he's saying, which is horrible and wrong, right? The United States has a bad relationship with dissent, right? You do have the freedom of speech. If you want to say you fucking love strawberry ice cream and chocolate sucks ass, right? You can say that. If you want to say that, like, vanilla with chocolate chips is the best ice cream, right? You can say that too. That's your freedom of speech, right? But when you start to say that the United States, diplomatic and military arm is doing acts in your name that you find abhorrent, that's when you run into shit. When you start to say things like the current capitalist mode of production is less than ideal, that's when you start to run into COINTELPRO. That's when the actual state, the actual real deep state, not the fucking fake deep state that Donald Trump bitches about, but the actual fucking deep state comes out and fucking grabs you from the curtains and shakes you around and ruins your fucking life. Yeah, no, this is bullshit what Biden's saying. I don't know if the interpreters try to editorialize, but I did see, was there a little bit of stink face there? Because I would have, if I had to interpret that, I'd be given a stink face. I don't know.
And for people to peacefully
It's going to be really hard for you to tell in shorts, though. It's tiny.
assemble and make their voices heard. The second is the rule of law. Both must be upheld. We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail.
No, we are a lawless country. Like, we don't do anything about fucking, like, counter-protester agitators. If you fucking get violent on the side that the overall, like, American, State Department and Defense Department apparatus approves of, you will not face consequences. There's a reason that we say cops and Klan hand in hand.
We've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest.
It is. It is. Those people got away with it. Those people that brought violence to UCLA fucking got away with it from what I can see. Right? It's peaceful protest that's being squashed. Biden is so full of shit.
Protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law.
Oh, let's worry about fucking property and never mind the destruction of property that comes with these campus incursions by cops in suppressing free speech.
Vandalism, trespassing.
Let's not worry about anybody who got injured. There's not worried about anybody who got injured by quote unquote less than lethal methods, right? Which often do put people's lives in danger.
breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education. Look, it's basically a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what's right. There's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos.
Yeah, I didn't even think about this, but the reinstitution of Nick Fuentes on Twitter, which I'm told is going to happen now, right? This guy recently evaded. Like, Elon Musk, you got no spine. You got no fucking spine.
People have the right to get an education.
Like, he's literally acting like Mr. Tough Guy, and meanwhile he's letting the little sweaty little basement-dwelling groypers push him around.
The right to get a degree. The right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being attacked. But let's be clear about this as well. There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans. It's simply wrong. There's no place for racism in America. It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions. In America, we respect the right and protect the right for them.
He's acting like your strong convictions and deeply held feelings are causing you to like lose control and in some anti-Semitic outburst. But that's not what's happening. There is real anti-Semitism, and all too often it is using support for Israel as a fig leaf over itself. Like Elon Musk being a great example of that.
But it doesn't mean
that if you're wondering, that is the difference between that is the conflict, not seeing eye to eye between Nick Fuentes and Elon Musk, not the anti-Semitism that they both hold, that they both believe in, but the expression of that anti-Semitism.
Anything goes. It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law.
And look, as much as I love to see this right-wing civil war go on, I don't like the fact that the winner, largely, of the right-wing civil war seems to be, at this moment, Nick Fuentes.
Make no mistake, as president, I will always defend free speech, and I will always be just as strong in standing up for the rule of law. That's my responsibility to you, the American people, and my obligation to the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the National Guard
Fucking gutless.
should intervene?
No.
Mr. President,
No, I shouldn't call him gutless. He believes in this, right? He believes in Israel as a premier chess place on the United States, the great game of United States diplomatic policy. He's a fucking true believer, and he has been, for half a century or more.
What the students are calling for.
Mr. President,
Okay, well, that was frustrating. Why is there more? Oh, it's like the bumper music. They should have a song. You should have a song here, right? You should get some Persona music for the beginning and ending of your stream, Mr. President. Okay, so Natalie also sent me one other thing that we're gonna go over really quick. Remember when Congress censured a sitting Palestinian representative for delivering an emancipatory slogan for her people currently being genocided?
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America and the liberal college administrators and politicians who refuse to restore law and order and to protect other students. These little Gazas are disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate, full of pro-Hamas sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks. The terrorist sympathizers...
I see a genocidal freak right here on screen doing air quotes like Richard Nixon. Are you not a crook as well?
Peacefully protesting Israel's conduct of the war.
You are a thug, sir. You are a thug.
They're violently and
you got violence coming out of your fucking mouth. You got violence coming out of your eyes. You got violence coming out of your whatever.
Legally demanding death for Israel, just like their ideological twins, the Ayatollahs in Iran. We're here to discuss the little Gazas.
What the fuck? Who is this asshole? Tom Cotton. Okay, I didn't recognize. That's what Tom Cotton looks like. I only know. Honestly, I'll be real. I only know Tom Cotton from Twitter. I thought he was an older dude. I thought he was like I don't know, an older, slightly more southern dude, but apparently not. God, it's like dangerous to click on this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Click on Nick. So this is Alejandra saying Elon is personally bringing back Nick Fuentes to Twitter. Elon is a Nazi. Elon is a Nazi, but he's also a coward, right? He's not. I don't think he's bringing back Nick. Like I said, there's a small but not insignificant disagreement in the implementation and in how. Oh my God, literally Goya Breen Groyper is who Elon is responding to, dude. He just chats with these fucking Nazis all day. Bring back Nick Fuentes on Twitter. Nick J. Fuentes. He's been banned since 2021. What happened to your promise, big guy? Very well. He will be reinstated, provided he does not violate the law. Let him be crushed by the comments. Oh, so he's trying to prevent, I don't like this guy. I don't support this guy, but God damn it, he deserves the right to free speech. Let him be crushed by the comments and community notes. He won't. You're literally turning your platform over to the groypers. That's what you're doing. And the more they infiltrate into your platform, the more they bot the fuck out of your platform, the less other people are going to want to fucking, be a part of it. Yeah, I don't know. Elon's, again, bad business decision. It is better to have a anti-whatever out in the open, to be rebutted than to grow simmering in the darkness. Anyway, literally giving in to the groypers. That's what we're doing. Oh God, see, the people talking about this, tunnel people. Oh geez, I wonder who you're talking about there. Who are the tunnel people? Who are we talking about there? Yeah, Joe Biden says there's fucking anti-Semitism is not allowed in this country. Holy shit, dude, you're not doing shit about real anti-Semitism. Anyway, that's pissing me off. Let's go to something that's going to piss me off even more. Oh my God. So if you were, some of you were with us last night, right? So some of you gotten a little bit of sleep in between my streams. I streamed really late last night because this protest at the UCLA, the cops had kind of given an indication that they were going to break it up. And I predicted that it would happen at the most inconvenient time, by which I mean the time that is the most difficult to stay up for, or the most difficult to wake up for. So it's like sometime around 3 o'clock that this happened. 3 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, here in at the campus on at UCLA. That's when the cops busted into the encampment, and we basically stayed up till right when they were starting to go in. So I mean I knew what was going to happen. I couldn't stay up any longer and still, be here for the stream. In fact, I was late for the stream because all I do is sleep and stream at this point. I don't know, Chad. It's and drink a little coffee in between if I can. But yeah, this is what we were watching last night. I will try to put that video out in some way. I realized that I made it a short, and my short streams I tend to unlist. And that's not right because, I want to make my stuff available for everybody, right? But essentially what we did is we went over the preceding day's events. We went over what happened with the police busting into Columbia, and we went over the confrontation between the vice president of UCLA and the protesters trying to negotiate with somebody who just really he couldn't negotiate, right? He couldn't offer what they want, which is divestment not just from UCLA but divestment from the UC system, right? Is where the actual rubber meets the road there. So he's kind of just there to placate them and to pretend to be listening, to be like, I hear you, I understand you, right? But it's just bullshit. And he even said, like at the beginning, he was like, kind of acting like sweep in the encampment, in the protest. No. And by the end of it, he said like, when that happened. So he's like talking out of both sides of his mouth. We watched that. And then we just, we went to UCLA. Now, the night before, like not last night, but the night before last night. So what is that? Tuesday night, I guess. Technically Wednesday, but you know what I mean? Wednesday morning, Tuesday night. You know what I'm talking about, right? That is when the violent thugs showed up masked, with like a dead president masks. You know what I'm talking about? Like the white face mask things. And actually did some violence, like, right? So violence has been talked about, has been attributed to the protesters, has not been done by the protesters, but on Tuesday night / Wednesday morning was done to the protesters, and that where the cops were nowhere. The campus security fucking ran like the cops at Uvalde. They fucking cowarded, and there was no one there to protect free speech from the violent thugs trying to tear it down. Now, luckily, chat, the protesters at UCLA vastly outnumbered the off-campus instigators that came in to try to tear down the encampment. And although some people seem to have gotten kind of sprayed with bear mace, beaten up, kicked. We saw somebody getting kicked on the ground, right? These fucking cowards. That's the most cowardly way to attack somebody, right? Pull them out of their group and then kick them on the fucking ground to try to break their ribs. That is, I got no respect, right? I don't even like MA because half of the time, like the ground and pound shit is just brutal. And like my ethos as far as fighting sport, I mean, this is fighting sports, right? Not actual fighting, is that when somebody's on the ground, you give them a chance to stand up. You don't, now this is different obviously for grappling, but yeah, they're just kicking people on the ground. I mean, you've seen these kind of tactics before from some other cowardly brown shirt groups, some yellow and black shirted groups. But yeah, so we what we missed was kind of like the result. And we are on Twitch today. We are streaming on Twitch. So if I see anything that looks like, somebody getting kicked on the ground, somebody getting punched, somebody being hurt, and I have every reason to believe that maybe did go on, we're going to have to just like scroll past it. We got to be really careful about what we watch. But yeah, ABC7 from Los Angeles did 2 live streams last night. We watched the first live stream. That ended, then this live stream started, and it was right around an hour, I think, into this live stream when we started to see the police encroaching. So I think that, yeah, it's right around here.
All right. This is a larger contingent, perhaps from the original squad there that are moving into the south side of Royce Hall. I think they see the opportunity for somewhat easier access than that other staircase, but it seems like they've almost divided it in half, maybe.
And after this, we'll get into Destiny. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Are they? All right. So that front line there, that front line of students appears to be putting their hands up, some of them at least, and just giving up. We'll see if they can advance through those bushes here or maybe tear down.
What's that, Saucy CUH? Apparently Russian soldiers have just entered the military base that American soldiers were leaving in Niger.
And that blockade, but it looks like not much resistance from that first group of students. the students are actually removing the blockade and moving the barricade from the stairs.
There's a lot of different. There's a lot of support in their chat. There's also a lot of fascism. I don't know. It's a very mixed crowd. Oh, there's some groypers in there too. Wait, there's some of the chat that's saying like they're talking about. They somebody in chat said Ray Epps. So if you don't know, Ray Epps is a guy that was at the January 6th. Oh yeah, we need to get to that too. I forgot about that. After Destiny, we'll do Morning Joe because Mika said some shit and you're not gonna believe it.
All right, that blockade is completely gone. The barricade is gone. A large group of CHP officers now with the freedom to move down this staircase and start ripping away, I would presume, at that plywood.
CHP is California Highway Patrol, so these are, you know, commonly like, you know, motorcycle. I mean, they're famous for riding motorcycles. I'm sure they ride cars too, but so this was just after I ended stream and went to bed. After the Fallout New Vegas playthrough, which starting to really get somewhere in New Vegas. If you haven't checked it out already, it's on nocommentchick on YouTube. I've got 3 channels on YouTube. There's nocommentchick, there's nocommentchick, and then there's more nocomment clips, right? And I've done different stuff with those channels in the past. I think what we're coming to though is that nocommentchick is going to be my channel for video games, for pop culture analysis, and for things like that.
There's a dozen or so CHP officers now closing in on the front of the encampment, and it looks like somebody's about to give the order to go ahead and move in here. I think we're seconds away from seeing some movement here on the east end, on the east side of this encampment, where there is a large makeshift plywood wall that has been under construction all day. We'll see just how.
Yeah, and they built that wall basically because of the attacks the previous night, not last night, but Tuesday night / Wednesday morning. That was when they got attacked by the right-wing provocateurs, and so they built like a barrier. They built a barrier all around the encampment to try to prevent things like getting maced, to like getting fireworks shot at them, like what was happening. Essentially the lack of support, the lack of anything, the cops were not there when this was happening. The cops took 20 minutes to actually get there and do anything about that. So the protesters are like on their own. This sets up a situation where the encampment is going to become necessarily more hardened.
Well constructed it was, but I think there's plenty of opportunity here for them to penetrate this wall and make entry into the encampment here.
Look at how excited these fucking news jackasses are.
Doesn't seem like much in their way. They're starting to make their way down the staircase. There's another group of officers already at the bottom.
Like this is like it gives like somebody watching war porn. Somebody watching, like missile POVs of missiles attacking civilian targets or something. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, nocommentchick is going to be like kind of the fun channel. When I do video games, when I talk about pop culture, when it's anything other than politics or commentary, it's going to be on nocommentchick. Nocommentchick is going to be the political commentary channel, and I'm thinking eventually, chat, that maybe no comment clips will become no comment shorts. Right? The way that the YouTube algorithm works is really weird. Right now, a lot of the growth that I'm experiencing, and the channel's grown massively since like January. It has just been on a roll since January. A lot of that is due to streaming on shorts. Like I'm bringing in a lot of new people. However, there are people who watch shorts a lot, so I don't know if they're really going to be here for my regular content, for my long form content. So I thought maybe after I get to a certain size of the channel that I'll move that stuff off to no comment clips, which is what it's currently called, and maybe no comment short. I don't know. No comment short sounds like it's like I better be in shorts for that picture. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. We'll call it something, right? But it'll be like a shorts. It'll be where the shorts live stream lives, and where the and where I post shorts from my content. So that'll be the idea. No Comment Chick will be live streams on the long form format, as well as clips if I ever get a chance to edit any of those. I've been grinding so hard, I haven't been able to do that lately. More Comment Chick for video games, commentary, cultural commentary, and stuff like that. And yeah, the no comment, the other. Anyway, you get the idea.
Here they come. They're coming down the staircase. Maybe they're looking for some more people who are willing to negotiate here. Look at that. A whole group of students that were blocking the staircase now walking away with their hands up, being led down the back of Royce Hall. Dozens of students now being escorted away from Royce Hall with their hands up.
And chat, so like, I'm not going to scroll back to this, but last night we saw a staging area for the cops. We saw where the police staging area was, where they were bringing in these cops to invade the campus. And they were also, they had buses, and I can't imagine what those buses are for other than to, send, like large numbers of people to jail.
Officers now making their way down the staircase.
So I don't know what the negotiation was. If these, I very much doubt these people are going to be like let go of. They're very likely headed to those buses, but I can't tell you for sure.
I think CHP sees an opportunity here to maybe negotiate with some of these people on the leading edge of the encampment, perhaps.
So there's the encampment. You see the wood that's, this is like, what do you call it? I forget what you call this kind of wood. It's like thin wood, hammered together to kind of form a barrier, right? Planks, or not planks. What do you call it? There's like a name for this kind of wood. I forget what it's called though. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, you can see where the encampment is. There's umbrellas out here too to keep things like mace or tear gas from getting into the encampment. They have they have dug in a little bit since the attacks last night. You see cops pulling on the wood right there. They found like a weak spot basically, and they're trying to pull it apart from there.
All right, some barricades coming down. They're going to penetrate this wall here pretty quickly, I think. CHP officers look.
So now they're saying barricades. Those kind of look like bike racks to me, right? So it's not like, I don't know, like you're gonna try to like describe this in a like sort of militarized fashion, including things like bike locks that were available on campus, right? The campus has a security center that is that sells the students both bike locks and chains. If you're not a bike rider, you might not know this, but you're probably familiar with the D locks, right? It's a D-shaped lock. It has like a kind of a round thing here, and then a straight thing here, and you kind of snap this on like that. Sometimes there's a combination involved. Sometimes it's a key that you open it with. That's a D lock, right? And people think of that's what a bike lock is. But if you actually want to prevent, bike theft, right? There's outright bike theft where somebody, steals your bike, and then there's bike theft that is somebody taking a wheel off of your bike. If you want to prevent, because a lot of times what people will try to do is they'll try to take the D lock, go around the body of the bike, right, which secures the bike frame, and then go through the wheel of the bike, which secures, the front wheel, and then the back wheel is left exposed. So, a remedy to that is to have a chain that goes, that's connected to the D lock on the front, have it go around, go through the wheel on the back, and now you've got a fairly secure bike. So that's what the Campus Safety Center was selling students, right? And there was no, wait a minute. Oh, I'm confused. We'll watch this clip on Morning Joe later. I'm not actually sure. I'm not remembering now if this was, I think these might have been New York City cops, talking about Columbia, but right. Essentially they were accusing the students of having this, dangerous equipment, that being a heavy chain, which was actually ended up being something that was sold on campus to prevent bike theft, right? So no, the students didn't have anything weird. The students weren't planning on pulling a Joe Biden and wrapping that chain around their hand to go beat up Corn Pop or anything, right? This is just stuff to keep your bike from getting stolen, and they're totally mischaracterizing it.
For any opening to get in there and penetrate that corner of the quad, where it is again, it's been heavily fortified throughout the day, and now they are starting to rip away at the barricade that is holding up some of that wood. They have stockpiled tons of wood over the course of the last 24 hours, and you can see.
Wait, check Reuters. Are you talking about for the current situation, Saucy Seawitch? Let me get through some chat here.
A bulk of the people in this encampment have gravitated to either side of the encampment, where there are now 2 sets of CHP officers attempting to penetrate the perimeter of this encampment.
Uh, 300 hours?
They've opened this side. This is the walkway that leads to the front of Royce Hall. I think that leads to the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's a foyer that kind of leads to the front of the building here. It looks like it may be penetrated. There are a whole group of supporters and protesters under that roof there, and you can see umbrellas trying to conceal, or maybe, I don't know what they're doing with those umbrellas, quite frankly, but it's bad luck, right?
Oh my God. No, it's bad luck if it's wait, what? If you bring it inside. That's a weird thing to say. He's trying to add humor. Good luck. See, the thing is, you can't do fucking humor when you're cheering on the fucking ghouls, all right? You can't do humor when you're like, yeah, the cops are gonna break into this encampment. It's gonna be, here they come. Oh yeah, the police force. You're just like too fucking excited about something horrible, and you can't be a comedian in that case. Like, right? Like I always say about gallows humor, right? Who can do gallows humor? The person on the gallows, not the crowd, not the executioner. Certainly not the executioner, right?
They're tearing apart at that barricade.
It's plywood, thank you. Yeah, I was like, what is that stuff? It's called like plank wood or something? No, it's called plywood. Thank you, Schmegley. The negotiation has to be done with the college administrators, not the cops. It's so dumb. It's plywood, thank you, Grey Knight. National Lawyers Guild has said that they will defend protesters who are arrested. Funny how he's talking about negotiations when one side has a monopoly on violence. Yeah, essentially it's negotiation to like what, not get the shit kicked out of you. Like I said, we're not talking about negotiating for their and yeah, whoever brought up the college administrator says crotchy, yeah, is the ones they need to be the ones that they can negotiate with. I've seen bikes with just the frame and no wheels tied to poles and chains. Yeah, one time I had a really shitty bike, right? And I had a chain, not even a chain, it was like technically it was a chain, right? Tying up like the back wheel. And I'm trying to remember, I think somebody cut the chain and they didn't steal the back wheel because it was such a shitty bike. And I think they were just mad at the fact that I had that I was chaining up something that was just like essentially worthless. And they wanted to show me that if they wanted to take the wheel, they could have taken the wheel, but they had no, like they could get, they'd get like $5 for it. They had no interest.
Some more pallets being pulled away here.
Yeah, he keeps on saying penetrate. Someone brought a lot of plywood. So that, again, that's a response to what happened to the protesters yesterday in terms of being attacked by thugs. There wasn't violence at this protest, right? There certainly wasn't violence from the protesters themselves. Instead, the violence was brought to the protest by the counter-protesters. And, some of that was stuff like spraying bear mace at people. Some of that was stuff like shooting fireworks into the crowd, right? So the plywood is to create a barrier that doesn't allow them to be like, sprayed directly with bear mace, and essentially they kind of like, hardened their defenses based on the violence that they experienced the night before, violence that was not abated at all by the cops. The cops didn't even get there. The cops had no interest in anything other than letting people get fucked up, and some people did get fucked up. Some people got their ribs kicked. They got kicked on the grounds by the cowardly thugs who showed up to actually bring violence to this protest that's been largely peaceful. So once again,
still, yeah.
okay, so we'll flash forward. So I mean, like, this is kind of like where they started breaking down the defenses, breaking down the barricades, taking the bike racks.
You guys say when?
Okay, so we're gonna advance at 15 minutes, see what's there.
Like pepper spray, so they're ready for this. They've been waiting for this, and now CHP, it appears, getting ready to finally move in and clear this encampment out. As Chris mentioned, they declared it an unlawful assembly actually last night. They've made several announcements since that time on loudspeakers warning people that it's an unlawful assembly, so they've given plenty of warning. And now they're taking the next step, which is to move in and clear out the encampment. You can see more police on the far end as well. So it looks like they've got this encircled pretty well. A large number of police. Chris, you have any idea how many members of the CHP you've seen out there? It looks like hundreds.
Yeah, we're talking about at least about 300 by my estimation. We've seen about 5 buses pull in and drop these officers off, maybe even more than 300, but at least 300 by my count here. And you can see that now a little bit more of a line of scrimmage here as you have officers on the right, protesters on the left, and now a bit of a standoff right there at the perimeter. How much of a fight, how stubborn they're going to be is what we're going to find out here, but they are giving them every last opportunity to try and bring this to an end as peacefully as possible with as least amount of force as possible. You see them pulling the protesters. They're going to start doing it one by one and just peeling them off, hoping that they put up very little fight. And I think for the most part, we could say that they have not encountered quite the resistance that you would expect, although they clearly are not being welcomed in by this crowd. And so they are in a position where they are using less lethal rounds. You can see objects being thrown.
Less lethal rounds. So what we're talking about here is things like rubber bullets, things like tear gas. These are things that can cause, death. That's why they have to call them less lethal rounds. I think they used to refer to this stuff as non-lethal ordnance, right? And it's just not true. It's just not true.
In their direction, there are water bottles, there are other objects. It looked at one point like there wasn't a fire extinguisher that was tossed over there, but you can see clearly now about a couple dozen a couple dozen officers on the right there, and several dozen near the top of the staircase that are trying to penetrate the entrance to Royce Hall near the top left-hand portion of your screen there. So there are 2 groups of officers in this shot right here, and you can see a combination of smoke and cloud that is now coming in the way here that we're trying to peer through to try and get a better glimpse. But they are face to face with these protesters who are holding up umbrellas to prevent, basically shield themselves from tear gas essentially. But they're just kind of grasping at those and tearing those umbrellas apart as well. Here's a fire extinguisher being used in the direction of those officers, John.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe they're shooting a fire extinguisher. These violent protesters.
We've seen the fire extinguishers over the last few days being used by the pro-Palestinian groups. I want to take a look at this ground shot we have now, and it looks like it's a different angle where CHP is on the ground moving in on that crowd. You can see members of the press there as well, and they have been talking to the crowd. It looks like they're trying to negotiate a way for them to disperse, but now it looks like they are moving in, pushing that crowd back. I don't think this is the same angle where Chris is at, because I don't see any of the fire extinguisher smoke at all. So this may be at the other side of campus where they're getting into position. But yeah, the police have encircled this entire encampment area. As Chris said, hundreds of members of the CHP now in place in riot gear, working to clear this encampment. So it's quite
away from this area as possible, but UCLA is so big that it's almost impossible to shut down all the avenues to get to Royce Hall. Not Royce Hall, it's Dixon Plaza next to the Quad, which is next to Royce Hall. But as you can tell, it's nearly impossible to stop people from coming in. And then there's that debate about how many of these individuals are students and how many are not. So certainly Rachel and John.
Again, they said this stuff at Columbia, and none of their claims of outside agitators really panned out. Right, the violence that was done, the attacks that were done to students, right? The people protesting are largely students who are seeing their tuition money go to fund war crimes, and they want to do something about it. And it's not an easy thing to negotiate. It's not you can see, even in Brown, right? And Brown was the only campus so far that I've seen that kind of even paid lip service to the protesters' demand. And what Brown said is that their board would meet in October to discuss possible divestment. So I don't expect anything to come out of that, but you got to try something.
This is going to be ongoing for some time, and I think we're going to start to see confrontations between those who are really resisting to leave and officers that have the duty to take them into custody and walk them out. It's going to be extremely complicated and difficult.
Yeah, certainly will be. It's going to be a long day, let's put it that way. Okay, Scott, thank you. We have seen arrests. We have not seen a lot of forcing people into arrest. People have been cooperating, the ones that we have seen, and we assume those are the people who just don't have the heart for this kind of thing. It's the diehard group that is still in place there that we're going to probably see some more conflict or serious confrontations, because those folks, it appears, are determined to stay put. We want to go back to Mark Kodorobles and check in with him. Mark, what's the latest?
And John, kind of speaking to what you just said, we are seeing some of that conflict, the face-to-face interaction here with law enforcement and the pro-Palestinian demonstrators.
I'm Alex Cherian, film archivist at San Francisco State University. Only 24 hours earlier,
we've been revolutionaries and all this sort of thing. In a way, that's true. We've gone back to a traditional view of the university. The traditional view of the university is a community of scholars.
Communist invading radicals.
Students get together who, with complete honesty, who bring the hard light. Who bring the hard light of free inquiry to bear upon important matters in the sciences, but also in the social sciences, the question of just, what ought to be, not just what is. Now, that traditional view of the university, that's the one that had been attacked by the revolutionaries, by those who, would make it into a kind of adjunct to industry, to the government and so forth. Really, the people, us, who fought this fight, are maybe the most conservative people on the campus. We're asking that there be no restrictions on the content of speech, save those provided by the courts. And that's an enormous amount of freedom. And people can say things within that area of freedom which are not responsible. And now that's, we've finally gotten into a position where we have to consider being responsible because, now we have the freedom within which to be responsible. And I'd like to say, at this time, I'm confident that the students and the faculty, University of California, will exercise their freedom with the same responsibility they've shown in winning their freedom.
I have here another birthday gift for Mario.
So here we are. 4 students are getting the axe, 6 organizations are getting the axe for standing up this semester and for fighting for these things. They're getting the axe not for what they did, but for what we have done. They spoke for us, they were part of us, they have been singled out, and they're going to be chopped off.
We were told the following: if President Kerr actually tried to get something more liberal out of the regents in his telephone conversations, why didn't he make some public statement to that effect? And the answer we received from a well-meaning liberal was the following. He said, would you ever imagine the manager of a firm making a statement publicly in opposition to his board of directors? That's the answer. Well, I ask you to consider, if this is a firm, and if the Board of Regents are the Board of Directors, and if President Kerr, in fact, is the manager, then I tell you something, the faculty are a bunch of employees, and we're the raw materials. But we're a bunch of raw materials that don't mean to have any process upon us, don't mean to be made into any product, don't mean to end up being bought by some clients of the university, be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone. We're human beings. There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart, that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Their support and help them reinforce the encampment. But as you can see where Mark was, that's not panning out. The encampment is slowly coming down, and the amount of protesters here have decreased throughout the morning. It's getting smaller and smaller.
Jaysha, I know you've been on campus for a long time now. You may not know this, but are you seeing anyone enter campus? This is, of course, UCLA, a public campus. I know there have been restrictions over the past few days, but are you seeing anyone come onto campus?
Right now, I don't see anyone walking onto campus. When I first got here, I saw people on bicycles, on scooters, still coming onto campus with their phones, wanting to record. But actually, where I'm standing, I can see some law enforcement units, potentially sheriff's deputies leaving right now. But I do know when we first got here, there were actually trucks full of deputies and CHP officers off of campus in case they needed to come in. And we've seen some of those trucks come in to reinforce what's happening here. I thought I heard something.
All right, Jaysha, we want to.
It seems like there's nothing really happening here. It seems like there's on standstill.
All right, Jaysha, we want to check in with Scott Reif. And Scott, Jaysha mentioned these people that she's seeing. These are people supporting the encampment people, and that really complicates efforts for law enforcement because they literally have crowds on both sides of them.
Yeah, they certainly do. At the top of your screen, that's the real standoff between CHP officers in their riot gear and the protesters that have been here for a week or so in the tents. But on the bottom of your screen, there are more protesters that have showed up to support them. And you can see that group right there. Now, earlier in the morning, understand that LAPD officers had a skirmish line down here, and they were actually pushed back going to the left side of your screen. They'd like to get up onto that grass area, but they've just encountered too many people that will not move. And so at this point in time, it's just methodical. You know, the police cannot move into all areas at once because then it's just chaos. And these things are so complicated and so difficult to proceed when you start to take individuals into custody. As you can see right now, it's a standoff. It's just a timing issue. Can we talk these people into giving themselves up? At such point in time comes where you can't do any more talking and you have to take them into custody if they don't go peacefully. Remember what happened at USC? They had that circle of 24, a couple dozen people right in the middle of Alumni Park, and every single one just got up and put their hands behind their back, and they took the zip ties and they processed them. They were charged for trespassing and basically just left go. But in a situation like this, it's completely different. These individuals do not look like they're going to be compliant, and then we're going to have altercations between them and the police, and this can get out of control very, very quickly.
So what you're starting to see is kind of like the limits of authoritarian power, which is not really something that you expect to see in this stage of an uprising. We are very, very early in the uprising that's going on. And, you know, like we know the outcome of this, right? This is not, you know, you can read it on Twitter. You can see it on the news, wherever, right? And apparently, maybe Morning Joe talks about it some more too. But like, you're starting to see like that there is a limit to the amount of violent authoritarian power that can be imposed on people, and that when something happens like that, the cops come to bust up an encampment, and instead of people running away, agree, you know, I mean, a few people, you know, negotiated with the cops. They got out of there. I don't know if they got, you know, they might have still, you know, gotten, spent the night in jail. Who knows, right? But they did get out of there, and they didn't get, like, you know, taken away in like a super violent manner. But instead of like the overall, you know, ebb and flow being away from the movement, away from the protest, you're seeing people show up in support of the encampment. People who were not part of the encampment, who didn't want to, you know, be directly involved in the protest. Maybe people who, you know, just felt like their academic commitments, you know, were too great to kind of get involved in that. Showing up when they hear that the police are here to move the encampment out. Showing up in support. See how much this complicates things. Just having a line of students standing on the other side of them makes these cops nervous. the truth of the matter is a lot of this authoritarian power is illusory. It only is intimidating when it's facing against a small contingent of people. When the masses make up their mind that they will take no more, like this fucked up institution that got its start as slave patrols, right? As anti-union thugs, will not be sufficient to suppress a people united.
Demeanor between the two sides over the past hour that we have seen. Law enforcement holding their line, the protesters holding their line. I have heard from within the encampment, Free Palestine, those chants. It's very noisy in there. About 10 minutes ago, there was an announcement from a police captain with the UC police from Royce Hall, from a loudspeaker, telling the crowd that this was an unlawful assembly, telling them to disperse, telling them that if they remain, they are risking their safety and potential injury. So you see right here, this is that line between the demonstrators and the law enforcement made up of California Highway Patrol. Over the past 10 to 15 minutes or so, I have not seen any additional apprehensions, anyone detained, in addition to those that we saw earlier. Dozens have been detained overnight. That is a difference from yesterday. Yesterday, we really did not see that type of activity, and that's where there were a lot of questions about the law enforcement response yesterday. I also want to make one thing clear about where we are standing on this side of the encampment. This is where just over 24 hours ago, there was that head-to-head confrontation between the pro-Israel side and the pro-Palestinians here at the encampment perimeter. So we're standing where the Israeli supporters were just 24 hours ago. That presence is no longer here on campus from what we can see. What law enforcement is dealing with is the remainder of the demonstrators from the...
Are the fireworks, sorry...
within the encampment area, but over the past 30 minutes, I want to say the
wrong button.
20 feet of the encampment has been dismantled.
Sorry, I'm trying to take some questions here from Shorts. Are the fireworks a tactic by agent provocateurs? It's hard to tell anything in a fluid situation like this. I don't want to call something a JDAM and have it end up not being a JDAM. But yeah, we're going to get into Destiny after this. Then we're going to take a look at Morning Joe and some of the cringe that they've posted. Like, get a jumpy cop to react? All that takes is an acorn, though.
Yesterday evening, so it's been quite a while. They've been on the loudspeaker telling people, hey, this is...
Actually, that would be really dangerous if an acorn were to fall. You know what I mean? Considering...
and it sounds like...
how liberal police often are with the deadly use of force.
Has been dismantled, but as we've been reporting all night, this will take some time for police officers to remove because this is a substantial encampment that's been building over the past week, essentially.
And we should point out, USC had a similar situation, but USC is a private college, and the rules are different when it's private property. UCLA is a public school, it's public property, and as a result, you're seeing very different tactics, maybe a little more kid gloves, I want to say, as they deal with this crowd and slowly break it up. We want to go back to...
I mean, that's not what I heard about the takedown of this encampment. I think Kid Gloves accurately describes a lot of what happened.
Just about a minute ago as Scott was speaking, but it was the most significant retreat that we have seen of the demonstrators since that moment when they broke down the perimeter wall about an hour ago. Everyone, or at least dozens, just booked it. They started running to the back of the encampment area, and there were several individuals who were detained.
Well, there's a group that looks like they're giving themselves up.
Oh, this is the
trying to clear it off of campus.
Okay. Jaysha, thank you.
Well, it is now 5 a.m. and if you're just now joining us, we're continuing with our.
So just for if you were watching me last night, I think right around 1 hour and 15 minutes is probably where I stopped watching this and went to bed. This was just before the police entered. It's now, let's see, 1 hour 15 to 3 hours and 18. That's like 2 hours have passed. So like 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. In the morning, you can see the sun's. It kind of looks like the sun's starting to come up. They've definitely pushed the protesters back. They've caused a retreat, but they're still here. They're still here, and look at how many hours are left. Like, look, it goes. It goes into the sort of daytime. Like they're it looks like the local news, or sorry, the 6 o'clock news, the 6 a.m. news or whatever, is coming in to comment on what's been going on. It's like sort of a night shift here. A lot of footage from their helicopter, and commentary over what's happening. And yeah, this is right. Like they start at 3. They picked like 3 o'clock, 3:15 in the morning. One of the most difficult times to probably defend something like this, right? Because you've got the majority of the people who would do something about a takedown of the encampment are asleep at this point.
Live team coverage of the standoff with protesters at UCLA that has lasted for more than 9 hours. Hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officers are working to dismantle the encampment that has plagued the campus for the last several days. They've been actively moving in on the encampment for the last 3 hours, but that...
I don't think they've made like a real argument about what the encampment is doing to cause danger, to cause harm, to disrupt the goings on at the school. I mean, I think there might have been even a stronger argument at Columbia that the encampment was in such a place that made it difficult to maybe move through campus if you don't want to be amidst the encampment. I guess you could make an argument there. There's not really an argument that the protesters are causing anyone any danger. And yet they feel the need to take this down. And you compare this to something like Occupy, right? Occupy lasted for, I believe, weeks before before the police came in and started evicting people. What has changed in the time in between now and Occupy? That's my question.
Law enforcement are stripping them of their face masks, of any of the gear that they have. We've been seeing gas masks on the ground, almost like riot gear.
See, I don't know about this. Like I'm
John Gregory, along with...
I didn't think about this, but if they're going to take masks off of protesters, right, they're potentially exposing people who are trying to keep their identity private to potential doxers. And there are doxers. There's organizations out there to dox students involved in the movement.
Rachel Brown, if you're just joining us, we are continuing with our live team coverage of the standoff with protesters at UCLA. It has been going on for hours now. Hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officers are working to dismantle.
At this point,
we could move in. But there was command involved, and they said, let's move now. It was a time of darkness. It was a time that a lot of people were sleeping, and not a sneak attack because they knew something was going to happen. And I think it was done in a very strategic manner, and the results show no one's been hurt. We haven't had outburst of rioting situation. I think law enforcement did a tremendous job, and the CHP with their tactics.
I love the assumption that the students are gonna, become violent somehow.
Address this particular situation. Again, backed up by LAPD and the sheriffs and other agencies through the region here.
Like, it's almost like there's something in a lot of like mainstream American liberalism that, and by liberalism, I mean to include like conservatism too, because liberalism is a conservative philosophy. Liberalism is not a philosophy of the left. It is not a philosophy that seeks to change the mode of production. It is a philosophy that seeks to maintain the mode of production, maintain the existent hierarchy implied by that mode of production. But there's something in that American zeitgeist that just cannot conceive of resistance without imbuing it with some sort of nefarious design.
Between law enforcement and those protesters right there, any negotiations happening?
No, absolutely not. No, there's no discussion from the law enforcement side at this point. Overnight, we did hear messages from the UC Police Department. A captain over the loudspeaker from Royce Hall made several announcements when the encampment was more in an active situation, when individuals were refusing to leave. We heard communication back then, but that was some 2 hours ago, urging individuals to leave the area, that it was an unlawful assembly. But here in the past 30 minutes or so, no real communication from law enforcement to these individuals, again, who are in support of Palestine. For those individuals who are tuning in this morning, I know perhaps there is some confusion on the two sides and who's been here on campus, but we do not have the Israel supporters here today. It's a much different scene between what we saw just over 24 hours.
He's calling them Israel supporters. We're talking about a group of thugs that attacked the protest, the group that brought violence here, right? The violence didn't come from the protesters. The violence came from the counter-protesters. The violence came from people who disagreed with the students' right to free expression, with the students' right to have a say and to make a protest based on where their tuition money is going. Okay, so this is like they're going back to like the scene from overnight.
To be an attempt to blind demonstrators on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side, officers returned to the staircase they were pushed back from. Some students putting their hands up, removing the blockade, allowing officers to get closer to the encampment. Now, a quarter after 3, CHP officers in riot gear start tearing down the plywood encampment. Protesters, for the most part, seem to not put up much resistance as barricades are taken down on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side of the building, protesters there blocking a different group of 100 to 200 CHP officers. Back where the plywood is being taken down, CHP officers appear to be firing less lethal rounds into the encampment, setting off smoke grenades, holding out protesters scuffling.
So somebody talked about fireworks earlier. I think you might have been seeing some of the quote-unquote less than lethal rounds, whether those be rubber bullets, tear gas, or the fragmentary ordnance.
With police. Now, after 4:30, officers fully into the encampment, tearing down structures, detaining protesters, putting them in zip ties.
And we saw those buses last night that were pulled up to the campus in order to take away as many protesters as they possibly could.
And that last image you see there is of Royce Hall, and the protesters did leave behind quite a bit of damage in that area. Marco Robles has some daylight to work with now. He's at Royce Hall, and Mark, let's go through that again. It's kind of sad to see.
Yeah, it's a real sad thing to see. While there's 40,000 dead people in fucking Gaza, it's really sad to see the destruction and damage to property. Oh my God, some people did some graffiti. This is so sad. What the fuck? Where are your priorities? Anyway, speaking of where are your priorities, we're going to find out where Destiny's priorities are, because I promised you this. And I will deliver. To those of you who stuck around, who had the faith that we were going to get to Mr. Divorcelli, you will be rewarded for your patience. For your loyalty, because yesterday was Loyalty Day. President Biden decreed it Loyalty Day. It's a way to kind of, I don't know, cover up May Day? Distract from May Day? Distract you from solidarity?
Hello, everyone. I'm Mehdi Hassan.
Okay, there's Mehdi Hassan. Oh my God, are you serious? I really thought that I had put this in my playlist. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit, chat. I'm gonna have to dig through my history. Here we go. So this is Destiny visiting your campus to have a little debate, with the undergrads, right? This is in the tradition of Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and all other manner of internet weasel of ambushing kids on their way to class.
People come up to me and they say, hey, we just want you to know you're not welcome here. None of these people want you here. None of these people like you. We're asking you to leave. We want you to go away.
Wait, don't. They actively told you that, like, some people just came up and said that you're not welcome here.
After they said that, I said this is a public area.
I watched Hassan.
This lady really doesn't like me. She's telling everybody to be careful. I'm a Zionist.
He's using you to cut agitprop. Don't let him. No, he literally...
It's literally what you're doing.
The people that spoke with me are brave, and I respect them. I'm happy that they wanted to. If you excessively bully, I will ban you. Yeah, these are just like ordinary kids at a college campus. I'm not expecting them to be the most politically informed people in the world or super knowledgeable on anything. I just was asking general questions. I told them as much. Yeah. So at the University of Texas in Austin, on Wednesday, there had been escalating protests throughout the week, and then
Stuffed Pink Owl, nobody knows what you're talking about. You're not making any sense. Try to say something that I can engage with, because it's like there's nonsense coming out of your mouth. It's like you come in here and you start shooting diarrhea all over the place, and I don't know what to do with that except like put a diaper. Like, you know, do you want me to diaper your face up? What do you need? Like, come on, say something. Say something. Like, you're not making any sense.
Wednesday, I think.
Like, oh yeah, we're all Trump supporters in here, right? Oh yeah, if you don't like Destiny, it must mean because you really like Donald Trump and you want Trump to get elected because you're a tanky. You're a goddamn tanky. Your head is so far up the ass of the internet that you do not make any sense to anyone who's not as terminally online as you apparently are. Please get help, Stuffed Pink Owl.
They started arresting protesters. Now, I'm going to be honest, I haven't dug deeply into the arrests, but the protesters say that a lot of them were arrested.
Like, look at this shit.
Cops just started arresting people, even though they're...
How am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say to it? All right, you just fucking roasted. You came in here and you cooked yourself, right? This isn't even a situation where you're getting in and be like, cook me. Like, it's like you're already cooked. You're cooking yourself, right? When you say unhinged shit like that, you cook yourself.
Being relatively calm, and apparently all the charges got dropped as well, for whatever that's worth. I don't know if that necessarily means they were being innocent or not doing anything rowdy or whatever, but yeah. But
and unfortunately, your shame is not hidden over in the dark recesses of Twitch. You're being seen on YouTube and YouTube Shorts as well.
People were really mad at Texas over this when I went on Saturday.
Fucking cringe.
Today's Sunday, so I went on Friday. Yesterday? No, I went yesterday. One of my days. Yeah, I went yesterday. Is that possible? I did all of this in 24 hours ago? Yeah, it was 24 hours ago. Yeah. So I decided to go to the South Mall of UT and see who was there, because I saw on the UT subreddit that people were still gathering there. So I decided to show up and see if anybody wanted to talk. And yeah, I stood around for a little bit. I didn't really know if I should just start approaching people, but yeah, eventually I walked up and started chatting, and here we go. The first person that I went up to, basically, so I stood around talking for a little bit. No, not talking. I stood.
And the other thing is, like, when you call somebody like a tanky, based on like what? The fact that they don't like Destiny? Is that what we're doing now? If we don't dick ride Destiny, it must be because we really like Stalin. We want to resurrect Stalin, and we want to dig him up, suck out his DNA, clone him, and have Stalin rule all over all of us because we just fucking love that Stalin daddy dick so much. Oh my God, what are you talking about?
Listening to people talk, and then I think this guy, he approached me, or I might have approached him, but we started chatting a little bit, and I was like, hey, are you interested in having a conversation about what you guys are doing here, what's going on? I think I told everybody immediately, hey, just so you know, I'm Destiny on YouTube, I'm pretty pro.
Just so you know, at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, that's going to be 3 minutes of potentially the same ad over and over again. I don't know what to do. This is just how Twitch does it, right? Oh, wait, I do know what to do. Check and see if you've got Prime, because if you've got Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see those ads in chat. you also will get weasels. Not just any weasels, but animated weasels. The very coolest kind. We've had 6 people get animated weasels today. 3 of them from a community sub, which you could also get, assuming that you don't have a Twitch, you don't have Prime, and you don't have the ability to buy yourself a sub for $5. You might even be given a sub by somebody through the generosity of their own heart. But that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat and if you're what you're saying is at least coherent, right? If not, you might as well just use your Twitch sub on this channel. Otherwise, just I guess, suck on that ad break, stuffed pink owl. I'm not gonna feel bad. You've got a Twitch Prime you can use if you want. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership. It looks like Thomas Jerome Newton will be happy to know that the gift of weasels is now yours, Thomas Jerome. You got weaseled. You've got the ability to weasel other people. We pay the weasel forward. Make the weasel happy.
So I'm giving you like that heads up, so you don't think I'm like trying to.
What do you think, chat? Should we ever do like I mean, I am definitely open to the idea of letting people vote, even with their dollars, on what kind of content to do next. Because sometimes we get stuck on sometimes we get stuck on drama, and somebody might want me to move on to the news, move on to something of substance. Sometimes we might get stuck in a news hole where there's a lot of news going on, and you just want a little bit of a break from that. I'm totally willing to do something like that. I just don't want to make it look like, no offense, President Sunday, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, because you're a loyal NCC viewer. No, he has definitely been here before. It's entirely possible that President Sunday could be watching, right? I just don't want to rip off your Theory Squid and your Drama Jellyfish. One, because that'd be stealing your idea, and 2, because it just makes everything a little bit messy. And that's not the aesthetics that I'm going for here on YouTube, right? It's more of a Twitch thing to have that, but yeah, I don't know, some kind of a system where people can call an audible on the content if they don't like what I'm covering. I don't want to totally give it away to make it like Brianna Wu could come in here and be like, why don't you cover my Wick panel, Irene? Why don't you react to my panel with Wick? And I'll be like, no, like I don't want Brianna to be able to executive produce my my stream, but other than that,
or anything like that.
This music, it's like spooky. The Hassan fans confront Destiny on campus. Will they tear him limb from limb? Will they force him to guzzle buckets of cum?
Yeah. What camera did you use? It's just my iPhone 15. Okay, sorry. All right.
What the fuck is this shit? Wait, okay, so we got Destiny. This is oh my god, what is that? Oh, I know this controller. It's like an older game system. Is it N64? Oh wait, that almost looks like older than N64. That's N64, right? He's playing N64 with the DGG mascot, the little DGG troll, whatever the hell that thing is. And then what is this, like Dan coming in to bring him snacks? I don't know. This is some DGG shit here.
Okay, so I gave you the background on that, and here we.
They're playing Pong on N64. What the fuck is that?
Oh, good luck. I don't know how the audio is going to work here.
Motherfucker's literally playing Pong. Who plays Pong?
Just recording from my phone, so.
One in chat if you play Pong.
Okay. You want to introduce yourself as comfortable as you are introducing yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Steve, my name is Rand. And
okay, it's pretty hearable, audible.
And I am majoring in sustainability studies after switching from philosophy.
Okay. So I noticed that there's you guys have been doing protests here. Obviously, a lot of them got cleaned out yesterday after there were some arrests, and then people were released.
Well, so I should say that what was planned was to be a sit-in, not unlike what has been going on across the country on university campuses.
Yeah.
So it was supposed to be an educational event where people could come and learn about Palestinian culture, the plight of the Palestinian people, and just kind of voice their concerns for what.
Did Destiny cold approach like a PUA? Wait, what's cold approach? That's like a PUA technique? Oh my god, we don't talk enough about the red pill. Talk about the allegations. Talk about the red pill.
And what I would call a ongoing genocide of Palestinian people, especially considering one, UT has the second largest endowment out of any university in the country, I believe, at least.
Okay, so I keep on calling this University of Texas Austin, but people keep correcting me and saying it's just University of Texas. Like Austin is UT. Like that's the main that's the main campus.
Something like that. I did the math, and without accounting for faculty and staff and like all the other expenditures, could you guess what UT's endowment is per capita?
Oh my God!
Student, not graduate, not faculty and staff.
Soul Life is pointing out that there's a benefit to watching the stream on like the regular stream as opposed to the short stream. Soul Life just gave out a gifted membership, right, to somebody that was in this stream, and I think you're right, Soul Life. I think that like if you gift a membership, right, it can only go to somebody who's like in the chat at the time. So that might be a reason to come over and you know, watch the stream on main. You don't have to if the shorts format is something that you like. You can go ahead and do that, and it's possible that somebody might gift the gift of weasels over on shorts. That could happen. It could even be you. There might be somebody very generous right now in chat who's thinking about paying their weasels forward. It's good weasel karma.
Per undergrad?
Per undergrad.
I'm only going to guess a disgustingly high number because I've seen school budgets before. I don't know, like $50,000, $60,000? What is it?
Double that.
Okay, $100,000? Yeah.
Oh, actually, no.
Melantheos, same.
It's 20 times that then. It's $1 million.
Oh, $1 million per undergrad. Okay, yeah, then I'm way off. Yeah, okay.
Megastar says, can we have an octopus and a beta fish? I was thinking we could have like, what would it be like a, there's like a weasel. Wait, what are our two animals even? The weasel, wait, I had it before. It was like gonna be the weasels. Yeah, but Brianna Wu was swaying a vote in NCC's stream's direction. Wu is very vindictive, so I definitely understand wanting to avoid that. Well, the problem with people like Wu is they tend to come in and like they're interested in like right. So Brianna Wu, who does she attach herself to? Wick. Why? Because Wick needs her, right? She could try to attach herself to Destiny, and she has. She could try to attach herself to Vosh, and she does to a certain extent, right? But Vosh is always going to have like his sake tanukis and his other, you know, big donors that even if Brianna Wu decides like I don't want to have anything to do with Vosh anymore, you know, Vosh can rely on those people. So, but with Wick, right? If Brianna Wu leaves Wick, Wick is fucked. So Wick is just like, you know, Brianna Wu can just come in and be like, dance, motherfucker. I want a panel right now on online bullying because that's the bug that I've got up my ass right now. And Wick is just like, your wish is my command, Brianna. What can I do for you? Would you like to come on and be a panelist? Even though you're like the most boring person on the fucking internet, would you like to come and sit down and act like an actual streamer instead of a pay to win streamer?
Not an unsubstantial amount of that goes to, you know, weapons research, defense research, and funding the state of Israel in their ongoing genocide. And
yeah, that's the thing about Pong is even if you've played Pong, it's kind of like, okay, are you gonna keep playing Pong? Is there anybody out there that's just like, no, Pong is literally the best video game that's ever been made, and I want to get really good at it? I mean, there's probably tournaments for Pong, right? I would guess.
Just a couple weeks ago, like a month ago or something, the Israel Block Party was hosted right outside of McComb's business building on the other side of Speedway, right outside Gregory Gym. And last year I was there protesting across Speedway outside of the McComb's building. And
an artistic depiction of the desperation Destiny feels due to his divorce. Well, he's got Dan at least.
I go there. I find out early in the day that it's the Israel Block Party is that day, and somebody in my public communication and public opinion class said, yeah, there are going to be IDF soldiers that you can go talk to. So I was like, oh wow, I have to go see what the counter protest is like, and where the counter protest was.
Yeah, what if Pong was the only video game that you could play? I'd probably pass. Like there's some, I don't know, some of the old video games like Pac-Man could hold my attention for like 15 minutes. I think if somebody gave me Pac-Man and I was bored, I would play it for 15 minutes. But Pong, I can't imagine playing it for.
Last year, they had like 10 cops outside of McColl's business building, and then like a bunch of other, DPS officers all over the place.
A weasel and a raccoon dog?
And they said that the cops that I talked to said.
Oh wait, a weasel and a possum. It was going to be a weasel and a possum. Was it going to be like the drama possum and the news weasel, or the news drama weasel and the news I think the weasel's like the news, right? The weasel's like the discourse weasel, a commentary weasel, and a drama possum. I think the possum wants drama. Yeah.
That some of them were like disguising themselves amongst the crowd as well, to keep the Israeli students.
Oh,
the alien.
Are we about to see Destiny being obtuse? Yes, we are. Like, some people are worried that Destiny's going to come in here. He's going to have his plan in place, and he's just going to kind of ambush these kids and present a cut agitprop, and that does seem to be like kind of what his intentions are in this engagement. He does like signal that he thinks that there are some gotcha questions that he could ask that he's not going to go into because he wants like a legitimate. But now they're freaking communist invading radicals and communist invading tankies apparently too. I don't know. I haven't seen the tankies yet, but I'll take your word for it, stuffed pink owl. Maybe they're stuffed up your owl hole. I don't know. Sorry, but that's literally real life Pong, and it's called tennis, and people dedicate their life to it. Okay, you're right. Sassy, that's a good point. Now you want to reread the Shock Doctrine. Yeah, I mean, it's always a good time to reread Naomi Klein. I feel like I should reread Doppelganger. Because when I read that inspired me, right? That was a what do you call it? Like an ouvrage? That's not the right word for it. It's like an opening. It like opens my perspective on like understanding the workings of the right wing, Steve Bannon types a little bit better, and not just Steve Bannon, right? There's a lot of like it makes a lot of what the nonsense on the right sort of like you start to see where it comes from. If Zionists are being threatened, she doesn't obsess about it, right? It's not the kind of thing, right? Because I don't think that's healthy, right? I've seen some people like obsess about like one figure on the right, and I just don't think that's good for you. I just don't think. I think that can kind of, it can send you into a deep and abiding rabbit hole that you will not come back from. Like an epiphany, yeah, it's like an epiphany that I had thanks to Naomi Klein's book Doppelganger.
Israeli supportive students safe. Anybody who was like to maintain a safe environment for that event.
Okay.
And I think the juxtaposition between that.
Like, look, I never did before, right? I never confused Naomi Wolf and Naomi Klein. That's what the book's about, or like that's the starting premise of the book, right? Is the fact that Naomi Klein is like, why am I always getting confused for Naomi Wolf when I'm so different than her? When she's basically an anti-vaxxer now, and I'm kind of like the opposite. Having to hear people talk about her and say, oh, I used to really like Naomi Klein, but she became super right wing, and she's like, you're thinking of Naomi Wolf, but she can't say anything because nobody recognizes her in real life.
And what has occurred on our campus on the 24th, on Wednesday, it's striking. It's stark. I had a dream last night that I was getting tased by a police officer.
Jesus. You when you look at these types of events and you look
what was the initial question I asked for this? Hold on.
Okay. You want to introduce yourself as like
okay, but do you understand also, Destiny, that for a lot of these people involved in the protest movement, like this is an experience, right? You are sitting in your content bubble, sitting in your gaming chair, like writing down notes of like, what do I want to talk to these students about, right? Let me go out to campus and have this conversation. They are on campus having an experience that might be kind of novel to them, right? So yeah, you might get a little bit of information dumping. You might get like, somebody say, like, I mean, like, I don't know. I used to talk like this, like, I would mention if I had a strange dream, which honestly getting tased by a cop is not that strange considering the situation, as it is. That's like a pretty realistic dream actually. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't, Destiny's trying to say like, what did I actually ask him? Like, why is he just yapping at this point? And it's like, Because you're not the fucking center of his world, Destiny. You're only the center of your own world.
And I am majoring in sustainability studies after switching from philosophy.
Okay. So I noticed that there's like a, you guys have been doing protests here. Obviously, a lot of them got cleaned out yesterday.
Doing some protests.
And then people were released.
Well, so I should say that what was planned was to be a sit-in, not unlike what has been going on across the country on university campuses.
Yeah.
So it was supposed to be an educational event.
Oh wait, I don't even think I asked a question yet.
People could come and learn about Helsinki culture.
Melanthio says, I think Wolf was saying you don't see pregnant women around anymore because of the vaccine. Yo, that is not even the most unhinged thing that Naomi Wolf has said. She said that people who've been vaccinated, she considers them to be genetically modified organisms, and that she can't feel the presence of a person with that's been vaccinated the way that she feels the presence of an unvaccinated person. She can't smell. They smell different. Like unvaccinated people have or like they don't smell, or like, I don't know. It's just weird shit. Like she's basically, yeah, you turn into an NPC basically.
The plight of the Palestinian people, and just kind of voice their concerns for.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I didn't actually ask a formal question. Were we 3 minutes in?
You know, Israeli students. Well, the Israeli supportive.
Yeah. Okay.
The 24th on Wednesday. It's striking. It's stark. I had a dream last night that I was getting tased by a police officer.
Jesus. You when you look at these types of events.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. No, I'm not 1.5 times speeding. My God, have some patience. I'm not 1.5 times speeding.
Yeah, she was like a she was like a pop feminist, right? Like a BuzzFeed feminist.
I can't do anything about the wind. We're not going to play something else. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Oh my God, chat. Like, I appreciate you right now. You see what he has to deal with? There's people in chat that are like, it's windy. Can you do something about the noise? Can you play a video game? And you're putting up with this. You're like, no, I want to see what's going on with this. Like, I appreciate you.
God.
I would not know what. In fact, I've had DG years in my chat before, and it's not great. You do anything that pisses them off, and they go off to Reddit to complain about you.
You're looking at the, I guess like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict right now. What is, I guess when you think about the conflict right now, why do you think it's happening? I guess like what's in your opinion?
That's a really good question.
He's crying because he doesn't have money for a microphone, and when he actually does, right? He just decided to take his iPhone for whatever reason. Also, isn't there something that you can... Okay, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I never record on a phone. I do now have a phone that's like, it's only like 4 years old, so theoretically I could record stuff, you know, if I cleaned off the lenses, maybe. I could record stuff, but like, is there some kind of a foam thing that you can put your phone in to as like a wind baffle? Is there a way to like baffle the like an Android, or I think he's got an iPhone microphone?
Okay, so I think this first real question is I'm still, this is the first guy I've interviewed, so I'm not even sure what I'm asking it. So like, why do you think the conflict is happening is an interesting one, right? So what do you think is causing?
Me deleting a message asking Irene to make slime?
Okay.
History didn't start on October 7th.
We got that, the good thing, yeah.
And it certainly didn't start in 1949. And in my understanding, I'm not religious at all.
Cherry Blue Ducky says it's built in. I'm sure. I'm assuming you're talking about the microphone. But is there something? Is there like a sleeve that you could? Is like I'm just like imagining like a foam sleeve. Oh God, it would have to leave the camera open, but then somehow have, you know, baffling right around the microphone to. But yeah, you're right. You're right. There's no way to. I don't think there's any way to like plug a microphone into an iPhone and override the audio.
And I think that
he built the audience he deserves. Yeah.
Pointing to a religious text as justification for like property rights almost is dangerous, especially in this like modern or postmodern world that we live in, whatever you want to call it, the present day. I think that, I mean, obviously, it's been called a complicated issue, but I don't think it really is all that complicated. I think that there is, you talked about earlier before we started recording, like what would a two-state solution look like, and there have been deals negotiated along those lines, to my understanding, and all of them have fallen through. But
Present day. Present time.
Damn. What was that?
In reality, what has occurred since,
I think that was a bug.
Since the end of British Mandate Palestine has been a just worsening and worsening and worsening for
The funny thing is how easy it is for somebody to project ignorance onto a college student who might actually know more about the situation, care more about the situation, have a broader view of the situation than Destiny does, right? And it's just based on the fact that, oh, you're in school, you must not know anything. It doesn't make sense. Honestly, I feel like as far as like having more facts at my command, I probably knew more while I was, in undergrad, right? When you're taking classes that are kind of broad in terms of their scope, I feel like you got a lot more, just general facts at your command that you've dealt with recently, as opposed to, when you have a few years to forget them. And
the Palestinian people on their ancestral land, really. At least, like I would classify, like if you have 10 generations there, you've got like at least 1,000 years. Yeah, I think you can call that ancestral land. You know what I mean?
Would it matter if like Jewish people had lived there prior to Palestinian people?
It absolutely is important, and I know that I forget the name of the temple, but it's the most holy site.
Okay, let's be real about this, right? Jewish people, Muslim people, Christian people, all kinds of people have lived on that land. And that land should be free. And Palestine being free from the river to the sea or whatever doesn't mean free only for one type of person. Right now we've got a situation where if you are in Gaza, you're restricted in terms of your ability to travel. You are not free, right? You are very much in an apartheid situation. That's I don't know what is so complicated about the concept of a single secular democratic state, because that seems to be, a goal that even liberals could get behind. That seems to be according to liberal principles, and yet so many liberals have their head up the ass of U.S. foreign policy that they can't see that.
All of Judaism, and it's the third holiest site in the Islamic tradition.
So the Temple Mountain and the Al-Aqsa Mosque and everything, right? The Rock of the Dome, I think, Do you think that, so I'm curious for people that advocate for the one-state solution. Do you think that...
So it's interesting that, so as I'm speaking, also I want to be clear, there's a lot of things going on. One, this person's young. Two, I don't expect everybody to be like a fucking scholar on all of these issues, which is fair, right? But it's interesting to hear in real time, the talking points. In his first...
Fargo Lefty says, not so erudite made it windy. How? Schmegley says, me, the enlightened centrist versus the wind, seed of Amalek.
First, kind of...
the memes kind of do write themselves, don't they?
Introduction, we got the...
Destiny's beard looks like a ferret nest?
Well, the schools give this much endowment for people, and it's being used on weapons research and the military-industrial complex.
Oh, they have Bluetooth lapel mics compatible with iPhones? So he really doesn't have that excuse. What is he on about? I don't know. He's coming on campus. He wants to find some students to pwn. He wants to do his own little Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro kind of thing, and he's just not good at it.
And it's weird how cops always protect the good guys. Or I'm sorry, the cops are protecting the bad guys whenever the good guys. We got those three talking points. And now we've got the history didn't start on October 7th or 1949. I think he meant 48. That's okay. We've got the Jews are using religious text as justification for property rights, which is not really what's happening at all.
He's acting mellow, but he's also being kind of dismissive. Now he's now granted, okay, this is a very young person here, so I'm going to use my kid gloves because they might break and fracture apart. And I don't get the feeling that the person that he's talking to is, he's treating him like it would be dishonorable for him to go, that he could go harder on this kid. And like, maybe stop calling him a kid, right? He's in college. He's an adult. You don't have to like, because all this does is like, gatekeeps him, disqualifies him, takes what he has to say and puts it in a framing of being ignorant, and also it's cope for Destiny too, because he's able to say that like, well, now I could have gone much harder. I could have made him look like the absolute ignoramus that he actually is, but I won't do that because he's a kid. I've got the, it's I don't know. It seems like bullshit.
We've got that, like, ever since the British mandate ended, it's been getting worse for Palestinian people, which I don't know if those two things, it's not a very like meaningful statement. The 10th generations is 1,000 years. I don't know how long do people consider a generation to be? What is a generation? Would you say like 30 years, or what is it like in layman's terms? People say a generation. I would imagine like anywhere from.
Dave, when you got the kind of demographics that exist in that area, a secular government is the only thing that makes sense. A secular government is the only one, the only type of government that's going to be able to protect the rights of everybody living there, right? I'm not saying that, like, obviously, Israel is massively resistant to a one-state solution, but it's the only thing that makes sense, considering
20 to 30 or 20 to 40 years maybe. I like that it's like, well, what about if, and he brings up that like the Palestinians, if they've lived here for so long, maybe it's their land. It's like, okay, because he keeps calling it the Palestinian ancestral homeland. What about the Jews that live there? Like the turn of the zeros, whatever you call around that time, right? Like
one state solution. Do you think that, what would your feelings, I guess, be if a one state solution happened?
Okay, so what he's missing is that there are Palestinian families that retain the key to their houses that they were dispossessed of during the Nakba, right? We're not talking about like ancient fucking history or some kind of historical claim or whatever, right? And like, also, like, to be fair, there are Jewish families that have lived there for since that time, right? It's been a place where multiple different different groups of people have lived recently, and instead we've got a situation where one of those groups, by nature almost of the claim to land and property that they've been dispossessed of, are being pushed into an apartheid situation. That's the problem.
And Jewish people were an ethnic minority in that country. Do you think they would fare well, or
an ethnic minority in a one-state Israel/Palestine? What would it even be called? What would it be called? Would it be called
So here's my first like pretty challenging question, right? Is like, what would a one state look like? How would it? Yeah.
Israel, or would it be called Palestine?
I think most people probably want it to be called Palestine, but we can assume whatever the country's called, though.
Sure. I think that if you have a single state that doesn't have second-class citizenry, that doesn't have a second-class citizenship in place, I suppose, which, I mean, let's call it what it is. It's an apartheid.
We've got the apartheid talking point.
Oh, no, that's funny. Melanthia says, I'm sure Borelli mocked Putin for bringing up Peter the Great in his interview with Tucker. He's talking about the turn of the first millennium. Right, yeah.
Fueling an ongoing genocide.
With the genocide comment?
The conditions in the West Bank are horrible, especially given, the radicalized settler violence.
I was curious if it was a
Gaza is worse. Gaza is so much worse. Gaza basically doesn't even exist anymore. Sure. I hear that Rafah is. I was watching the news with my parents last night.
Hey Destiny, I want to say I used to believe the clips of you I saw and people, the clips of you I saw and believe that people that talk down on you, watching you a lot recently, I realized I was stupid and believe them. I'm sorry, homie, you goated.
I really wish he had the system that I do where you see which chatter I'm replying to. I mean, I'm not trying to impose it on him. Obviously, he got his start as a Twitch streamer. He still very much rocks that aesthetic, having the DGG chat on screen. But I'm kind of curious about this comment that he got. Like, right, where did this... Oh, God. See, like, I feel like Hassan would pull it up. Hassan would pull up the person's chat history. But the reason I'm curious about this, right, is because I heard somebody post a very similar thing accusing me of lying about Destiny. And saying that they had, after I talked about Destiny, that they supposedly, like a chatter of mine, that after I had talked about Destiny, they went and checked out Destiny for themselves, and they found out that he's totally fine, and that I've totally mischaracterized him, and I'm a big fat liar. It just sounded really. It's almost like is it like a copy pasta, or is this like a bot? Like, what's going on here? It says bot, and then literally a bot. I don't see this chatter, but
a single state that doesn't have second-class citizenry, that doesn't have a second-class citizenship in place, I suppose. Which, I mean, let's call it what it is. It's an apartheid.
We've got the apartheid talking point
regime that is fueling an ongoing genocide.
with the genocide comment.
The conditions in the West Bank are horrible.
So wait, he's commenting that he's hearing arguments that he's heard from other people. What is his point?
Especially given, you know, the radicalized settler violence.
I was curious if it was a
Gaza is worse.
It's like they're marking off a bingo card to dunk on him. They're like, oh, he said genocide. Oh,
Gaza like basically doesn't even exist anymore.
We all know that genocide is the complete the complete and total killing of the entirety of a group of people. And if you don't eliminate them all, then it's not really much of a genocide, is it? Like, it's just fucking ignorant shit.
I hear that Rafa is. I was watching the news with my parents last night.
Hey, Destiny, I want to say.
Oh, this is so frustrating. I didn't see him. I didn't see who said this. And I literally feel like I've heard this phrasing before. I've heard this exact statement before. God damn it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm getting, like, I'm hyper-focusing, aren't I? It's like a mystery, though. It's a mystery. And like, look, I like low-key think that it's either a meme or something, but I'm not sure.
Worsening and.
God damn it.
Introduction, we got the the schools give this much endowment for people and it's being used on weapons research and the military industrial complex, and it's weird how cops always protect the good guys, or I'm sorry, the cops are protecting the bad guys whenever the good guys. We got those three talking points, and now we've got the
like, all he's trying to I feel like the only argument he's making here is that this is leftist coded, and you're in a community that just thinks being a leftist is kind of cringe. They've just accepted this idea that based on the facts that these ideas belong to leftists, and they're not to be taken seriously.
We've got that, like, ever since the British Mandate ended, it's been getting worse for Palestinian people, which I don't know if those two things, it's not a very, like, meaningful statement. The 10th generations is 1,000 years. I don't know how long do people consider a generation to be? What is a generation? Would you say, like? And he brings up that, like, the Palestinians, you know, if they've lived here for so long, maybe it's their land. It's like, okay, because he keeps calling it the Palestinian ancestral homeland. What about the Jews that live there?
I'm more concerned about individuals that live there. I'm more concerned about, like, families that live there and were literally dispossessed from their land, right? Rather than some sort of, like, a claim of a people to a certain geographic region, right? I'm not, you know, a supporter of, you know, religiously based states, whether it be, you know, Trump's Christian America or like Netanyahu's Israel, right?
You know, like the turn of the zeros, whatever you call around that time, right? Like
one-state solution. Do you think that what would your feelings, I guess, be if a one-state solution happened and then Jewish people were an ethnic minority in that country? Do you think they would?
So the underlying premise of this being that because of the cruelty inflicted on the Palestinian people by Israel, that Israel being or Jews in Israel being an ethnic minority that doesn't have control of the government would necessarily end in dispossession, in violence, in retribution of some kind. It's an argument that retribution that is hypothesized based on injustice is enough of a concern that it should justify further injustice. That is a Voschian argument. That is Vosch versus Professor Flowers. And I wonder what Vosch thinks about this now, because unlike Destiny, Vosch is, to his credit, generally, on the right side of this issue. Now, I haven't paid, extensive attention to him. There could have been some things that he said that are fucked up that I disagree with, but largely compared to Mr. Divorcelli, Vosch's takes are like a breath of fresh air when it comes to Israel-Palestine. But what I don't understand is that there is a real similarity between the argument that Destiny's offering or implying there. He doesn't really open it up, but he's kind of implying this idea. And what Vosch said in the Professor Flowers debate. I just wonder how Vosch resolves his current take on Israel-Palestine with what he said to Professor Flowers, because Vosch, much like Destiny, is very worried about the idea of retribution. And we have a model in which, people did used to make an argument for the maintenance of apartheid based on the possibility of retribution. However, when apartheid was wound down, and we can talk about the specifics of it. If you've read Shot Doctrine, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe not wound down in necessarily the perfect way. Maybe some of the hierarchy was kind of preserved through the economics that were implemented post apartheid. But the only people that are arguing about like retribution are like the Lauren Southerns of the world, right? That it's not anything that anybody like takes seriously. Nobody thinks that the whites in South Africa were persecuted because of because of the end of apartheid.
Farewell, or an ethnic minority in a one-state Israel/Palestine. What would it even be called? What would it be called? Would it be called
So here's my first pretty challenging question, right? Is what would a one state look like? How would it? Yeah.
Israel, or would it be called Palestine?
I think most people probably want it to be called Palestine, but we can assume whatever the country's called, though.
Sure. I think that if you have a single state that doesn't have second-class citizenry, that doesn't have a second-class citizenship in place, I suppose, which, let's call it what it is. It's an apartheid.
We've got the apartheid talking point.
Regime that is fueling an ongoing genocide.
With the genocide comment?
Oh, there's genocide comment there, a little apartheid there. Like he's almost like commenting on somebody's meal. It's almost like a keto person being like, "Oh, looks like you got the sesame bun there. That's 40 carbs." Do you know how much sugar is in that bun? Let's look it up. Oh yeah, we got 5 extra grams of sugar that they put in there just to make that bun palatable for you. When you could have had a burger bowl instead, like I'm eating, right? But no, instead you had to get that sesame bun.
The conditions in the West Bank are horrible, especially given, the radicalized settler violence.
I was curious if it was a
Gaza is worse. Gaza is so much worse. Gaza basically doesn't even exist anymore. Sure. I hear that Rafah is. I was watching the news with my parents last night.
Hey Destiny, I want to say I used to believe the clips of you I saw and people, the clips of you I saw and believe that people that talk.
God damn it! I'm never gonna find it.
Believe them. I'm sorry.
I would literally have to type this into. I probably could. I don't really want to go on DGG, but I could probably search. I don't know if they. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is real. I could probably find out like what was really said if I super wanted to, but I don't. Anyway, I'm not trying to track it down to like a user and be like, was this the same person that commented on my YouTube? I kind of doubt it was.
Homie, you goated. Thanks, Ivan.
And I was like, where is Rafah? And settler violence.
I was curious if it was a
Gaza is worse. Gaza is so.
Look, I mean, I don't think you're doing any favors by characterizing Destiny as like a right winger along the lines of like a Steven Crowder or something like that. Yeah, he's a centrist. He's a contrarian asshole, reactionary centrist. That's what he is, right?
Much worse. Gaza like basically doesn't even exist.
I mean, and I guess if that's real, if that's legit, if that's not like some kind of meme that they that gets said in DGG, then I mean, like that's what that is. Somebody hearing a description of Destiny that makes him sound like like a Daily Wire contributor, and then you go into Destiny's chat and you find out no, he actually disagrees with the Daily Wire contributors on this, and this.
I hear that Rafah is
actually Tim Pool though. Tim Pool's not too far off.
I was watching the news with my parents last night, and I was like, where is Rafah? And
obviously Tim Pool's a little bit more obtuse than Destiny, but
finally I looked it up on the map. It's wow, so it's right at the border with Egypt. Interesting, weird.
I don't know what that is referring to.
He's referring to the fact that people have been pushed to the tip of the geographic landmass of Gaza. That's what I think, right? Am I wrong? Is that what he's referring to?
Like what talking point or I don't want to say propaganda, that's me, but like, what does he mean by that? Like, oh, interesting. Like, I don't, but okay.
So, yeah, I think a one-state solution to.
You guys think Wikipedia isn't full of resources you can access? No, Wikipedia is great. Wikipedia is a great resource for a subject that you know nothing about. If you want a starting point, right, and you're willing to do a little digging, Wikipedia is a fine starting point. What's not fine is trying to use it as a cliff notes, which is what Destiny does. Trying to use it as or not just Wikipedia either. I mean, like that's maybe that's a little bit stereotyped, right, in terms of Destiny equals Wikipedia. I wouldn't quite make that conflation. I'm sure that he uses other sources. I've heard him talk about other sources. The problem is that he is unwilling to immerse himself in the depth of the discourse of somebody like a Finkelstein, of somebody like a Rabin. And yet he wants to participate. He wants to join in their reindeer games, okay? And he doesn't have a bright and he doesn't even have a bright and shiny nose with which he can guide the sleigh. What he has is an audience. What he's leveraging is an audience, and he's grossly uninformed, grossly uncurious, and grossly uninterested in pushing his knowledge on these matters any further than that. That's the problem with Destiny, right? I'm not trying to like paint a straw man of the guy. Like I've talked to him. I've had a conversation with him, and it wasn't a great conversation.
As I possibly can. I think that it would be a lot better of a situation for everybody involved. And I'm speaking.
He's center left. See, this is a comment that doesn't recognize what left and right are. Where does left break from right? What does that mean? Right? What does that even mean? In the United States, the Overton window is skewed to the right. It's skewed to the right in a large part because of the Cold War, because of looking at the world as a chess game between the United States, meaning capitalism, and the USSR, meaning communism. Therefore, you get this tug at the Overton window, this tug at the center that pulls ideas that are fundamentally right-wing. What is right-wing about? What does conservatism conserve, Jessica? If you can answer that for me, I will give you some props. I don't know what those props will be. Possibly like a handbag or something like that. Possibly a Doctor Who scarf from the 70s. Anything I can find around here. This isn't exactly PBS. This isn't exactly a fundraiser, but this is a question that, this is a question from conservatism. What does conservatism conserve? What are they conserving? It's definitely not the environment, right? What are they conserving?
On behalf of a lot of people who have a lot of opinions on this topic, and that is maybe but from my personal opinion, from my standpoint as a student at the University of Texas who witnessed the police violence on Wednesday. I think a one-state solution.
I don't know. Look, I'm not mad at somebody for objecting to me calling him center right if your political compass is sort of centered on I don't know, like this Republican Democrat thing, right? It is definitely a perspective that a lot of people in the United States have. But what we don't realize often is that that perspective is not universal, and that perspective is somewhat ahistorical. That perspective comes with a lot of baggage, and the main part of that baggage is anti-communism, is seeing the world as a grand game between two major powers, and I don't think it turns the United States into a silo in a lot of ways. It forces us to not see the forest for the trees, and not recognize that what conservatism conserves. Yeah, conservatism is generally conserving, bringing back old systems. You're almost there. Or ideas that we've moved away from. That would be reactionary. Boom. Not exactly, but good try. So conservatism conserves hierarchy. That's the answer. It's about hierarchy, right? Plain and simple.
With no second-class citizenship, with no apartheid, is what needs to happen.
Well, so I'm representing the Jewish argument on this.
So then I try to re-engage because he didn't really answer the question at all. Like, how would you do the one-state solution? There's a very fundamental question too. Like, what would the one-state solution look like? What if Jews start getting like prosecuted in the one-state solution? Would we expect that to happen? So I think I re-engage.
He means persecuted. I guess it's an easy mistake to make. It's an easy misstatement to make. With Vosh, I legitimately don't know. When Vosh says something like prosecuted instead of persecuted, I always like wonder, like, does he know the difference? Does he understand this? Right? With Destiny, I guess I assume that he knows, but anyway, he's not doing himself any favors in terms of his public perception, his optics, as it were.
Decided.
See, I think it'd be petty of me to like sit here and be like bemoan the fact that he said, "What if Jews start to get prosecuted?" Anyway, we know what you mean, Destiny.
They would say, well, what would happen if we did a one-state solution and now they're minorities and they start getting like terrorized?
They start getting terrorized. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a real concern. It's a real concern.
Yeah, good point. Seth Evans says if you start from the Overton window, the Washington consensus idea of what the bounds of reasonable politics are, you have already excluded any possible alternative to capitalism from consideration. Yeah, in essence, the skewing of the Overton window in the United States is designed to take off the table anything that might actually claw back leverage for the working class, right? So what I mean is that at certain times in the United States history, they have opened up a much more generous welfare state. Some people mistake this as an attempt to reform the United States into a democratic socialist system. However, it's not. It's an attempt to save capitalism from itself. It's an attempt to make up for the excesses of capitalism with, for instance, like a Keynesian model. But anything that might actually claw back power, right, leverage for the working class, that might make further movement away from this current mode of production more possible, that's commie shit. That's tanky shit. That's beyond the fucking pale. And if you want that, you're an irresponsible bad person, and you are aiding and abetting our enemies. And we're going to drag you in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee to have a word with you.
What happened in the beginning, right? But you have, I think, to take anything, to act as though history began on the date following the Nakba, right? Uh-huh. Like when the Nakba failed, or the catastrophe, when it was over, I guess. Then history begins.
When the Nakba failed. See, I'm a little bit lost as far as what what Destiny's interlocutor is saying here. When the Nakba failed, what?
Now it's
what?
We can talk about the condition of it.
We got the history's beginning comment again, yeah.
Palestinians resist and they fight back, and you think, oh my God, how is this possible?
What does he think the Nakba? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, how could this happen? Why don't we have world peace? Why don't we have peace in the Middle East?
I mean, again, maybe he was misspeaking, right? Maybe it's not an issue of like a lack of understanding. It's just like a, nervous misspeaking.
The United States needs to get involved. The United States needs to, continue to arm Israel to be able to defend itself. And it's like, well, I mean, the creation of the nation state of Israel, the creation of the state of Israel, has been violent from the beginning.
Lots of wind.
I'm so curious though. I'll ask one more time. I'm just curious because the biggest concern.
So I re-engaged because I still haven't really gotten an answer to this. Because like, what would happen in a one state? What do we think would
I
happen?
wonder if Destiny's going to pick up on his weird statement about the Nakba.
What if Jews start getting killed? Like,
I'm so curious though. I'll ask one more time.
would it be worth asking them to define through some of the?
What if Jews start getting killed? Do I need to bring up this graphic again? I feel like we've looked at it a million times. But there's a graphic that compares the deaths on the Israeli side of the conflict to the deaths on the Palestinian side of the conflict for many years in the past. And it's not even like it's orders of magnitude difference, right? The casualties are always much greater on the Palestinian side of things. But Destiny's worried about this like specter of retribution. Like, what if once the shoe is on the other foot, it does the same thing that it did before, just in the other direction? Maybe he meant it failed because Israel did not fully take over the land it wanted and to claim and expel the Palestinians. Yeah, that's a possibility. But without Destiny following up, I don't think we're going to know. That's going to be, I'm going to have to be like, okay, keep your secrets. Destiny is the kind of person who will put potential harm ahead of actual ongoing harm. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it's harm to a group that he's just like, without realizing, has been conditioned to not care about. The wrong thing with this demand of a solution is it necessitates the person arguing it that they believe the current situation is tenable. So does Destiny think that, does Destiny think that this is the best possible world? Is that what Professor Pangloss here has
their talking point
decreed?
To get them to think about what they're saying, or would that come off as combative? Well, so like there is a, hold on. Sorry, okay. One thing that, as I talk to somebody, I can probably tell where the limits of their knowledge are. And if I start asking questions in that direction, then the conversation will get really uncomfortable because it's going to be obvious that it's going to feel like I'm probing for gotchas. So like when he's talking about like the Nakba and like when it ended or what it even was, I don't think he technically knows.
Okay, yeah, he picks up on it.
Foundation for the dates and everything. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, really? What was the Nakba? How many people got expelled? What did that look like? Because if I start like pushing really hard, then it's going to become like a knowledge test quiz, and it's going to get uncomfortable. So I try to stay away from that. I'm not trying to like really challenge any fundamental assumptions.
You also don't want to like engage in that knowledge test quiz because there's only certain boundaries that you'd be comfortable with. It. Now Destiny's good at like his art of debate is to be able to steer the debate into an area where he does have that knowledge, where he does have like, the rote memorization of enough facts to sound like he has a command of the overall, I'm trying to see if oh, there it is. This is the, okay. Let's see if I can open up this, image and show you what I'm talking about here. The human cost of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict between the years of 2008 and 2020. So, we're not talking about the current situation, but we're talking about and we're talking about casualties here, right? This overall number that you're seeing is casualties. The little blue line is deaths. The red line is injuries. Oh my God! This is actually this is showing me something else as well, right? So yeah, you can't find a year where the casualty rate is even comparable, including if you expanded this to 2024, right? You still would not find a comparable rate of casualties. But the thing that I'm noticing here is that, like, the year of 2023, in terms of the number of Palestinian 2023, 2024, in terms of the number of Palestinian deaths alone, it's outstripping even 2018, which is where we see the highest number on this graph of Palestinian casualties, right? This is, and this little blue line here is deaths, right? So most of these casualties are injuries. And yet we have more deaths in Palestine in 2023, 2024 than we do have all together casualties in 2018, which is, the highest number of casualties here. But I mean, this is what we're actually looking at, right? And like, this is where a lot of Destiny's arguments fall apart.
At least not yet. I'm just like I'm just curious what people here are thinking, really. Maybe in future combos I would do this, but I'm not sure how to do it in a way that's not very combative or very aggressive. Yeah.
I'm just curious because the biggest
And
concern
now the violence is structural. It's not. I mean, obviously there is a genocide going on as well, but it's structural violence too.
Yeah, but one more time, I guess, because I think the scary part about that answer is the Jewish people probably feel like if one state solution happened and then they started to get genocided or killed or destroyed, that essentially there would be no basically recourse for them other than to have a violent revolution and create another state of Israel again. It feels like there'd be no safeguards from that process.
So let's not mince words. The United States is undoubtedly still the hegemon on the world stage. And I think that you hear Ben Shapiro figures talking about how, like, wow, it was miraculous that Israel was able to take the Golan Heights back in the 70s or whatever it was. And it's like, well, is it miraculous?
I'm going to have to pee. I'm going to leave you in the competent hands.
Like, this is all, like, not, like...
Of one Briska circuit.
Always been propped up and funded by the West, and we're not talking about...
But I'll be right back after I've emptied
Muslim states
my bladder.
The United States, our economy has been built on international arms dealing ever since...
The U.S. economy has been built on international arms dealing. In what situations would you say that you would push hard like that and challenge someone's knowledge? Does it depend on the topic? I don't know. Not for these interviews, not at all. I didn't go in here with this intention at all.
World War II, probably in a sense World War I, although my knowledge of history is fuzzy.
I don't understand. Does he not understand your question, or is he just avoiding because he has absolutely nothing to say to respond? I think that it's what I guess is going on is you kind of have a bunch of like slogans and talking points that are all kind of like self-referential or all reinforce each other. This mean the same thing. And then when you're asked a question, you kind of like bounce between the most relevant ones, basically. I think that's kind of what's happening. And I don't think he's unique for this, by the way. I think a lot of people at these protests probably do this. Probably on the pro-Zionist side as well. I'm sure it's possible that a lot of people, depending on your background, maybe actually. The pro-Zionist side for these protests actually might be a bit more informed, but just because if you're Jewish, you might have like more of a background on the history of your country. Maybe, but they also might be retarded too. I don't know, actually. But so that maybe in this it would be a little different, but I'm not sure.
Farther back it goes, right? Obviously, and again, like, it's impossible to talk about this without talking about the Holocaust. It's impossible to talk about any of these.
The Holocaust comes up.
Any element of this conflict without talking about, with any element of this ongoing genocide currently, without talking about that genocide. But I think Israeli state, if you want to conceptualize like a country as though it has as though it's an organism. It feels very much, especially today, and looking back on interviews that I would watch like in high school even, the mentality is that two wrongs have made a right. You know? Okay. The original expulsion of the Jews from their homeland by the Romans, like way back in the day, and the diaspora that occurred. You've got pogroms, and you've got a history that is steeped in anti-Semitism. Beyond anti-Semitic rhetoric, you've got a history that is absolutely involved with the persecution of the Jews. And that is undeniable. So there's that first wrong. And then you've got the second wrong.
Oh, and I will say something else. This guy blew my fucking mind with this. I can't believe I'd never considered this before. F me. Hold on, I'm just gonna read a really quick email I got. I think this is, I believe that this is 100% true, and I just never thought about it before. Oh, it's not, it's this. Okay. Good morning, Stephen. I hope you're well. I was listening to your conversation with Richard Lewis on the Bridges podcast this morning, and you were discussing the left shifting from being vehemently intolerant of anti-Semitism following Charlottesville and the dog whistling OK symbol to where we are now with the Israeli-Palestinian discourse. When reflecting on this, I had a small epiphany that you might find valuable. While my memory is far from perfect, I do not remember the left rigorously defending Jewish people during the rise of the alt-right, particularly following Charlottesville. Rather, most prominent leftists seem to be denouncing white supremacy, pointing to anti-Semitism as a signifier of ideological alignment with Nazis. Today, with the contentious Israeli-Palestinian conflict leading many leftists to toe the line of anti-Semitism rhetoric, while others will gladly cross the line, the same leftists will simply group the Zionist Jews in with colonialist, racist, white supremacy-touting Nazis. TLDR, my thesis that the left was never vehemently against anti-
Oh my god, do we need to oh my god, I still have Vriska on my face. Let's fix that. Where do you get the impression that Destiny is avoiding topics about Israel and Palestine? Oh, no, I'm not talking about with Israel and Palestine. I'm talking about his debate technique, right? I'm talking about him as a debater in particular. That a lot of his art of coming out on top of a debate is to steer the conversation in a direction in which he's most comfortable talking about, right? Where he does have enough kind of facts in the memory bank to sound like he knows what he's talking about, to have that air of authority. This is just the result of centering debate as the arbiter of truth, right? This is just the effect of that. But yeah, no, it's definitely not particular to the Israel Palestine subject.
Anti-Semitism, but against white supremacy. Now that pro-Israel Jews are no longer a signifying tool, but a perceived enemy of leftist identitarian ideology, they are given the same labels as alt-right neo-Nazis. Best regards, blah, blah, blah. I didn't really think about that before, but I think it's probably true. The huge opposition to Nazis and far-right people in U.S. history, I say history, but like 5 or 10 years ago, I think did have way more to do with the ideas of white supremacy rather than actual...
What value does it bring to count casualties? I don't understand it has any relevance. If you have the idea, if you are ahead in the score, are you unethical? No, Destiny's talking about like a danger of retribution, right? And this is not just a Destiny thing too. This is something that Vosh talked. This was Vosh's whole point. It's like 90% of Vosh's argument against Professor Flowers was that, well, if you're arguing for self-determination of a colonized people, what if that self-determination determines that they are going to, violently eliminate the group of colonizers, right? And I think that maybe their conversation centered more on South Africa. There's definitely other situations that you could bring in to talk about this, but in essence, the fear of retribution, in other words, the fear that comes from what Destiny or Vosh would grant as injustice. I don't think that Destiny's callous, right? I don't think that well, actually, like, I shouldn't say that. He is actually very callous. I don't think that he's going to try to ignore the suffering that's inflicted, or you know what I mean. He wouldn't get very far in a debate if he just tries to shove his fingers in his ear and refuse to listen. As far as the injustice that's been inflicted on Palestinians. But what he does is he deflects with that, and he starts to use that as an argument. Well, therefore, if let's say we were in a one-state solution and the Israelis no longer have the power of a of a Jewish state on their side, what is to stop them from having this kind of stuff inflicted back on them? And that is a bullshit argument. That is an argument that is like literally a slippery slope into justifying some of the worst atrocities in history. And it's fucking embarrassing that he doesn't realize that.
Anti-Semitism. I think anti-Semitism just became like a dog whistle for like white supremacy, essentially, which is something I never really thought about before. But I think that actually is true.
Of the Holocaust. And that's, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, the worst wrong that has ever been committed by human history, by human beings. And so their right is to kick out the Palestinians, kick out the Arabs.
From the safety of his chair, is that not him on campus? Are you worried about Destiny's safety? Do you think that the Destiny's in danger here? Do you think that they're gonna bring out the bike chains and go to work on the dude? Is that like what? Have you bought into this idea that the protests are a dangerous place to be? Look, the only danger that comes to these campuses is danger that's brought by right-wing outside agitators, like what happened in UCLA 2 nights ago, or the danger that's brought by the police. That's the danger, right? And I'm sure that I trust Destiny to be able to keep himself well away from that danger.
And I think it's also very steeped in this Orientalist conception that we have.
Okay, now watch this. Watch this. I'm sorry, I'm just massively entertained by what's going to happen.
I had learned about that from a friend that like Oriental is a bad word or whatever, from a Canadian Chinese friend of mine growing up, and she always talked about how she was Chinese first, and whatever. That's getting into a whole different realm.
Okay, now let's see how he reacts to this. Do we understand, like, is Orientalism a concept that's understood here, right? We're not talking about like using the term Oriental to refer to Asian people. That's not what Orientalism refers to.
So we used to call it the Orient, like in the East, but I think for a while it was kind of a sort of Oriental. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to do with this, right? Because they're both using a word that they just don't quite understand. And like, I seem to remember something about Saeed being brought up. Yeah. I don't know if it's this debate or another debate, but I remember Saeed being brought up and Destiny just being like, well, I don't know every fucking author, some fucking homegalol named Edward Said. Why do I need to know about him, right? If you want to talk about the subject, then yeah, you probably do. It would behoove you. I feel like this might be an area where Vosh is actually intellectually outpaced Destiny, because I'm sure he has at least some idea of what's being talked about with the word Orientalism. In 1978, Edward Said wrote a book titled Orientalism. And I mean, it's a controversial concept even in academia. But it's talking about not just Asia, right? It's when it, the Orient does indeed mean East, right? But in Orientalism, we're referring to the Middle East, to Asia, and to North Africa. And the way in which those cultures from those areas, are viewed in quote unquote the West. It's a tendency to look at the, culture as being stuck in a certain time, the way that Africa is often depicted as being sort of a primitive place, despite the fact that there are cities in Africa just like anywhere else. Anyway, it almost doesn't matter, right? Because we're not going to actually talk about Orientalism. We're going to use that word. We're going to bring that word up, but there's no discussion of the concept, because neither Destiny nor his interlocutor, I don't think, like, actually understand. Like, look, he's got a high school shirt on, like, right, Austin High School. I don't know, maybe this is a freshman, right? He's got an excuse. Destiny, not so much, right? He's not trying to insert himself in a conversation with scholars. He's not trying to, dispute whether you need to understand, like, something about Saeed to participate in those conversations, right? That's on Destiny.
I don't know if this is only a US thing, but I think Oriental in the US used to be considered, like, you would just call any Asian person Oriental. And then I think that was kind of like a start, like in the 90s or 2000s. I don't know if it's still a start. I just don't think you say it anymore. It's just kind of weird if somebody says it. Like, I don't think calling somebody colored, I don't even know if
No. Oh my God. Okay. I don't know what to do with this. Look, I feel like it would be petty. If I feel like it's like if I was sparring with somebody and they like, I don't know, tripped, and I kicked them on the way down. That's what this feels like, right? This is Destiny taking himself down, but out of incompetence. And I don't really, like, while it might be legal in a match to kick somebody on their way down or give them a little elbow or something like that, like help them down or whatever, it just doesn't feel very honorable, and it's definitely not something that I would do sparring with somebody with a lot less experience. That, like, I don't know, I hate to say it, chat, but it feels cheap. It feels cheap. Anyway, let's move on. I'm not trying to.
I think people just look at you really weird. Like, what do you mean colored? Or like if you call somebody Oriental.
Yeah, no, it's just a massive gap in knowledge. And the very knowledge that he would need to have to meaningfully engage with the people that he's trying to engage with, right? He's used to his audience, his platform, giving him that entryway into conversations that he's not really prepared to participate in. And I guess, like, that works, right? Because, it's like you got an audience, people want to talk to you. There's something in it for them. It's just not the same as being on a level with Norm and Rabin and the rest of the group that he debated and meaningfully. And that's why he got treated the way that he did. That's why Norm had zero respect for this guy. Because it's kind of insulting to have immersed yourself in these subject matters the way that Norm has, and then to be forced to contend with Stephen Divorcelli as your intellectual equal. It's just kind of fucked up.
What do you mean Oriental? Like, it's just such a fallen out of use term.
Is like in the United States in particular, because of our place as the world.
But again, his debate partner here, the student, doesn't seem to understand the meaning of the term either. So
yeah, we have. I mean, I won't say always been, but like as long as I've been alive, which is a short amount of time, we've been a very, very, very xenophobic nation. Okay. We've been a very, very xenophobic place. I think the order of racism in the United States probably goes.
I gotta point out to you though, Cambion, like, he's got the exact same, in fact, maybe even less of a claim to being, like, on campus, to getting out of his chair than somebody like Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, right? This is old hat. We've seen this shit before. It's not a hard thing to, to go onto a college campus ask people to debate you and come away with some footage that makes you look good.
Black people, like.
I like how we're ordering the racial discrimination.
And
who do you think is less racist than us?
Are there Destiny fans in the short stream? I'm sure I should be paying more attention to them, shouldn't I?
Less racist than us.
Oh, so this is an interesting question, because I hear this a lot when people throw us under the bus. Like, oh, the United States is such a racist country. I'm like, well, who does it better? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, but let me get through it in just 1 second. So, black people.
Okay, look, the problem isn't just that the United States is racist. The problem is that the United States sees itself as a shining city on the hill, as an exemplar that all other countries, all other cultures should follow, and everybody else just needs to get on our level. And yet there's some really basic fundamental inequalities that are baked into our culture that we refuse to contend with, that we refuse to see. That's the issue, right? Not
like that. Malcolm X has a great quote. You take the knife out of someone's back 6 inches, that's not healing it. You take it out, a full, you take the knife out, that's not healing it. Then you bandage it up, and that's not even healing it. You are able to, once the bandage is there, then you can like talk about forgiveness. But in America, we don't even admit that the knife is there.
Oh God, yeah.
That was true back then.
Yeah, Gaius fracking Baltar says, I think it should also be mentioned that they will take revenge on us was a justification that the Nazis used for carrying out the murder. Yeah, exactly.
Before his assassination, and that's still true today. So, black people. And then probably, given the rhetoric of the Donald Trump administration and his ongoing campaign, we've got, Latinx, Latino, Mexican people.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that point is germane to, but that's true. Apartheid is not the same as white supremacy. You can have white supremacy without apartheid.
And then we've got, I think probably the Arab world is really, really demonized by this history, especially post 9/11. You've got like a very, very rich history there, and this is obviously what we're talking about.
What was the original thing you asked? I don't remember. I think it was just like, how would a one-state solution work? Or I might have gotten to another question, but like obviously it's a lot of talking, yeah.
I'm not going to say that the Israel-Palestine conflict is super complicated, but like the United States' involvement in the Middle East at large is complicated. I will admit that. Yeah. And then fourth, we've got.
Who's less racist than us? But he didn't even want to answer that question yet. He's going on this. Yeah.
Chinese xenophobia, and that is also really, really potent here. So.
Just as like a curious question, do you think there's any other nation on the planet that's less xenophobic than the United States, or does like handles racism or stuff like that better than the United States does?
See, I know what he's trying to say here, but he just ends up coming off as like desperate, as seeking validation. Like, come on, can you give the United States some credit for something?
I think that's good whataboutism, but we're talking about, what occurred here on the 24th.
Yeah, it wouldn't excuse any U.S. action. I'm always curious about what.
Daniel Wong says, to the women in jail in North Korea, America's the only shining hope for them. Yeah, I know. I've watched Yeonmi Park 2, and I don't know what to say. Like, sometimes you eat the rat, and sometimes the rat eats you. And sometimes you get a cool job spewing like the exact propaganda that's useful to the country that you live in now. This is
like we can be the best in the world and still have a world.
I don't think the United States is like the most racist place.
Something that I would want to lean on future interviews on. Can we really not give us any credit at all? Do we not get any credit?
Oh my God, he's gonna go hard on this.
Here in the integration of all the different people.
You can look forward to more of this cope in the future.
Cooler.
But I think it's definitely still got institutional racism happening.
So,
like Austin, for example.
We're almost, we're like at the end of the. This is the first student that he talks to. Here's the second student. Now I think this is. I'm trying to remember. There's one of these students that he claims is a Hassan fan. One for sure is a Loner Box fan. I think this might be the Hassan fan. I'm not sure. Let's
I enjoy that. I'm not sure if I'm going to make a living out of that, but I really like to be an academic in the future.
Cool. Do you mind? Do you say your major?
I'm studying Japanese and math.
Okay, cool. That's not.
Oh no,
I don't
no.
understand the implication of the million.
Wait, that was the first person was the Hassan fan, and he does come back for a second round. Now I guess we just gotta take. Do we have to take Destiny at his word here? Did anybody hear the person say that he was a Hassan fan? Like, I don't doubt Destiny. I don't think that he's gonna just like make something up and be like, yeah, this guy's a Hassan fan. If there's no indication that he is, I must have missed it.
$1 per student endowment is the idea that they're somehow tied to $1 million of investment. No, just that the university gets a lot of state money, so they should not be supporting Israel or the military-industrial complex, I guess, basically, yeah.
In the future.
Cool. Do you mind? Do you say your major?
I'm studying Japanese and math.
Okay, cool. That's not.
If you really want to understand it, please put it in the perspective of South Africa and the campaign against apartheid.
He's in math.
And Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh, I asked him. These are like random personal.
Like,
I was just curious. That was a really odd combination of things.
Study translation and teach Japan and all that it represents.
Oh, cool.
And I just think like I've come to the conclusion like to understand like the postmodern condition, Japan and its cultural forms are necessary. Like you look at the internet, you look at Discord, everything's anime. You want to know how that works, you have to know how anime works, you have to know how manga works, you know where that comes from.
Okay, apologies. Save me from this chat. Is there a super chat I can read? Oh my god. Wait, what even? Why am I not seeing this? Wait, there was a sound, right? It triggered a sound. Oh, there we go. Officer Destiny reporting for duty. There we go. Thank you for saving me from that. Look, oh my god. All I can say is that I don't know. We don't know what year any of these people that Destiny's talking to are. I was a very cringe person. Probably up until my junior year in college. I think that in many ways I continue to be a cringe person in some ways. But god damn, if you really want to understand the world and what everything's coming to, the postmodern condition, Japanese culture is important to understand. Anime. I feel like you're gonna piss off the... I feel like there's probably a very pissed off Japanese person in the audience. Everything is anime. Even Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you really want to understand the human condition, you must first understand anime. That's yeah, he's like, how is it going, fellow fellow students? Someone say they watch Hassan during the teaser. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna try to take him at his word, I guess, as long as it isn't Takeshi Miike or Takashi. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to concentrate here. This is...
there's a lot of culture, especially worth studying. To really take
Look, I don't begrudge anybody, like, whatever, if you're interested in Japanese culture, study Japanese culture. I don't like even if you had a weird reason for it, like, what did he say about Discord? What did he say? What was the Discord thing? Like, he brings Discord into it. You gotta understand Japanese culture because of anime and Discord. I'm not sure I entirely understand the postmodern condition. I love how unapologetically cringy. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is I really don't want to dunk on anybody for being cringy. Like I said, I was very cringy. myself as an undergrad.
Take a crack at what culture is now.
Sure. Okay, cool. Okay, so obviously in Austin, you guys have had some, you were doing protests / sit-ins, and then yesterday a bunch of people were arrested.
Jesus.
Right?
That was on Wednesday.
That was on Wednesday, a few days ago, okay. I know that is it the president of the school? What's her name?
Is it Hartzell?
Yeah.
His name? I don't know anything about this fucking bullshit.
Sorry, she's fine.
Let's check it.
Okay, whatever. So we can all be, whatever, cut that out. I'm just kidding. Okay.
I don't know anything about this bullshit, as in the actual situation on campus. Okay. I just mentally check out when people talk about my culture, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, there's just nothing to engage with, really. It's not really something that I want to sit here and critique or...
Your president makes statements. All you guys are calling for his resignation.
Yeah, do you want to see the mail that he sent the entirety of UT?
I think I saw it on Twitter this morning.
Yeah, pretty much, like, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an expert, but as far as I understand, he, the head of the police force employed a law that said that we were on, I can take the specific right now, but a speed on a highway or a walkway, and we were impeding that, and that was tantamount to a felony. This is, at least in terms of like the passive, it's not a walkway, right? This is like a social.
Nice win. Is this off?
It was the first guy that watched. Yeah, that's what he said. The first guy is a Hassan. So the first guy does say that he's a Hassan fan, or was Hassan watcher, Hassanabi head.
Congress. This is in the South Mall of University of Texas.
That makes me wonder if Hassan has reacted. Hassan's reacting to more of Destiny's shit lately. I'm trying to remember what the actual reason was. It was something to do with them posting him constantly to LSF. And like he felt like for a long time that talking about Mr. Divorcelli was just like sort of a win for him. I love it when people go to Japan and they're like they hate foreigners, and yet they don't realize America isn't any different, right? Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
The point being that it was so egregious that he could not even find a rational justification in the operating system of the guys in power
to one in chat if the audio is getting to you.
Just making noise about something find to be critical to make part of the culture and put zeitgeist to get us out of here. Okay. And like the way in which that was brought about, the police that came here, the state troopers.
Jesus, this might be the windiest interview. So
making a sort of like.
He's just talking through all of the arrest stuff that basically happened. Nothing too dramatic happens in this interview, I don't think. But I have to play these full interviews, and you'll know why at the end of this one. Okay?
Maybe I'm name calling here, but going here with horses and like literally shitting on the entirety of this plaza. It was making more of a stink, no pun intended, than the people who were here.
Wait, what? Something about shitting on this entire plaza? Literally shitting on?
From that second one.
What do you think when you're looking at the situation that's happening today in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine?
Sure.
What do you think the root cause is? Why do you think it's happening?
Say that again. What do you think
like the root cause is? Like, why do you think there's so much conflict between Israelis and Palestinians?
Okay, so like I know, so I get my dosage of politics based on. I'm not sure if you've spoken to Loaderbox before.
Imagine being a Loaderbox fan and I get my dosage of politics from Loaderbox, yeah, and not knowing that he's literally an orbiter of this guy, right? Loaderbox is only relevant in terms of streaming, right? Loaderbox has obviously, had sort of a career as a video essayist that he gave up to, I don't know, shit on trans people. It's more financially lucrative, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I get my news from Loaderbox.
Yes. Loaderbox.
Okay, so I'm somewhat.
Orbiter mentioned.
In terms of the recent ongoings of the last century or so.
How did you approach these students? Did they come to you, or did anyone invite them? It doesn't seem like these are hardcore ideologically inclined. They're just all out here. There's like a sit-in going in this direction, and I'm just kind of like walking up and asking if there's anybody who wants to chat, basically, yeah?
Based on like the information I got from him.
You know, I'm trying to remember. These people are more terminally online than we are. Yeah, I mean, that's a DGG thing. You know that Destiny's site chat goes on even while Destiny is not streaming, right? He's got a like he's got you know how like we talk about the white leaf stuff, right? That the Vosh orbiters, if they're close enough to Vosh, they will have access to their own website where they can get their they get their subs and their memberships on their website, and that allows them to keep more of the, you know, the money that's donated. Destiny kind of pioneered that, right? With DGG, set up like, you know, his own website to be able to increase his take, essentially. And that's when people talk about DGG, right? So a lot of times we're talking about the community. When we say DGG, we mean people that are fans of Destiny, people that are fans of Destiny's orbiters, like, right, it's like a social grouping, right? But literally what DGG is Destiny's website, destiny.gg. And you know, the site chat, it just keeps going even when Destiny's not streaming, even when no orbiters are streaming, right? There's still a chat that people stop in and talk to each other. So yeah, it's definitely and this isn't even to mention like the Discord or anything. Offline chatter is mega uber cringe. How are you in there when he isn't even live? Well, I don't think it's even just when he isn't live. It's like, because I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that he hosts other orbiters. I'm guessing that when he goes off, he's not on Twitch anymore, right? And I don't know if he raids on YouTube or on, I don't even know how raids work on Kick. But he will essentially, I mean, he has the capacity to host people, right? So when he's not on, like, and you know, check on his website, you might see an orbiter right there. But like, yeah, the offline chat is like when no one's on. So I don't even know how often that happens. Do we have a good census of Destiny's orbiters? Anybody want to name some off? We got like Not So Erudite. Who are the current orbiters? Quarantos is no longer in the orbit. Quarantos has fallen out of orbit. Quarantos has burned the bridge. Is Harkdan even a streamer anymore? I see him talk to Dan, but I don't even know if Lonerbox, obviously, Destiny orbiter. Is J-Stalk, or like I feel like I've seen J-Stalk criticize Destiny, so I don't even know. Cherry used to be CHAEIR. Is it RRY? I don't know. Cherry's got terrible branding, but Cherry used to be a Destiny orbiter. Feel like Cherry's probably fallen off quite a bit. Is Chudlogic one of them? He used to be. Yeah, I wish I'd kept better track of this stuff, right? So yeah, Mr. Girl used to be a Destiny orbiter. Now that's like a long time gone, right? I don't remember what it was that Mr. Girl finally did that like burnt the bridge with Destiny, but all the shit that he said about Cuties, the movie Cuties being hot, being something that he personally found hot, all the weird you know, jokes. I don't know if they're jokes. It doesn't really sound like a joke to me, but like, yeah, like all the shit that Mr. Girl did, he stayed in orbit for probably more than a year, and then finally fell off. I don't even know who's in orbit. I don't even know any Destiny bronies. I don't even know. Do we have a census? Yeah, because somebody brought me a list of the people that are on Whiteleaf, and just for, you know, reference to any Whiteleafers out there listening to the broadcast, because I know one or two of you do. I don't have any antipathy towards any of you just for being on Whiteleaf, okay? It is the toxicity that usually happens in defense of Vosh, in defense of other Whiteleafers, you know, the way that you know you kind of operate. I shouldn't say you, because like I don't know what I'm trying to say is that, like, look, White Nervosa tried to take my channel down like 3 times, okay? I don't have great feelings towards like White Leaf as an organization. There are a lot of toxic people in there that I detest, either for their defense of Vosh, you know, or for other reasons. Right, but it's not like a whole thing. It's not like because somebody is on White Leaf, therefore like I hate their guts. That's not how it works. And you know, I understand the financial constraints of streaming and how something like White Leaf could seem appealing. It did seem appealing to me. I made the choice to stay independent because that was where I placed my priorities, and I was aware of the independence that I stood to lose by accepting the poison apple offered to me by one Zonia, and becoming a member of the White Leaf community. Right, it's not something that I really had to think twice about, but I do understand why people you know, need that, and I do understand the financial constraints of streaming. So yeah, if there's anybody out there listening, just understand that I don't hate you.
This is some skimming of the wiki and whatever information I get from people on me who are interested on the matter. But I mean,
I'm not necessarily interested in like the historical
causes,
like the most accurate. I just mean, what's like your feeling like right now? Like, what is the big issue?
So I think
but now there are freaking
communists invading radicals. Wow.
Many like NGOs. I think that's what they say. News organized NGOs or.
I'm so tempted to skip past this guy because there's a lot of wind going on and it's hard to listen to. He said, you know, we know by the end of this conversation the reason that he was showing all of these interviews. I'm guessing that what happens is that there's so you know, he's on the quad. I don't see an encampment in this video anywhere or anything like that. It just might be a bunch of students kind of gathered on the quad to talk about this stuff, but I do know that there's somebody there that is warning people that recognizes Destiny and is warning people that he's there to cut agitprop. That he's there. He is very much not on the side of the protesters, and they're likely to be used for content in a way that they will not like if they talk to him. Regardless, though, some people do talk to him anyway.
Missing up the specifics, but like 40%, 50-55% of the people are less than 15 or 18.
In Gaza, yes, they're very young.
So it's interesting, right? The obvious answer is the Second Intifada, right? Obviously, the Second Intifada like super radicalized a lot of Israeli people, and threw a lot of people's desires for any sort of like peaceful resolution completely out the window. But we're not even aware of that, which is a pretty monumental event in recent Israeli history. So the idea that we don't know about that is pretty big. But again, I don't expect people to be history majors or anything like that. But
population.
So I wonder if anyone mistook him for a professor.
We can look at that and say, okay, they didn't vote, they didn't organize in such a way to have Hamas be in power.
But it's interesting. It's also interesting because I think it says something about you, not about you. I think it says something when you take a step back and you try to think like, why are people thinking this particular thing, right? Why are people upset about this thing? If you somebody in chat earlier asked a question, what advice would you give for knowing if your conviction matches your level of knowledge? I don't know. Ask yourself basic questions about like a particular thing. Do you feel like you know anything about it?
Chud Logic has attacked pro-Palestine people, I think, and I doubt he actually supports Israel or even cares. So I wonder if he's following Destiny. My understanding is that the Chud Logic Destiny bridge has long since burnt, and I'm not entirely sure why. There's also the whole thing with Mr. Girl. You know, it's probably a Mr. Girl thing, because I know that Chud Logic and Mr. Girl were tight for a while. Some of his orbiters would go on. Mr. Girl tried to have a panel. It was called the Trancel Culture panel. Why did they call it a Trancel Culture panel, you ask? Because Mr. Girl thinks that trans people cancel people, so it's Trancel Culture. And he actually was able to get some self-hating Chud Logic orbiters some really pathetic people to join in that in that panel with him.
Could you explain the other side?
But
yeah, like
but yeah, like my understanding is that like I guess like there's Destiny, and there's Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl started to get big at some point. Destiny cut Mr. Girl off. I don't know why. I'm guessing there's some way in which Mr. Girl went too far, and Destiny didn't want to have that PR nightmare anymore, something like that. Their Chud logic was sort of attached to Mr. Girl had like a fairly large center of gravity. Maybe, oh god, I don't remember this well enough, but maybe Chud was sort of with Mr. Girl for longer, and then I don't know what it would have been that would have caused Chud to cut off Mr. Girl. Did Mr. Girl like try to get Destiny deplatformed or something? I don't even remember. I just remember there being like a lot of deplatforming drama, and that it ended up with Mr. Girl getting deplatformed by like Nick Fuentes fans of all people. So
like if a group of people are mad about something, so mad that they're protesting or going to war, whatever, there's got to be a reason, right? And if you have no idea at all, like, well, I mean, do you think they're monsters? Like, are Jews or Palestinians just like subhuman animal dogs who just like hate for no reason because of whatever? Like, or is there like there has to be a reason, right? You should wonder about
that. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Matthew Gross. Matthew Gross, you just got weaseled. Isn't Mr. Girl the guy that defended cuties? Yeah, Mr. Girl said not only could defended cuties, he said that he found the movie hot. And to people who Dan can't stream, so Dan's not a streamer. Okay, wait, was I getting answers from do I have more Destiny understanders in the shorts chat? Seriously, like you don't have to agree with me on everything. I obviously have a very skeptical view of Destiny, having talked to him before, and just not having kind of hoped that he was less of a closed door than he actually was ideologically, honestly. But don't know the answers to your questions. Wait, does anybody in shorts chat, did anybody have the answers to, because like honestly I just don't keep up with the orbiters, and so like I'm not asking this to like try to dunk on people for being orbiters or anything like that. I just legitimately do not know. I don't know who's in Destiny's orbit these days. I'm just trying to figure out if anybody knows more than I do. That's my campus. Okay, you don't have to. I mean, just be careful about identifying or location information that you give. I mean, probably it's okay, but I always try to tell chatters to guard your personal information, right? Because sometimes people on social media are terrible. Cops were so militant. I watched live streams all 3 days. There were literally throwing oh yeah, at the UT campus, right? Wait, she's more of a DGGer? Are we talking about Erudite is more of a DGGer? Yeah, what's funny is I can sort of tell the story about like the history of the Vosh adjacent people as being the Vosh, the Know Your Meme certified Vosh expert that I am. But I don't have a good sense of the lore of. Maybe we'll have to talk to Cherry someday. Wasn't Cherry the lore person, the lore keeper before she was like kicked out of their midst? I think the stuff Mr. Girl said while talking to Vosh was beyond the pale. Yeah. That was the one time I had some respect for Vosh, is hanging up the phone on Mr. Girl, because so many people, especially on the Destiny side of things, did not. So many people were like, they just knew that if they have this guy on, he was going to be content. He was going to be interesting. He was going to, and there's like a certain weird, like begrudging respect that DGG as a whole had for Mr. Girl, based on the fact that he is morally consistent, that he is a creep and he's not hiding it, I guess. I never entirely I was just always kind of grossed out that, like, you know, because the effect of doing content with a guy like Mr. Girl is to give him more of a platform, and it just seemed like wildly irresponsible. But then again, maybe these people aren't in their most responsible mindset. Either way.
And yet, for Netanyahu and his regime, the right-wing coalition, they look at that and say that's perfect. We're making a divide between the PLO, the PLO, and Hamas. You're splitting up, dividing conquer, the classic strategy, and in that way they represent less of an opposition, and there's less of a possibility for them to have a solution. Netanyahu.
Did you confront him about the second intifada point? It might come up like in a different interview I do, maybe, but I don't think so. Not really. No. Again, I'm not trying to be like critical, or I'm not trying to challenge.
Another question I have for any GGG understanders in chat is, what is the space between Destiny and Lonerbox on the issue of Israel-Palestine? I got to admit to you, I haven't really kept up with Lonerbox. I just find him boring. No offense to anybody who does, okay? But like, I can't really. I don't watch Lonerbox unless there's like a reason for me to watch Lonerbox. I don't really understand the attraction to his content.
Challenge people hardcore. I'm just kind of like trying to get a vibe for like where your feelings at. Yeah.
The last time we watched Lonerbox, he was unironically defending Vosh's folders. Not because he likes Vosh or anything like that, but he just like was like, this is hypocritical for people to attack Vosh over Lowly.
And his cabinet themselves have like explicitly, they've explicitly looked at the situation and say, we don't want there to be a two-state solution. There might be some, you know, signaling in that extent, but there's moments.
And even part of the Likud platform that Netanyahu is a part of, I think, is explicitly it's part of their charter.
It's interesting. Sometimes I'll help them out a little bit, but like there are stronger talking points than some of the anti-Israeli people even know. So they'll say things like, "Oh, like Netanyahu doesn't want a two-state solution," blah blah blah. I think it says between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, the only sovereign state that will exist is Israel. That's the party. Likud is the party that Netanyahu is a part of, the right-leaning party that forms.
So in other words, the from the river to the sea statement that, like I said, can be interpreted in a number of different ways, some of which I would hope would be uncontroversial, is actually a philosophy which the Likud government embraces, like the worst, most, like, you know, brazen aspects of literally, you know, like an almost religious entitlement to the land between the river, all of the land between the river and the sea, like a manifest destiny, if you will. Oh no, I said it, chat. I'm not trying to meme.
The coalition government right now, and they literally explicitly say they will never recognize in the charter like a Palestinian sovereign state. So. But people aren't even aware of like this talking point. You should know that. Easy talking point against
Netanyahu. They have their
Netanyahu.
own from river to the sea. Only Israel will
exactly.
be the only sovereign
exactly.
state. So yeah.
And I mean, setting us like this is of course not including the they've made certain, especially more recently, like religious, almost like evangelical in nature.
That's not true. The Likud Party, original party platform, 1977. The right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, Eretz Israel. The right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel is eternal and indisputable and is linked with the right to security and peace. Therefore, Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank essentially, will not be handed to any foreign administration. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. It's not from the charter, it's the original platform in 1977. Oh, is there like a difference? I would assume that your original platform and your charter is similar. Is there? Okay, was there? My bad. Okay. Their original platform. But I'm pretty sure Netanyahu has reiterated that he wouldn't want any sovereign Palestinian state as well. But
the children of the dark shadow or whatever, and then the Amalek.
Yeah. Kill their
the children of darkness and the children of light.
So we're talking about like, I would say openly genocidal rhetoric. We don't have to talk about the Holocaust. We don't have to like, you know, make justifications. But like, you know, you could look at the Rwandan genocide, if not in scale, then just certainly in rate, right? You know, the rate at which this could be taking place. We look at the fact that they're saying this could be going on for 10 years. Okay, so you're talking about 40,000 over 6 months. In 10 years, you have nearly 500,000 people dead. Half of us are gone. I mean, I look at that and say, they have made conditions impossible for something like a two-state solution. Okay. And at least as I see it. I might be wrong. Maybe the experts, maybe the top of the UN could engineer a solution. But I look at that and say, there's got to be, we're left with the only rational solution for the time being. The UN comes in, and they have the best shot at making things work. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's an odds of that not working. But like,
I'm representing the Jewish side. I don't know. That's not necessarily my own personal opinion, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm not calling you, IDF.
I mean,
IDF operators.
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah, what's up?
Here we go. Here's what.
So something that is interesting. So I have been like kind of like looking in the background. So there are a few people now at this protest that have like seen me.
So wait, this is the Hassan fan coming in?
And they're like running around now, like talking to a bunch of people. And I think I caught them saying like, don't talk to this guy, or he's like trying to be disingenuous or something. So this guy, oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. I don't think I've heard that yet. Forget it. I just tried to preempt this guy, but I think he actually just comes into chat. My bad. Forgot I said any of that.
Hello?
Hello? What?
It's Lonerbox. There he is in Destiny's Discord. No, it's not in my Discord chat. I can't talk to him, but
Just one thing.
Yeah.
You said you had this, your good question to the one-staters was, what, there's going to be a genocide against the Jews, right? More or less.
Or I would just like to hear them engage with that. I'm curious what they would think.
I suggest a better question.
Sure.
How do people feel about the fact that one state solution for two people is the least popular final settlement for both groups, including Palestinians? As in, like, you can ask Palestinians, how do you feel about two states or one state with equality?
Equal rights? Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know. That's another question I asked them too, yeah.
Because obviously the genocide thing, if you're talking to a leftist especially, is like it's much easier for them to just write that off, because to them instinctively, as soon as you end the oppression, then all the hatred will stop, right? That's kind of how they address that in their heads.
Maybe, but that's a pretty hard, that's a pretty wild line to take. I would like to hear them say that. I haven't heard anybody say that yet, but if they did, then maybe I would change my approach or something, but yeah.
Okay. Or I guess the other thing they say is that you just sound like they'll say you sound like whatever, this didn't happen in South Africa, or like, yeah, I don't know. Even though it did happen kind of in Zimbabwe, but like, yeah, you got the polls for that.
I thought he was about to bite the Lauren Southern pill. And then he said in Zimbabwe.
Right, like with the whole
I've seen it,
Palestinians, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we got a lot of empathy for fucking
two state, one state with equal rights, one state with a subjugated people, basically, yeah.
Yeah, because I think especially on left-wing terms, that's like, well,
got a lot of empathy for the wrong people here.
Palestinians themselves don't really want it, so
yeah.
it's like.
I think another interesting question is asking people. So you said you're anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, right? And everybody will say yes, of course. But then I'm curious. Sometimes I feel like people think that the support for Israel is like a very minority position for Jewish people. But if you were to tell a person like that, hey, if I told you that 90% of Jews support the existence of Israel, which I think it's around that, it's like 90% or more, like, how do you feel about that? Because it gets pretty hard to separate out, like,
I feel like that's the wrong question.
The anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism at that point, or like, how do you feel about those people?
Destiny, how do you feel about debating Sam Cedar again? And more importantly, does Sam Cedar want to put up with your ass again? And like, have to put up with buckets of cum comments? Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Thomas. Exactly.
Yeah, if you look at the polling, the questions are always very like, it's like a thriving Jewish state is essential to my Jewish identity, or it's like it's essential for the long-term future. And if you go to any country like France, Canada, and Russia, it's always like 60, 70, 80%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've noticed that as well. I've noticed that there are a few like far left streamers. I've seen a couple of, I won't name names, but I've seen a couple of them like going through Twitter replies and things like that. They actually do think that most Jews oppose Zionism, like in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just like an unknown thing mostly. Anyway, all right, bye.
Bye.
Here we go. That's Lonerbox.
Ignoring the fact that they are claiming it's a genocide, if you don't at least try to.
All right, so that's the best window I've got. Like, it sounds like this is the thing, is I just don't see daylight between the two of them. I see him arguing with Destiny's approach, but I don't see him fundamentally opposing Destiny's, positions. I could be wrong, chat, and to really make any definitive statement about like Lonerbox and his takes on Israel Palestine, I would probably have to really dive into. That's the problem, is that it's not that there's not enough content of him talking about this stuff. It's that there's almost too much, and you don't really know, coming from the outside, where to start to just get a basic understanding of where Lonerbox stands on all this stuff.
show that that's not the case. Nothing else really matters to them as long as they think a genocide is happening. Okay, maybe, I don't know.
You can't talk about this without talking about the Holocaust. You know, like it's like that.
Oh, so he comes back in saying that we need to talk about the Holocaust, and that makes him think that he's like a super pro IDF person, and so that this gets weird for a second. But
Somebody else here. Wait, real quick, I guess, what you guys think you want to chat?
I don't know if I want to like start getting like that.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're
all good. You're all good. Sorry.
No, he's on your side. Trust me.
Oh,
He's
okay.
definitely on your side.
Yeah, I feel like the existence of Israel could mean like a lot of different things to a lot of different people too, right?
Real quick, if there was one thing that somebody could take from your guys' like sit-ins here or the demonstrations you're doing, what would be like one message you guys would want people to take, I guess?
I'm not sure if I'm in a position to say that, so take what I said with a grain of salt. I'll triangulate.
And it also, it doesn't have to be, again, I'm not looking for like I want 41% of the West, but I'm just curious, like a general feeling or message you would want. If somebody,
to
your family or friends saw you, or if like internationally Biden saw like this demonstration, like what would you hope would be a message?
I say, look, in terms of the geopolitical environment, Biden has a direct connection and direct line through which he can influence Netanyahu's decisions in terms of in the several packages that have been sent to Israel, billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars, that need to be cut down. It needs to be regular. It needs to be conditioned in such a way that says, look, Netanyahu, what you're doing is abhorrent, and we can stop it at any time. As I think it was Bush Sr. did whenever there was calls of, like trepidations into the West Bank by, like far-right Zionist settlers.
Oh my God, was that Bush Sr.? I thought it was Obama. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, there's somebody that one of the American presidents was. It's got to be Obama, doesn't it? I mean, it's entirely possible that Bush did exert some sort of leverage, some sort of power on Israel, but I do remember hearing a lot about Obama was like hated by a lot of the Likudniks. There is no daylight between them, says Sisyphean. Loner Box is doing the Pallywood stuff too? Really? It's that bad? Yeah, I heard that's the thing, is like the jokes that he makes are really kind of sick, but I don't know. I've just been hesitant to draw any strong conclusions. Other than that he's a sick fuck, which he is. Yeah, like a little like Chud Logic in the past. I feel like Lonerbox used to be more decent on Israel. Yeah, and that's what, like, even Hassan, you'll hear Hassan give Lonerbox credit, even though like Lonerbox constantly shits on Hassan. But he's under the impression that Lonerbox is overall on the right side of the Israel-Palestine issue, and I'm just concerned. I feel like Hassan might be basing this on Lonerbox's previous life as a video essayist. He is very much transitioned into becoming a like a D tier Destiny orbiter at this point, and has changed quite a bit. Destiny will always keep a type like him around. He's always finds leftists that's willing to be nice to him, and is data driven, so that he can say even smart leftists agree. He's always looking for those pick-me's, isn't he? He's always looking for a pick-me leftist.
So, like, if you look at that and say, we have a concrete manner of approaching and influencing Netanyahu's decisions that goes directly through Biden and his cabinet. And
I mean, you're talking about, like, you could even go into the Will in his channel video talking about orbitership. Now, I call it orbitership, and that is generally the metaphor that gets that people use to describe those, like, sort of under the clout, under the influence, under the gravitational pull, if you will, of a larger streamer like Destiny. Will and his channel, for all the disagreements that and all the fun that I've had at his expense, like laughing at the guy, he did come up with a pretty good metaphor of looking at the state of orbitership, whether it be around Vosh or around Destiny or whoever, as almost like a feudal system.
Want him to stop funding what is tantamount to a genocide, as made evident, at the very least, if you take the ICJ, the International Criminal Court of Justice, I'll be saying now, ICJ, International Court of Justice, you take them at their word, we're talking about a potential genocide, at the very least. So you look at that and say, we need to stop that now, right? That's the immediate thing that needs to change, and I think these protests are trying to signal that and tell Biden, look, we need to change that. Setting aside, pragmatic element, like he's going to lose to Trump, or he has high odds of losing to Trump if he keeps on funding this. But like from a moralistic perspective, from a geopolitical perspective, he needs to stop funding this genocide. And that's what this protest, that's what these capitals are for.
Okay. Hey, what's up, Christian? Thanks a lot for your opinion. Hey, what's up? Do you guys want to chat?
Okay. I think at the end of this video, I think a couple people come up to me. Oh, fuck, I don't know if my friend was recording. I think she might have turned it off.
Record this. Wait. Wait.
Lonerbox was zaprudering. What is zaprudering? Through footage that ITV News caught of a Palestinian man shot while holding a white flag.
Okay. A few people come up to me and they say, hey, we just want you to know you're not welcome here. None of these people.
So yeah, the phalangists most associated with the massacres of Sabra and Shatila against the Palestinians. So that's what Lonerbox thinks is that's why I call him a sick fuck, right? I don't know enough about him to draw like strong conclusions, and I don't exactly know where to start. And I don't know if I want to either. Like I said, his content is not super appealing to me for several reasons, his personality being not the least of which.
People want you here, not just people like you. We're asking you to leave. We want you to go away. And then I think my friend wasn't recording. And then after they said that, I said, this is a public area. I have as much right to be here as you do. So I'm going to continue to be here and talk to people as long as people are willing to talk to me. And I'm not.
Zapruder is the last name of the man who captured the JK. So when you say zaprudering, you mean like going through it frame by frame? Because that's like, yeah, slang for comb through footage in a conspiratorial. Okay, so this is the magic bullet thing, right, with Kennedy, right? This is the whole theory where they're like, it doesn't make sense for the shot to come from the grassy knoll, or wait, no, it doesn't make sense for it to come from the library. It must have come from the grassy knoll, and then there must have, yeah. Like I don't know. Like I mean, exactly. I'm not an expert on the Kennedy conspiracy theories. I'm not entirely, adverse to the idea that that Kennedy didn't have some real enemies in the actual deep state based on the whole Bay of Pigs thing, but I'm no expert on these matters. So
we're gonna leave, and I wanted footage of that, so I told her to record the people what.
Yeah, exactly.
Turned off. This is a 4-minute 50-second video.
Record this. Wait.
Wait, don't. They actively told you that, like, some people just came up and said that you're not welcome here. Don't
yeah, but now they're talking. Well, they're talking and telling people not to talk to me.
So now it's a little annoying because now these people that came up and talked to me, now they're walking around talking to every single person saying, don't talk to this guy. He's like Hasbara making pro-Zionist propaganda, which is now it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm not annoying, but.
Okay, well, sure, on paper this is a public zone.
Yeah.
It's been classified.
This guy does take his media, twist what you're saying, and publish it, so I just wanted to warn you.
Another girl comes up and starts saying this. Yeah, you're going to hear, obviously.
Oh, okay, I get it. So the reason that Destiny's including all of his footage, at least that's what he's claiming, right? That this is... I don't know if we have any way of verifying it, but, he's claiming that even though some of the interviews weren't particularly... enlightening, that he's gonna share all of his footage here, and that the reason is that he was accused of doing this in order to take people out of context.
Classified.
This guy does take his media, twist what you're saying, and publish it, so I just wanted to warn you, be careful of what you say because it will be heard.
Yeah, I literally post like full clips, full video things of everything, but okay.
Flip chimping, as it were.
Yeah.
Can I make it? Okay.
Yeah. What's up?
I think you can be genuine, right?
Yeah.
I don't think. Maybe I'm being too naive, but like I think you can be genuine at various times.
It's fine to be, yeah.
So like.
Well, yeah. So this is weird, right? Because this is the Lonerbox fan here. And obviously, you know, Lonerbox came on to talk to Destiny, and there was maybe less daylight between their opinions than I even thought. You know, I thought maybe, you know, Lonerbox is an orbiter, but maybe on this stuff they slightly disagree. I didn't hear a lot of disagreement between Lonerbox and Destiny. But what's funny about him is that he is aware of Lonerbox and he's not aware of Destiny. Or sorry, he's not aware that there's a relationship between Destiny and Lonerbox, which I would think would be pretty hard to miss. But maybe that just tells us that he's not obsessively consuming Lonerbox's content. I don't know.
I don't know. I think you have a big platform.
Why do you rewind everything 10 seconds after you pause? It triggers the fuck out of me. Because you autistic fuck. If I stop a video and start talking in the middle of the fucking sentence and then I replay, it's starting right there and you might not have even heard the beginning of the sentence. So I back up 5 or 10 seconds to like catch what I just paused to go back over. How, is that really that hard to understand?
Like, I don't know. I think you have a big platform, and like, I'm not trying to chastise it, but like, really look into this. I'm sure you have.
I've looked
But
at
like,
it quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, but like, I think you can make a pretty big influence, at least on the online, you know, in the online domain. And so like, I don't know. Please, if you can, try to help make things different.
Would you say that you're as knowledgeable on the subject of Israel-Palestine as someone like Norman
Finkelstein?
Fuck, I shouldn't have been so confident here because I was trying to be like pretty chill. He brought up a trigger.
I remember that.
That always triggers Destiny when you bring up Finkelstein. Didn't know Destiny was ableist too. Yeah, so just as far as Destiny, here's oh, God. I feel like the most enlightening story that I have about Destiny is when he came on my stream and started calling Demon Mama subhuman. And you know, I was kind of taken aback, right? Because subhuman is it's like an insult that I rarely hear outside the context of fascist, right? At the time, I probably gave Destiny a lot of the benefit of the doubt as far as him being center right, being center left is what he claims, right? Being center left, and I wouldn't have thought of him like that. So I was kind of taken aback by it. But after a little bit of conversation, he explained that, look, you're not allowed to make fun of somebody for being gay. You're not allowed to make fun of somebody for being disabled. You're not allowed to make fun of somebody for being, you know, black or Asian or whatever, right? So what can you do when you want to insult somebody? I think the most logical answer is that you just call them a catch-all insult, like subhuman, and you're more in the right doing that because you need that insult, right? But if you call them subhuman, you're not attacking them for any single aspect of their identity. You're just calling them subhuman. But yeah, this is how he operates, right? And he doesn't see a problem with that. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird, right? I really didn't understand what I was walking into in in letting this guy on my stream and following up with a conversation a week later. I really didn't know what I didn't understand what I'd signed up for, and people had warned me about him. I just didn't believe them. And so I had to learn the hard way. Yeah, why the fascist? He doesn't seem to understand that or accept that, right? He literally thinks it's me being a leftoid. If I were to say that is an insult that I've only heard in the context of actual fascist, he would be like, "Oh, you leftoids think everyone's a fascist," right? He just like he's got so many thought terminating cliches that it's hard to talk to the guy about anything. And I honestly tried to talk to him from a place of his particular sensibilities, of his particular fears, right? Which at the time, you know, his biggest fear was being canceled, was possibly losing out on a sponsorship or something like that, because somebody like Demon Mama might say that he's transphobic. And that was justifying what sounded like, a desire on his part to harass her off the fucking internet.
Really? You think so?
Fucking enormous.
Actually, I can't tell. I don't know how much he...
I gotta walk it back a little bit.
Books on it. They're very
fucking
bad
Norman.
books. Oh, yeah? I've gone through them, yes. Gaza, The Inquest into its Martyrdom is a very bad book. I had a debate with him.
How many books have you written on Israel Palestine?
Oh no, oh no.
Okay. I don't think that's.
This is the only thing that I would ask of you. Okay, if you have this position. By the way, I'm a random fucking YouTuber guy, so if I ever tell you that I know more than like a guy who's been studying for 40 years, you should be skeptical. Okay, so I'm 100% agree with that. That's fine. Are you aware that I had a debate kind of with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you watch that entire debate?
Most of it, yeah. Okay. I think I fell asleep halfway.
This would be my question or my concern, I guess.
I'm sorry, I should say, I watched Hassan reacting to the debate.
Little different, but that's close enough, yeah. My only question, my thing would be, is that genuinely, my knowledge foundation in this area is, it's going to be better than most normal people's, but for a scholar, I would imagine it's going to be pretty low. And I think I said it when I went to that debate, that like, obviously I'm the newcomer here at least between Norm and definitely Benny.
So I try to do epistemic humility. Obviously, I'm a newcomer. I don't know as much as these people, of course.
You think that scholars are less knowledgeable?
I think he misunderstood me here, but I clarify.
No, I'm saying I'm coming in as a newcomer. Like, all three of these guys, for sure, Benny, probably Norm.
Okay, Catalina Gearbox, I feel like I owe you like a soundboard. I feel like I owe you a soundbite here. Let me read your comment here. Why did the police arrest the soup? Answer: it was committing acts of wanton destruction. Definitely.
Okay, yeah, then I'm definitely coming up with the lower knowledge level of these three guys. Sure. The only question I would have then is if my knowledge is so poor, and if I know so little, why couldn't Norm just completely shut down any talking points they had?
Because you didn't really have good talking points.
I had lots of good talking points.
I mean, a lot of it was just...
Oh my god, chat, you're gonna get another kickboxing metaphor, okay? So when you're sparring, you're not really fighting. You are hitting at a fraction of the intensity that you would be in a real fight. Because your aim is to practice with the person that you're sparring with. That person is letting you use their body, and that's a lot of trust that they're putting in you. They are putting their trust in you that if they let you use their body, that their body will be none the worse for the wear. Unless something, there's an accident or something, and everybody, kind of understands that. Sometimes you get your toe stomped by your instructor. But anyway, regardless, right? So you're not hitting with your full power. And there's certain attacks like knees that some people don't even do when they're sparring. And the reason for that is that, you could really hurt somebody with a knee or an elbow. So regardless, right? Some people do spar with knees, but they're not throwing the knees as hard as they could. And the art of that kind of a sparring session is that when somebody shows you that they are able to knee you, you're supposed to react like you took a knee. You're supposed to play into the fight. And that's the thing about Destiny, is that like it's very much that you are already dead thing. Like what is that? What is it in Japanese? Omae wa Shindai. Wait, what is it? Can anybody help me out here? It's Fist of the North Star, right? Destiny's like the dude that's like, no, I'm like totally fine, and it's like you are already. Like he gets fucking, he does get owned. He does get destroyed. He just doesn't recognize it because he's literally that ignorant. We're not all weebs, says Chris Perez. Omae wa mu shindairu. Yes. There it is. Omae wa mu shindairu. You are already dead. Shingeru, so kayfabe?
Absolutely not. They were direct questions that challenged lots.
It's not as much kayfabe, it's just that like, you're trying to give somebody a real experience of fighting without putting yourself or them at any danger where you're not going to be able to come back and train the next day. And there's hard sparring too. Like the Dutch do Dutch kickboxing is known for its hard sparring. So I'm talking more from like a Thai, like a Thai kickboxing perspective, rather than a Dutch one.
The narrative that Norm kind of posits about the Arab-Palestinian conflict, or I'm sorry, the Arab-Israeli conflict, and I feel like he gets really wrong, but he didn't address any of those.
Look, man, I know that, like, you're a debater. You're a debater.
Well, but that comes first. We're not just trying to, like, debate to debate.
I mean,
like, for instance, so in 48, right, when they were making their country, there was the partition.
No.
When they were making their country, they were down there making their country back in 48. They were making their country. If you spar or train at full intensity, you tend to lose your training partners. Yeah. Yeah, like there's some stuff that can happen to you that just makes it kind of like, and that's the worst thing in the world, especially if you're paying to be at the gym. Some gyms will give you a refund, right? If you get like hurt because of negligence that they did. Some gyms, not so much.
I think I'm gonna side with I'm gonna go with the grain here on this one and say.
So it was interesting.
Wait, what's the super violent boxing style from Myanmar?
That as soon as this is the only time I think in the entirety of me being here that I wanted to, well, let's dive into like a particular factual thing. And then the conversation, this is why before I wasn't trying to challenge anybody or anything, because I know that this happens when we start to push a little bit. Well, let's push in a little bit to the history or the facts. Then it's like, nope, I'm done. And then we're like completely, yeah. So this is why I avoided it up to this point.
It was great talking to you. Okay. I would ask you to please don't film anybody here without their consent.
Okay, I'm generally asking you.
I think generally. The key word there is generally.
Generally. Well, so far we've just done like you guys, yeah.
Yeah. So we consented to it.
Sure. Keep in mind also,
that to happen.
But yeah, that's the whole thing, right? When you spar and you use knees, which some people don't even use, right? It's a little dangerous, right? Especially if you're new to it. But when you do use knees, the person is supposed to really not hit you with much force, because people have been known to break ribs with knees, right? It's not uncommon, and so because the person's using such little force, you got to react as if you've been hit with a knee. You can't get hit with a knee and be like, that didn't hurt, that didn't do anything to me. Yeah, of course it didn't do anything to you, because they're not trying to break your ribs. They're trying not to break your ribs. They're being kind to you. If you want them to kick you harder, though, keep being an asshole.
Here, you guys are in a public area. The goal of a protest is to be seen.
Not that that's an excuse. You should.
Protest, right? Like, it's kind of weird to do a public.
There you go again. You're just twisting things around.
I really don't like. I need to keep some things in mind. There's a lot of sayings that people use to just avoid like confronting something that's hard to confront, and this was one of them. Like, oh, you're debate broing, or you're twisting things. It's like I didn't twist anything. What I just said was very, very, very clear. It's a public protest, and in public, part of it is being.
You can use knees, feet, hands, and head to strike. That is technically true in Muay Thai. Now, some people don't do the head thing. That's kind of old school, but yeah, technically, what is it called? The art of 8 limbs is sometimes referred to.
Seen. That's the whole reason you protest in public areas. So people filming you in public areas should probably be expected. And it's like, how's a twist? Like, really?
You're just twisting things around. Wait. What am I twisting? I'm calling it off.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. I appreciate the conversation. Yeah.
You don't.
Be sure to include that part.
Sure.
You're not like an Alan Dershowitz kind of guy.
I've seen Dershowitz debate one time, and he wasn't very impressive to me. And I think he might believe some like genuinely wacky shit. I don't know enough about him.
I think he's kind of like a fraudster too. I mean, I take it with a grain of salt. If you say everything.
I've only seen one debate with a Dershowitz guy. It might have been against Norm Finkelstein. I think he lost that debate. I don't know.
It's sad, actually, Destiny. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people, maybe even some people in chat, who would love to debate Norm, and who are like at least a little bit aware of his history. Like, the understanding the conflict with Dershowitz is like fundamental to understanding who the guy is. And they have gone back and forth on Israel-Palestine as well. Destiny's take on Dersh. I mean, look, at least he's not trying to claim that he knows something that he doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, Dershowitz got him fired after that. Yeah. If you want to understand Norm, you kind of have to understand Alan.
seen limited things of the Dershowitz guy, and he just seems kind of weird to me. Or not, I shouldn't say weird. I'm sorry, just not very.
Does he not know who Dershowitz is? Right? Because there's a lot. You could go a lot harder on Dershowitz, honestly, Destiny. And you should. Does personal friend of Jeffrey Epstein, right? I mean, allegedly, right? Not that I can confirm this. Not that I can confirm or deny anything. Everything is allegedly.
I don't know how to say. I don't know. He wasn't impressive at all. His debate skills, his knowledge, his whatever, it just seemed like, I don't know. But maybe I haven't seen the right stuff. I'm not sure.
Is as you know.
He hasn't seen the Dersh go hard.
I think he's a total charlatan, and I hate him.
Okay, I would say like.
But Dershowitz, I wouldn't sign off on him either. I don't think I've seen him say.
When he says that Norm is a total charlatan, does he think that Norm doesn't know what he's talking about? Does he think that Norm is? What does he mean? Is he calling him a grifter? What's he saying?
I feel like I watched him do one debate. It might have been with Finkelstein, and I was not impressed by the things that Dershowitz was saying.
If you're saying what you're saying about Finkelstein, and you sell him the Dershowitz debate, then you would know Dershowitz is. He might be a Foster.
A Foster?
Fraudster.
Oh, a fraudster? Oh, maybe, I don't know.
Mr. Bominelli.
Please try to make a difference in that.
I don't know if my friend stopped recording here. I think at this part, because he said, please try to make a difference. The guy was just like, I think he thought that I was kind of like harmful with some of the things I say, which I understand it. I'm sympathetic towards that position. But then I think I go on to explain where I'm like, listen, I do think there's harm being caused. And I wanted to explain, like, I think protests like this where people advocate very strongly for a particular thing that they don't fully understand isn't healthy. It reminds me of Occupy Wall Street and Black Lives Matter, where there was a lot of energy and a lot of anger, but it wasn't directed at anything productive or constructive. So it just kind of dissipated and nothing came of it. And
look, when you are in when you're in a society that's had its class consciousness conditioned the fuck out of you, then yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of just basic awareness, right? And when you say nothing came out of Occupy, you're failing to understand that this is part of a cultural configuration without which the Bernie campaign probably never would have happened. Say what you will about Occupy, but I don't know, using it as what, like a negative, like a, oh my god, what the fuck do they call those, like a moral oh my god, I can't think of it, chat.
but I don't know if any of that gets caught on camera. We just did 59. Destiny, I forgot to mention as well, what pushed me towards you more was when you got called out by Marquette. He attacked you, talked down to you, and you made amazing points and arguments, and he would just be and asked you. It was a year ago. Wow, thanks, Ivan. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, and then I've got two more.
Here's my frustration. Okay, this is my frustration.
Oh, okay, good. Oh yeah, she starts recording again. Okay.
Okay. Is that it feels like there's a lot that's happened, but it's such an easy conflict to pick like one side on, and then when you just pick one side, the other side is like obviously fucking terrible.
Well, there's a lot of people that are like anti-Zionist Jewish there's a lot of organizations.
And there's a lot of Candace Owens exists. I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
I mean, right?
Okay, but
like 90% of Jews support the existence of Israel.
Okay, but let's put it this way. Like,
wait, did he just say there's Candace Owens Jewish people? Like, wait, is he? God damn it. Is he talking about what I think he's talking about?
Say Owens is a grifter, right?
Yeah, she's the Norm Finkelstein of the black people. Yes.
Okay. Would you look at people who are like in the Jewish for Peace?
You just gave Candace Owens an enormous amount of credit that I don't think she deserves. Like, any good opinions that Candace Owens has about Israel-Palestine are like 100% attributable to anti-Semitism and 0% like that she actually has empathy.
I wouldn't say grifters. I'd say self-haters. But
I've seen a lot of cringe shit from that Jews from Peace people, but I don't really know enough about them to have like a very strong opinion. But
also, I don't know all of them. I've only seen like broad things of them at demonstrations. They might. I don't like to make like concrete judgments, but I really dug into people.
You're back.
But it seems like there are people that I would super disagree with.
Okay, so you think, just to clarify, you think that anti-Zionist Jews are self-hating?
Feels like it. From all the ones that I've encountered so far, yeah, it feels like it. There might be some.
So that's just literally the argument that Alan Dershowitz made about Norm, right? He called him. He said that Norm like hated his parents. Like it got really nasty and personal with Dershowitz.
Out there that also like a lot of people won't even talk to right-leaning people, as you can see. So I'm not even right-leaning on this stuff. Fuck, or I guess like the kind of
Freudian slip on me.
Yeah, well, like the pro-Israeli side, I guess. It seems like a lot of people won't even chat. So there might be a lot of anti-Zionist Jews out there that have like.
Oh, I get what he's doing, Chris Perez. Thanks.
Really good rationale.
This is yeah.
I just don't run into any of them.
Even Orthodox Jews, there's plenty of Orthodox Jews in America who are, you know,
maybe yeah.
How do you say in English? Like, clearly demarcating like the anti-Zionist position.
Sure.
So I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, obviously it's not black and white, and I know you would know that, but like, I think people who are advocating from the Palestinian position, at least from a like at heart, are going to look at the state of affairs and say, we're not like here to cleanse the place of Jews.
Yeah, but it feels like if that happened, it feels like nobody would care. That's the biggest issue. I
don't think so.
I do.
I think
because when you look, if you look at all like the cleansing of Jews through history, or even in the Israeli-Palestinian place, right? For the Nakba, right? Yeah. There were about, I think it was over 700,000 Palestinians kind of got scooted out.
should have quizzed every single person on what river and to what sea. No, because I didn't want to. It's obvious I'm looking for gotchas when I do that. I'm not trying to look for gotchas. Hey, this post makes a lot of claims. If you have a question with me, would you be interested in going over some of what he says on stream sometimes? 150 to 430-ish. 150 to, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Scoot it out. You gotta love the colloquialism. You gotta love the charming Midwestern, like, you know what I mean? We're just gonna scoot you right out of there. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to shit on the Midwest. I'm
maybe.
40 place, yeah, they got kicked out basically. But all the Jews that lived in the like west of the Jordan River, they also got kicked out when Jordan took that land over. And anyone that lived in Gaza got kicked out too. Yeah.
But which fucking happened first, bruh?
And to be clear, for the camera,
which is the cause and which is the effect?
It was way more Palestinians than it was Jewish people. By I think like 2 orders of magnitude. I think it was like 5,000, like 700,000. So to be clear, but I'm just saying it feels like people only ever address like a single side of the issue, and when you only talk about one side, whether you're like the crazy fucking Zionist people, of whom I've talked to some, who will only talk about the bad things Palestinians do, or you talk to some pro-Palestinian people who only talk about bad things Israelis do. It's like
obviously bad things happen to both sides. I just don't think we can look at that and say and immediately say, oh, it's a wash, you know?
No, it's not that it's a wash. It's just that, like, the Palestinians have very good reasons for feeling like they're getting completely fucked over. That's undeniable. If you look at it, they do.
Would you say that they are?
For sure.
Oh my God.
In a lot of respects, yeah. Even people in the West Bank, yeah. But also the Jewish people have a lot of reasons to feel like they're getting fucked over too.
No.
MSE Stream says, I really hate how these college students are just trying to have a good faith discussion with him, but you really can't have a normal conversation with a content farming debate bro like this. Chat, I just looked at the clock. We have 20 minutes left. Like, technically speaking, this really makes me want to risk it for the biscuit. I'm trying to go back over in my head what content I've covered. Oh, you know what? The only thing that's gonna maybe get me content claimed. Here, let me take a look and see if I got a claim for what we watched last night. Right, I've watched the news. That's the only thing that makes me worried about, because I really want to show you Morning Joe. I know you need to see, you need to watch MSNBC with me, chat. You need to watch some goddamn MSNBC. Suffer through what I have to suffer through. I mean, so far, I did not get copyright claimed. The other thing I could do is I could stay on, ooh, wait a minute. So yeah, we got to talk about this, right, chat? Like, it's about time to do some housekeeping. Anyway, Hassan debating Asmongold. Yo! What the actual fuck? Okay, so yeah. So as you know, I've been streaming lately on 3 different platforms. One being Twitch, who apparently there are people on Twitch still who very much care about me and care about the stream. There's not as much chatting, and so sometimes I wonder, sometimes it makes me, you know, it makes me like, what? Like, what's the word for it? It makes me nervous. But yeah, no, there's still people watching on Twitch who like watching on Twitch, and so we stream on Twitch, we stream on YouTube, right? We've also been streaming on YouTube Shorts. Now, the one drawback that Soul Life pointed out to me about this the other day, and I think it makes sense, is that if you've got a short stream and a regular stream, then half of the regular chat ends up in the short side of things, and the other half ends up in the like, you know, not shorts side of things, and then it gets segmented and people don't get to talk to their friends, and people come in to see if, like, you know, so and so is there and they're not, but they're over in the short side of things, and theoretically the number that we have in shorts and on not shorts could be all consolidated into one. And it's true that if you have 70 people in the chat versus, I don't know, 35, then yeah, YouTube is going to recommend a lot more people to you than the other way around. So I'm trying to, they're watching Dana Bash. What has Dana Bash been up to? So I'm trying to, wait, I thought Hassan was debating Asmongold. Oh wait, Thomas just checked. Maybe that was earlier? Yeah, Asmongold just has been putting out a lot of videos. He's got a video about, I think, what happened to the UCLA protesters on Tuesday night / Wednesday morning, and it's called Fuck Around and Find Out. Dana Bash is bashing as usual. But anyway, that being said, like, I'm trying to decide if it's like maybe better to, like, you know, I've seen some people you know, do, thing is, I've seen people who do a lot of streams on Twitch Shorts, and they have great numbers, right? Now, I know what those numbers really represent. I know that a view on Shorts is not the same as a view on long form content, both in terms of ad revenue, of which I get very little in general, and in terms of, like, you know, how likely is this person to start interacting with my stream? Because that's really what I'm looking for, is growth, more people finding out about me, more people watching me on a regular basis. So, you know, the fact that the Shorts algorithm throws like 35 people in here every 30 minutes or something like that, it's not really the same as if 30 people showed up in my live stream, in my normal live stream. So I'm trying to decide. Because the other thing that I noticed is, like, you know, somebody who'd kind of built their numbers on Shorts, and what I noticed was that their live streams were not that strong, right? They even had some pretty decent sized videos from, like, back in the day when their channel was really young, and like when they would do Shorts, they'd get, like, you know, 5 digits easily of views. Like they get, you know, 50,000 views sometimes, right? Which is amazing, which is a lot, but is it really? That's the question. Is it worth it? I mean, I gotta have a gaming stream after this one. I was thinking about it because we've got like 13 minutes left. I'm supposed to show you Morning Joe, but it doesn't feel right. Did I mention Morning Joe in the... I guess technically if I didn't mention Morning Joe in the description... I hate promising you something early on and then not delivering. I mean, that can obviously be pushed off. Maybe upload to shorts just every other video, or just once or twice a week. Yeah, I mean, like there's uploading a short, right? Which is what you know, when you get those short videos, they're like 1 minute or less and they're vertical. Those are shorts, right? There's also something called the shorts live feed now. And that means live streams that are
Peaceful up here.
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Who knew? But yeah, there's now live streams which exist on the shorts tab. So in other words, somebody will be like scrolling around on shorts, like, right, Skibbity Toilet, cool, you know, so Roblox video, skip past it, right? You know, they're just skipping around, right? They're watching stuff and skipping stuff, and they skip again, and all of a sudden, here's my stream. There's my stream right there. They're watching it. They're like, what is this? And they see, oh, it's a live stream. And if they're interested, right, if they like what I'm saying, if they want to know more, they hit the button. And that's how they end up in the shorts chat, right? So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about shorts. And I mean, it's called shorts, right? So it does interact with the shorts algorithm. You do get viewers in a similar fashion, I guess, to that algorithm. You do show up in the shorts, you know, shelf. But it's kind of a new thing, and I'm not like, I get the feeling that YouTube has not decided what to do with it yet. They are greatly incentivizing me to, you know, to do a short stream, and indeed a lot of the growth of the stream has come from the fact that I'm streaming in shorts. That's what I meant. Oh, did I misunderstand you? That's what you meant. Okay. There are another 30 people. Yeah, they just kind of file in and look, there's different ways you can do it. Like, you know, I could put a right now the link is to donate in shorts. I could put the link could be for the mainstream and for Twitch, and try to kind of funnel people in from shorts and preferentially, you know, honestly, I kind of think that I want to eventually stream shorts on the clip channel. That makes the most sense to me, right? So that way I would stream shorts on that channel, and I would so you know, it's not necessarily going to get recommended to just like, you know, a person in the audience, right? Unless you're like super into my shorts channel, in which case it would get recommended to you. So most of the main group would just keep on getting recommended the main stream, and then the connoisseurs who really like shorts could go over to the NCC no comment clips, right? And because the whole thing that I'm worried about, right, is the idea that maybe shorts viewers represent a different kind of viewer. A viewer that, you know, obviously if they stay and they subscribe, there's something that I'm doing that is speaking to them. There's something that I'm doing that they like. But they don't, I don't expect them necessarily to want to watch, I don't know, long form content, right? That's a thing that a lot of YouTubers have run into, is they embrace shorts. They start doing a lot of shorts on their main channel, and now they've got like half of their viewers are like, I want some shorts, and half of the viewers are like, I want anything but a short. And so when you put out a short, these people are happy and these people are mad, and vice versa, right? And like, that should be okay, right? That should be okay. Okay, so these people get this video, these people get this video. Unfortunately, it's not like that. Unfortunately, when you put out a video, your viewers are the first ones to encounter it, right? The first people who see that video on their feed are your viewers, your subs. And if they see a video and they are like, I don't care, I am scrolling past it, right? That's a sign for YouTube to say, this is not their best work. This person liked NCC's videos in the past, and they just scrolled right by it. they must be there must be something bad about this one. Let's not send it out to anybody else. So like literally like it'll fuck you over in the algorithm, and it's just like people's preference as far as whether they want to watch shorts or whether they want to watch like traditional long form videos or what. So it's a conundrum. YouTube is using me as a guinea pig. I'm getting something for it. Obviously the channel growth that's, you know, come recently in terms of subs has been largely due to shorts, but I want to have a healthy channel. I want to have a healthy community. I really wish, you know, I feel like if they would just combine chats, maybe that would solve some of the problems. I'll always watch your stream in, in black shorts. Maybe alternate short streams. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The only thing that makes me think no is BCatK is probably in shorts. See, this is the problem. I feel like I'm doing you wrong by, oh my God, chat, okay, sorry. We got 7 minutes left. So here's what I'm thinking, right, for tonight. Let's do a little experiment. Everybody in the long form stream, combining chats would help. Yeah, I think so too. I wish YouTube would do that. But yeah, Sisyphean, I know somebody who does that, and I'm not sure how healthy their channel is. Just because like they get great views, way more views than I do on shorts, but they get you know, much less views on a live stream, which scares me. It scares me to see somebody who does so much better than me in shorts then do so much worse than me in like live streams, and I don't really understand it. I wouldn't use shorts as a valid metric. Wait, a valid metric for like what, how big a channel is, or? Because I think I might agree with you, Schustered. If what you're saying is that you can increase your sub count by streaming in shorts, and that it doesn't necessarily reflect what your view count's going to be in the future, which is really what you care about. At the end of the day, I could have 1 million subs, and if nobody watched my videos, that would still suck. That would absolutely suck. But let me go and look at see what's going on in shorts. So what I'm thinking of is that I'm going to bring the YouTube people into shorts, and I'll keep streaming on Twitch, right? Because the real only thing that I got to do is keep the mainstream under 6 hours in order to maintain monetization. That's the word. People barely have an attention span, so they're just swiping, watching 25 seconds. But streaming on shorts, I found some really cool channels. Yeah, and that's what I'm finding, is that people that need to find my channel and would not have otherwise found my channel are finding my channel, and I think that's really cool. That's really cool. What's not cool though is to look over at live viewers right now and see 45 or I don't even know how many right now. But here's what I'm thinking. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab the link for shorts, which is like kind of flagging right now. I'm gonna spam it in I mean, do I need to spam it? I don't know. It feels good to spam sometimes. Like, look, you can't spam other people's chat, so spamming your own chat is like an exquisite pleasure. I hope you don't mind. And I'll even throw it in Twitch chat if you want to. If you want to join us over on Shorts, we're gonna try to mass. How about that? I've got, yeah, in like 3 minutes and 30 seconds, I've got to end the stream on regulars. But we'll continue on with shorts. So the only thing that'll change for you is that, you know, it won't be like this. Wait, it's not going to be like this anymore. It's going to be like this. Right? It's, I feel like I'm over explaining. I feel like I'm insulting people. You understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, so if you want to, yeah, join us over in Shorts. It's going to be vertical. It's going to be a vertical experience, a vertical integration of the stream. And we'll finish this Mr. Bonarelli thing off. We'll watch maybe a little bit of the Morning Joe. because like, look, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like risking it for the biscuit. However, I got to make sure to get that small, that ad bag, as small as it might be. But yeah, join us. Come on over to Shorts, and we'll continue the stream right now. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream in like a minute, right? Just to keep us on the safe side, so that if I need to edit something out, I can still do that, and I can still keep monetization. But we'll keep on rolling on the short stream, and I just want to see how far we can push it. The other thing about the short stream, if you're watching me on Shorts, right, it might be hard to figure out where the like button is. BCatK says that you can hold down what you tap at the screen and like hold it down, and that's one way to like. But there's another way to like that might work better for some of you. Okay, so I'm pointing right now only on Shorts, not on the regular thing. I'm pointing right now to 3 dots. There's ... and if you press those 3 dots, you'll open up a thing that allows you to like the stream. Liking the stream is huge. Nobody gets their chat to like the stream, and that's why if we get chat to like the stream, then YouTube will bring more people in. YouTube will be like, God damn, where did all these likes come from? Okay, I guess we'll send her more people. Everybody's liking the stream. It literally works just like that, and it's amazing. Make sure to like the regular stream before you leave. Yes. Oh my God, good thought, Temporal Insanity. Thank you for thinking of the thing that I am not thinking of. But yeah, we got less than a minute until I turn into a pumpkin. Oh my God. Wait, I just realized. Oh, shit. Here's what we're gonna have to do. I think I know how to do this. All right, we're gonna stop the stream now. It'll stop Twitch. It'll stop YouTube. I'll go back on Twitch, and I'll go back on Shorts. So if you really want to see it not vertical, watch on Twitch. If you don't mind hanging out with us on Shorts, that would be awesome. That's what we're all going to do there now. I spammed the links. Hit that link. I'm going to hit the stop on stream, but we'll still be streaming on Shorts. So come over